Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the pub. It is Saturday night. We are live. There you are, Last Dance. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Just in the nick of time. 7:30. All right. Hope everyone is having a good week thus far. I have been having a pretty good week. Not too bad. We're getting near to the fun time of the year for the kiddo. So, what's not to be happy about? Here you are. What's up, brother? Headphones are upstairs, so I won't need them right away. I'm going to throw out a quick text, though. Let's see if I can get them left close by. And I hope, like I said, hope everyone else is doing well. Quick text to the lady, see if she can help me out here. Had to have a nice long conversation with my buddy yesterday. And there's nothing like talking on the phone with nice stereo headphones, microphone, phone in pocket, walking around, jazzing it up. That's how you got to do it. Who holds the fucking phone to their ear anymore? Maybe some people, but it's just so much more convenient with a nice pair of headphones. And yeah, like I said, it's been a good week. Had some visitors here at the house today, did some fun Christmas activities. Hopefully everyone else is getting to do that sort of thing, if that's your shtick. We got 5 people watching, which is awesome. Throw out who else is here besides my dog Last Dance. Say hi to the world if you want in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and grind up a little bit of cannabis here. And we have some interesting things to go over tonight, including, but not limited to, the possibility of Ukraine getting into NATO. And we do have a Ukraine hawk who shows up from the UK on occasion, Mr. Lee. Hopefully we get to see Lee tonight. I'd really love to hear his opinion on that. And I'm sure Lee will have a nice fire going in his belly talking about that one, which is always welcome. Sound okay, bro? Awesome, thank you. And anyone else? I know The Last Dance had a pretty strong opinion about that. I don't know if it's changed or not since we've discussed it before. That's life, but not as we know it. How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you are well and streams are going good for you. There's all kinds of interesting things to discuss out there for you, and they just keep coming, which they serve it right up for you, because there's a ton for you to talk about in the world, and I enjoy every minute of it, man. Everybody check him out over on his channel. That's Life, but Not As We Know It. He does some really fun, live stream stuff. You can chat in his sidebar like you do here, and have a little smoke, have a drink, let your mind wander. He talks about some interesting stuff. And wife, hello. Right, dude, the never-ending story. Hey, if you can leave my headphones on the stairs, babe, they're up near the charging station, the ones that have a wire on them that's not a plug-in wire, the plug-in charger type. But welcome to see you. And yeah, get a little bit of a joint rolled up here. Ooh, that's nice stuff. Let me give you a little description on the grass smell. Ooh, it's got a slight cheese to it, kind of like there's a famous strain from the UK they called the UK cheese. This one has a cheesy, skunky lavender smell, and it smells good. And here's the top of the bud. Quite nice to look at. It's good shit. You see the little orange hairs? I think that works. No, it never works. It's good herb. Yeah, it is pretty amazing. It's tough to come by strains that don't smell like fruit anymore. Everything is fruity cannabis, which kind of drives me a little nuts. I like fruit, I just like a little variation. It's like beer, you know? You like different types of beer. You want a fruity beer, that's fine, but you don't want it all the damn time. There you go, cup of tea, yep. Dark orange, almost brown. Pistil is a good sign of maturity. You never want to see them white. Usually means the plant was harvested too early, which is a mistake that some cannabis smokers, growers, whatever make, but you know, this is quite mature cannabis, so that's not something I have to worry about. Somehow my papers got wet, which is a bit of a party foul, but I've been getting lucky, and my luck has run out. Yep. It's over. Let's see, am I going to get a paper here? That one's fooked. I can fix it. All right, let's try numero dos. All right, now we're coming apart easy. Oh, yeah, baby. That'll work. Lemon haze is good. Sure. Super lemon haze, originally a strain created in Amsterdam. And I believe that was created by Neville, famous breeder. And there was quite a bit of controversy surrounding him and Greenhouse Seeds, who is that is owned by Arjun, who's a South African who moved obviously to Amsterdam. Interesting history to that. The super lemon haze, the super silver haze, old school Amsterdam strains, and they don't disappoint. And in a haze fashion, they're not an indica, they're the opposite. They're a sativa. They're old school, you know. Tend to grow taller, skinnier leaves. Yeah. Skinnier leaves, taller. They are known to grow in areas with more sun. How you doing, cup of tea? Good to see you, man. So the cannabis that grows closer to the equator, equatorial cannabis, tends to have longer, skinnier leaves because it doesn't need a larger surface area to absorb the radiation from the sun. You get into the mountains of Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, where the original indica strains were bred. Those have very fat leaves, broadleaf cannabis they call it, because obviously it's a colder climate, it's further from the equator, and they need all the sun they can get. And they're also a shorter plant, which helps them to keep the heat that comes up off of the ground kind of in the plant, I guess you could say. So yeah, there's a whole science to the original strands of cannabis. And then, of course, all the modern breeders have taken them all and combined them all together, and it's hard to find. There you go. It's hard to find the original strains. These are strains they call landrace strains. Landrace, obviously, meaning that they come from a particular area on the earth. You know, you have certain strains that come from Thailand, as I said before, the mountains in the Middle East. Tons of equatorial strains around the world, including Mexico and Colombia, had some of their own original strains. And you take all of those and take certain genotypes and phenotypes, cultivars from each one, and you cross those with others, and boom, you get things like super silver haze, super lemon haze, super skunk, UK cheese, and the more modern strains like cookies, and you know, lime pie, and all these new crazy ones that are coming out, which are fire, don't get me wrong. I'm not one of these old guys who laments about all these shitty new strains. They're as strong as you're ever going to have, so they're very good. But I do like the old school stuff too. You gotta love a little of everything. There you go, hybrid crosses. You got it, man. Got multiple stickers on the wall from different types here. Tahoe OG, Sour Joker, Sour Diesel. There's so many, it's unbelievable. And those three, if you follow them back, they're going to have a common antecedent way above them that they probably all three came from. It is fascinating stuff. Anyways, I could talk all day long about this, and I am known to, so maybe I should do just a weed thing sometime. All right, we have a joint. Let that bad boy dry a little. Hopefully we get some of the characters that visited us last week to come back. I enjoyed everybody. It was a lot of fun. GMO, it would be rare for a genetically modified. Honestly, it's all genetically hybrid crosses. Yeah, the new thing they're doing is tissue culture. And that's a way to save a particular, if you have a plant that you've grown from seed and it's showing you something very special that you don't think you're ever going to be able to find again, it's called a phenotype. It's that one plant that it's expressing certain things: smell, color, flowering time, resistant to rot, no need for pesticides, that sort of thing. You can take it. In the old days, you would have to take a cutting. All of you garden guys know what that is. You take a little growth shoot. Hey, what's up, Chris John Wright? Good to see you, man. And a lower growth shoot, you know, a new growth shoot, not a woody one. You dip it in some cloning agent. You put it in soil or some kind of a in-between soil cube, and hopefully you get roots. Now the new thing is they're doing tissue culturing, taking a small piece of the leaf, and it is a fairly complicated thing to do, but if you can succeed, you can go a long way with that. Let's just say it might be a little bit more complicated to do than cloning, but it's I don't know how to explain it. It takes a much smaller amount to get the desired result. You could clip a quarter of a leaf off and you can make a plant out of that. I don't completely understand the science behind it 100%, but I do understand enough of it to know that I will probably never do it. But I'm all right doing it my way, or, you know, whatever ways were taught to me years ago. Good to see you too, Chris John Wright. Yeah, Wrexham, Wales. Cool. A Welshman. That's awesome. That's going to be ocean country down there, right? I think. Let's have a quick look. See what the old Google machine throws out at us. Now they're saying the great white shark population in Cape Cod is huge. That's all the talk now in the science world. All right, let's see. I've looked this up before because it's purple when I search it. Boy, it's a pretty place. A lot of old castles. And cool beaches. It's a super nice place, man. Old, it almost looks like an aqueduct. Is that possible? Cool. It is a, yeah, no problem, brother. It is a separate country, right? Even though a lot of Americans think of the UK as having Ireland. Well, Ireland isn't part of it. Northern Ireland, I should say. Scotland and England. But you do have Wales, right? Is there another country I'm missing in there? Possibly? Another little guy? Like, is the Isle of Man its own country? I know there's some weird tax laws there. I think some rich guys use it for a tax shelter. I might be wrong about that. There's probably more than a few that I'm not mentioning, and pardon my ignorance. Let me go ahead and light this bad boy up. See how I do with it. I might not smoke the whole thing tonight. Or I might. Let's see how I do. Smooth. Not bad. I think I can pull it off. Just gotta take it slow. I promise I will do a jam at some point tonight. Not sure what. I'd love to do an Aussie compilation at some point. Do a bunch of different Aussie and Black Sabbath songs from throughout the years. And I have some really nice beers. Can you believe it? I'm getting sick of these things. I think that my time might be running out with the Bud Lights. Scotland, Northern Ireland, England, and Wales. Got it. All right, so I got them. Cool. I'm going to grab one of those tasty beers right now. Can't recommend this one enough. I don't know if you guys can get it in the UK, but it is really good. Samuel Adams Winter Lager. And 5.6%. Very tasty. I know there's an awesome... Thanks, lady. I know that. I think I didn't know that, but thank you for pointing that out. And I know there's an awesome, incredible motorcycle race that happens every year in the Isle of Man, which the footage from is absolutely mind-boggling. Man, not men. That might be a joke. And apparently, I've been pouring beer wrong my whole life. You're supposed to get a little more head than, you know, the old days it was trying to like reduce. I guess, well, I'm not getting much head on this bad boy. So I'm going to be a little burpy from that. Look at that color, huh? Beautiful. Telling you, I'm going to be getting some more interesting beers for sure. It's a lager. So if you've had regular Sam Adams, it's not that different. Isle of Persons, that's funny. It's the Isle of Man because you got to have balls to ride a motorcycle the way they do around that thing. Yeah, dude, those fucking guys go fast, man. Woo! I mean, I know there's a lot of fatalities there, unfortunately, but geez. Psychopaths. Non-binary island, yeah, there you go. I still don't. I mean, what is the definition of that? I really don't get it. That thing I don't get, non-binary. What the fuck is it? Intermediate? More than one gender? No gender? Fluctuating gender? Mamma mia. Good Lord. They're all over the place. Third gender. All right. Intersex. Okay, intersex is a legitimate biological thing, I think. Yay, upvote the stream. How you doing, RW? Good to see you, my man. Welcome. Right, okay, yeah. So binary would be 0 or 1, right? I guess that's male or female. Intersex is very rare, but that is an actual biological thing. And I think the doctors decide at birth which one to go with, I believe. I don't think they let them go the whole distance as a double whammy. Yikes. Mash it. Yeah, where'd that come from? Mash that like. Who used to say that? What is that, from like PewDiePie or something? I thought it was Smash. Was it Mash or Smash originally? It's a YouTube thing, right? Don't know. Well, I'm going to promote a YouTube channel that usually gets 1 view per video. They're an older couple, cute couple, and the YouTube channel is called Grabshot, Grabshot, and the videos are somewhat unspectacular, but entertaining nonetheless. And if you don't like them, don't watch them. But if you do, just give them a few likes. Give them a few seconds of watching. And I don't know. I like helping the little guys out because we were all there one day. So, you know, whatever. I've been following them for probably 6 months, and I catch a few of their videos here and there. They're all right. Let's see what we got going over here. There you go. That's them. That's the channel, at least. Thanks, buddy. And MASH was a TV channel series. Good to see you, English Bottle Cap. And it was a good one. One of my favorites. Very entertaining. It's about a medical unit in Korea, I believe. That's me. And a great show. One of the top, I would say, 3, 5 of all time. Along with Seinfeld. Cheers. Those might be the top 3 for me right there. I don't think anything newer than Seinfeld would make the list for me. Now, we're not talking HBO shows. If we are, then Sopranos for sure. But I don't think we are. We're talking like mainstream TV or network TV, I guess you call it, right? MASH was good. They definitely, I think, Andy Griffith, one of my favorites right now. It has been my whole life. WKRP was good. I watch Andy Griffith almost every day. Probably 1 to 2 episodes. I just keep watching the first 5 seasons over and over again. It takes about 3 months to watch the whole. Yeah, no, those 2 are good, wife, but they don't make the pantheon of greatness for me. But they were good. Cool, man. Right on. Beautiful country out there. Mayberry, which I think is a fictional town. And, yeah, really good stuff. Wholesome. Mount Pilot, also, I suppose, known as Pilot Mountain. Andrew's name was Andrew Jackson Taylor on that show. Interesting. A lot of people don't know that was his full name. And he was a great guitar player. Featured a lot of great musicians on the show. Great bluegrass. Oh man, the Dillards, which is a famous bluegrass band, were known on the show as the Darlings. And boy, oh boy, could they play. They do a version of Dooley, which is a famous traditional bluegrass song that, man, it cooks. I'll be dancing up a storm when the Darlings show up. Oh gosh, I love that stuff. And who does live music on TV like that with a band and Andy jamming along in the rhythm? Live. Freaking cool, man. No mistakes. That's how you do it. Old days. Don Knotts, fabulous fabulous addition to the show. He left after the end of the 5th season, hence the reason I don't watch past the end of the 5th season. There's an expression from the Howard Stern show that you could say a show jumped the shark. I think that was it for the Andy Griffith Show. No Barney, no Smokesteve. That's it. I like to cook and have it on in the background. Of course, with the audio differences, you have to turn the TV up so loud for the friggin' show, and then a commercial comes on, and it's like you're at the Who concert. It's so fucking loud. But what are you going to do? You just deal with it. Warren sucked. Not funny. The show was still wholesome enough, and you know, it was still the show. Eventually, I'll have to start watching those episodes, but I'm fine on rerun mode for now. It's all good to me, man. All right, I'm going to go find my headphones, and we'll get this baby opened up. Negative. Haven't seen him yet. I think the Reverend Simon Sideways sometimes does a show on Saturdays. Sometimes he does a pub-themed show. But his ends fairly early, probably around now. Let me see. Do I have a notification? Nope. Got a Tim Wells notification, though. Love me some Tim Wells. Great YouTube channel. You'll probably love that one, RW. Tons of awesome content on there. Slockmaster. What's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, you give me a little warning.
Ready?
Ready.
All right, good.
What do I need? No, I'm not. Put makeup on.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Hey, happy Saturday. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
I was just gonna say something that I think the Reverend's show streamed at like 3:00 our time, so he's
Okay.
Cool. He's long gone. Even though sometimes your show streams for 6 hours, but
it's true. Which would be 9 here, but yeah, you're right. He probably finished like 6 or 7 or something like that.
Yep.
He's does some interesting stuff. I like the direction that he's going.
Yeah.
He's getting a little more edgy with some very interesting guests, you know, like fringe characters, which is great. Who knows? Hopefully he can keep it up without getting canceled. Tim Wells. But he might get canceled. Especially, maybe not by YouTube, but I don't know. How much does the UK censor stuff like that?
I would assume that YouTube is the most aggressive censor.
Okay. Not the country, but the platform.
Country, right.
I got you. You want a minute, RW? Are you ready? There he is. You ready to go?
Based. We got based.
I see him. Your thumb disappeared when you held it up. It was kind of funny. It looked like you lost a thumb. It almost looked like it got cut off by the lightsaber.
Good evening, RW. You look distracted.
Yeah, I'm all over the place. I'm checking out the 2 feeds that you guys shared. The grab shot, which I checked out his most recent video. It's just like an older guy that's playing with technology, and
yeah, it's lame. But Tim Wells is one of the best bow hunters you're ever going to see. No sights. Not for you, Last Dance, but RW, you might like it. He's very, very entertaining.
I just ate the deer heart today that I shot, so I'll check it out.
Cooked?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm not a barbarian.
All right, good man. All right, let me figure this out.
Why do you say he's going to get canceled? Because he's hunting animals, or what? I don't get it.
Not Tim. I was talking about Reverend Simon Sideways, this YouTuber from the UK.
Is he covering right-wing media or something, or?
He covers fringe. I don't know, how would you explain it? Last Dance.
I mean, I'd say he's kind of, he covers part of the right side of politics in the UK that he's interested in. It's typically it's one of these guys that has his own opinions, and he kind of likes he likes he likes to get people on that have slightly out their opinions. 'Cause otherwise,
Does he share his opinion, or does he try and cause an uprising?
He shares his opinion.
there's his opinion, yeah.
I would
No.
say. All right,
Not
I pinned.
causing a nice uprising.
No, not at all. I pinned it. I'm a pinner.
All right.
I pinned. He likes to discuss most things. There you go, English bottle cap. Well said. Discusses everything from recipes to immigration and whatever in between.
He
And
has a lot of
Yeah.
subscribers. Hey, Based.
Good evening.
How's the world over there, man?
Miserable in Britain at the moment. It's just the weather, isn't it?
We get that here tomorrow.
Me on Sunday, same one.
Yeah,
And
buddy.
I think McGrann's probably getting slammed by it right now. It's coming right up from Florida, so
Oh yeah.
We start tonight, 2 to 4 inches. They say. We'll see what it's. I'm at the foothills, so it'll probably dump pretty hard on us.
It's going to be a nor'easter. Is that what you're saying?
no, it comes up from
No,
Florida.
I thought it was a southeast. Yeah.
You want about
We still call them. We call them a nor'easter because the storm flow, the storm is off, is east of us, and when it gets to be northeast, you get the heaviest precipitation.
Mhm.
It's kind of like a little bit like a hurricane, only it's much smaller, but it does go up the coast from south to north.
Well,
This
I'll
does
check
look.
them out.
It looks like a hurricane more than a nor'easter. It's pretty damn huge.
Some of them are pretty big, yeah.
I'm surprised aren't you going to get slammed by it probably tonight or tomorrow, Last Dance?
I haven't been paying any attention to the weather. Now you're now you're scaring me.
You're going to be having your coffee staring out the window tomorrow, and your socks are all of a sudden going to be wet. No, it's not going to be that bad.
As long as there's coffee, I'll be good.
Right, I hear
Are his socks all of a sudden wet because the roof caved in? How does that work?
Yeah, water's there, not supposed to be there. That's the theory, Uh-oh, socks wet. What happened?
Tomorrow.
To be fair though, chaps, I wouldn't
Rain.
mind a big load of snow, but in the UK we just get miserable shit weather, continuously. Not extreme weather, just shitty.
Right.
How often do you get snow? Once every 10 years?
No, I mean, it's. When was the last time we had a decent snow? It must be about 5-7 years ago,
Wow.
at least. Yeah.
That in part has to do with Wales is in the south, right?
Yeah, so Wales is mainly on the west coast of the UK, between Ireland and the mainland. We get a lot of southwesterlies that come in, but because I'm more coastal, as you know, snow doesn't really like the coast too much. It likes the inland more than it likes the coast. So I can go 20 miles inland, and it'll be mainly uphill, and it'll be snow covered. Not a lot,
cool.
but
I'd ask when the last big snow for you was, Steve, but it was probably yesterday.
Haven't gotten a centimeter this year, and last year I never started a snowblower. So
Really?
yeah,
I
We're
thought it was
doing-
standard.
no, it not for the last few years, man. So fingers crossed, I'm fine with that.
that's global warming for you, isn't it? You know what I mean?
It'll flip over. We'll have a bad
I
one,
know.
but
If you notice, the climate cultists only go back so long. They only go back 200 years generally to prove that CO2.
I thought it was
levels
I thought
are
it was
rising.
7 days.
Yeah, it's literally a pin drop in the Earth's age, for sure.
You know, that reminds me of an analysis I saw. The media only covers the bad things that happen as a result of global warming, but everything has its upside. And at one point, the media, they were reporting some statistic like 100,000 people will die because of global warming. But someone else did their own calculations, and
For coldness.
they figured that 200,000 people will survive that would have died from the cold. So
Yeah, fair deal.
it's a net positive.
Yeah.
More women will walk around in bikinis during the winter in diverse places. So
No, but
that's good.
you're right, Last Dance. That was exactly his point. More people would die if it went colder than if it went hotter.
Right.
Well, I wasn't much alive in the 70s, but I made it 4 years there. But wasn't there a huge ice age scare?
Correct.
Or
Correct, a massive one. It was.
Yeah, it switched from ice to heat.
Yeah, it went from a modern ice age to global warming to climate
To
change.
climate change, because then it doesn't matter which direction it goes.
We've got a hat in every bag. There we go.
Right. It's just a upgrade of the narrative.
It's like a catch-all. It's like Antifa. What? You're not anti-fascist? Well, you're a Nazi then. How can you not be an anti-fascist? Well, because they're not really what they stand for. They're very much fascist. Oh no, they're anti-fascists in the name.
right.
Well, what would be their end goal? If Antifa got whatever it wanted, did they state a list of?
It's communism, young man. That's what they want.
It's full out communism, and
Absolutely.
did they just say that it's not, or do they openly say that it is?
If you go even slightly below the surface, you'll see that it's it's communism. They don't actually hide it. That's just.
And if you waver 5 degrees either way, you're a Nazi.
Right. And you know, I've often just studying the word communism. In theory, if you have a commune of people trying to survive together, on a small scale, communism makes sense because everybody is trying to survive in that particular small subsetting, if you will. You know what I mean? Yeah. Fucking, Lord of the Flies situation or whatever,
Of all accounts, it works in a very small scale. But
right.
As soon as you enlarge it, it just falls apart.
Right. So them applying that to a free country is where the problem arises. If you keep the country free and people want to have their own communes in upstate New York or fucking Oregon or whatever, where they live by their own communism, fine.
Chaz,
that was a bad example, but
honest to God, I remember watching footage of that, and I was like, "This is happening in America," and then like there's people walking on the road lynching other people on the streets.
It was bizarre, dude. And they basically, law enforcement abandoned it.
Yeah.
Just allowed destruction of property.
Well, I remember seeing a murder on a live stream there, in the middle of the street. It was over nothing. If I can try and remember, it was just.
I remember that.
They were like chasing. Did someone get shot outside a jeep? They were like, it was sort of a standoff sort of thing going on.
Yeah, I remember that. That was crazy.
That was Chaz, wasn't it? Not Chaz. It was Chaz.
Were they the same thing?
No, they were different. They were different cities, weren't they?
I thought they were both in Oregon.
No, the one was in Oregon. The other one was in Seattle.
Maybe Washington. Okay.
I think it might have been Seattle. I'm not 100%. Just one of my brains chucking out.
So when was this? Was it
2020, I think, wasn't it? 2019.
So was it pre-COVID? I mean, it's so hard to fucking separate everything. You know what I mean? Chaz or Chaz. I'm not sure, English Bottle Cap. They were both acronyms for something. That much.
Shithole.
Yeah, right. And around that time, it was when some serious bombs got thrown towards a government building, and either Chad or Chaz or Chas or whatever the fuck it was. I remember seeing that, and those weren't fireworks, and nobody ever got prosecuted for any of that stuff. Do you remember those videos?
Yeah, I remember the one in Portland specifically. I think we talked about it last week, but I was on a different live, where they were throwing basically Molotov cocktails at a federal building. It was a federal. It was. Of course, state and federal. From what I know, in America, two completely different things. If you start fucking around with federal, you're getting yourself in big trouble. But border counts, they can throw petrol bombs at it and sort of be all right.
Yeah, I mean, I know this has been brought up in comparison to January 6th with the Capitol building, for sure. Different standards of prosecution.
It was more life threatening what I've seen in Portland.
Sure.
Because they were basically using Molotov cocktails to throw at the building, where I didn't see any of that going on.
There was definitely none of that. It wasn't a tea party. There was some violence. We've talked about it for tons of hours on here.
But what's really annoying is that they've taken all the Berkeley footage down. There's no Berkeley, but there is Berkeley footage still up. I looked the other day, but it's not much at all. And then you've got Portland, and you've got the Portland with the Patriots against Antifa, and you've got Berkeley, the same thing. And YouTube have stripped him, man. They've stripped him right down. You can't view it. It's not there. You could literally put the title in. If you know what I mean, it still wouldn't come up.
That's a shame.
Hey, man, if you put Ely Riot's Cardiff in, you won't get my footage. And yet I'm the most viewed footage in the country. If you look at all the clips, including all the mainstream media, you literally just see 3-4 pages of British legacy media showing clips on it. Not mine. Mine's completely hidden.
So yours is on your channel, but it's not coming up on the search algorithm.
So when it was downloaded, after my 3-hour download, I had 172,000 views, right? And in the last 4 months, I've had 2,000 views. I think I'm on 73. No, yeah, it's 2,000 views. I'm on 173 on that now. I know people say it gets hidden away, but when you actually put in like search engine Ely Riots Cardiff, it just don't exist. You could just scroll.
Do you is it monetized?
It was monetized, amazingly enough. It was crazy. I done a 2-minute clip off the live stream, and it was restricted immediately. Yeah,
like a short? Was it a short?
Well, no, it was like a 2-minute, which I snatched off my live stream where they started throwing fireworks at the police. I thought that'll be good as a clip. So I put that in as a clip. It got restricted immediately, and my live stream was still green lighted for monetization for a couple of days, and then it just said no, fuck off. Wow. I don't know, just.
Damn. Did you do when you did it? Was it a live broadcast?
Yeah, it was a live. Yeah, I just went live. I had 21,000 on there live, Steve.
And you had the chat opened?
Yeah, the chat was going berserk. It was just fucking.
Must have been. You can't even read it. It goes by so fast. It's fucking crazy.
And to be honest, I just took the chat off in the end because I just needed to concentrate what was going on.
Sure. Yeah. You almost feel bad because you're missing everybody and it's fucking so fast. Yeah.
Yeah, right, I thought my mods would slow it down, but that wasn't being done. I was just like...
Yeah, I hear you, man.
But as you know, if they don't want it, you're not going to see it. And that goes for everyone. I mean, the classic one is Mark Dice. Mark Dice, he had a 2016 video on his channel, and it was like Hillary fans' reactions. Now that had like 500,000 views in like, I don't know, it would be a week or whatever. And now he said if you put my exact whole title in, you put the whole title in, spell it completely correctly, it will not come up, and I'll be like number 60 on the choice.
Huh.
Yeah, and you know, he'd done it real time. He pumped it in. And
Is that
it's
also
just
true with DuckDuckGo?
sorry.
Have you tried searching using DuckDuckGo or any of the other?
Yeah, but you're using the YouTube, you know, search engine because you would, you know, you've downloaded on YouTube. So if
Yeah.
you put the whole title in, then you would expect it to be the first three on the all on the first page, wouldn't you? But it's like 60 videos back, you know, 10 screens back. You know, and even then, he had the most views out of everyone near enough. So it just shows what they do to throttle it, anti-throttle it.
Unmute. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So when you use DuckDuckGo, it doesn't supersede like the YouTube search engine.
Yeah, I would have thought. Yeah, exactly. It would still give the same thing as YouTube, wouldn't it? If you've done it via.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, 'cause it'd be the YouTube. It'd be nothing to do with DuckDuck. You're not searching DuckDuck. You're just using DuckDuck as your thing to get into YouTube. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought there'd be any difference.
Is DuckDuckGo free, Last Dance?
Yeah, it's free.
Is it worthy, you think, in your opinion?
I use it by default just to avoid being tracked and sold by Google, but it's not as good as Google. But Google's not as good as it used to be. English Bottle Cap is making this point, and I have to agree. It seems like 15 years ago when you searched for something, you know, right on the first page would be what you needed. Now, when I search for something, it's just pages and pages of garbage that I'm not.
Yeah,
It's not what I want. I'm not interested in it. It's
I mean, realistically speaking, if you're gonna like post anything on social media and you want to get anything factual and you're doing your own research, go to Google and then bounce off Google and then go to another search engine. That's basically what you've got to try and do because even if you look for definition of words, you know, when you look for a definition of a word, if you put it through Google, it'll give you such a woke definition. It's crazy. And then you look for another definition and you say, oh, I say, I'll go through Urban Dictionary. You know, put the word through Urban Dictionary and get the definition off there, and then the definitions on Urban Dictionary would be what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, Google just tell you you're a fascist or say like you're a Nazi on it. I'm like, wait there, what?
We ended up covering a bit of the university stuff last week, right? The
Yeah.
Senate.
The presidents of the universities testifying.
It looks like Harvard's going to stand behind that
Claudine
woman,
Gay. Yeah.
Claudine Gay. Yeah.
I thought she resigned, didn't she?
No,
No,
that
the
was
one-
the University of Pennsylvania lady
hmm
resigned.
But I think she still kept her tenure and professorial position, right?
Yeah.
So,
She got a pension for sure.
oh hell yeah! I mean, Elizabeth Warren teaches one class per semester at Harvard, and her salary is around $400,000 a year for that one class.
It's like Pelosi's family members share deals, isn't it? Come on.
But speaking of that, though, there's a lot of wealth in the Senate, and they've always done far better with investments than the average person. What do you think that's connected to? You know?
They're gifted, aren't they?
And we're talking like tens of millions to multiple tens of millions for people that didn't have that 20 years ago, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's just quite obviously, you know, it takes a talent to be able to buy at a certain time or sell at a certain point, and you always seem to be spot on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Clever
Well,
people.
for one thing, it's almost exclusively rich people who run for the Senate, so they already have they already have a lot of money, and they're older in life, so it's all put into investments so they can have long-term investments. They have a lot of money, and that's just to start with. Then there's all sorts of ways that they can take advantage of their position. Um, so I don't know that anybody's been able to prove that that insider activity is helping these senators, but I mean, how you really can't tell for sure, but someone makes a move while they're in office, a stock move. How do who could say? It's not like, there's going to be a smoking gun tying them to information they know about in advance.
Is there a watchdog group? Is there a monitoring group that would say, wait, 3 months ago you dumped all this stock and now this company is being questioned by the Senate for this, that, and the other thing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think senators typically actively manage their stock portfolios, but they have spouses that do.
Wow.
And so the distinction may not be significant.
A bit like 9 members of the Biden family.
Yeah.
The old shell companies and the old deposits in bank accounts.
What do you think of what do you guys think of the pending impeachment?
Wow. Depends who you speak to, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sure does.
I honestly haven't been paying much attention
There's
to it.
nothing. It's a nothing burger.
We got Sarita. She's got a big jug of Everclear with her.
Sarita. Is that sweet tea?
Water.
Water.
She's much better at consuming liquid water than I am.
It's only a gallon.
Yeah.
Is that your day's worth?
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
It's like a week's worth for me.
That's good. I drink like 3 liters a day on average, maybe 4 when I'm sick.
Wow.
Pretty good.
You got to, man. You just got to. But I don't know. So, Base Welshman, you said a crock of shit. Is that what I heard you say when it comes to?
I said, if you ask the Democrats, they'll say it was a nothing burger.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the judiciary aspect of doing something about it. I don't trust it's going to do anything about it.
Biden?
I don't think the Bidens are going to get hit very hard, if they even get hit at all.
Mm-hmm.
If the evidence that they are already listing on paper for the reasons why they want to go after the impeachment are legitimate reasons and are facts, if that's not enough to automatically say that it's all done and over, then it's just going to go through the motions and then they're going to let them go.
The thing is, it's an impeachment inquiry at the moment. It's not an impeachment. So when they say, they have nothing, well, this is the whole point, to see if they do have anything, isn't it? This is what the inquiry is about, to see if they have a case.
But don't they have tons and tons of lawyers that would simply say, "Oh yeah, when he did this, that's an impeachable offense."
Yeah, and that's what they're bringing forward now, though, isn't it?
The back and forth to try and justify why it is or isn't. I guess it's all opinion based. Law is opinion based. Sometimes it seems that way.
Well,
I think.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think Drone Tech was talking about making a video about proof of this impeachment, things that would be on the provable side or evidence side against Joe.
The video he just released is what he was talking about. It's about evidence.
Yeah, he just released a video, and there's plenty to question in the video he's just released on it, where he's basically Hunter's giving a message to say, "Don't fuck with me. If I get the big man involved, this will be game over."
He used about a handful of solid reasons why they could inquiry, or I would say pass the inquiry and go straight to court.
He was calling him the big fella, wasn't
The big guy.
The big guy, yeah.
That was one of the things.
To me, it seems obvious why there's reason to inquire, because Hunter has obviously been involved with both Chinese companies and Ukrainian business interests, and there's no obvious reason why they would hire Hunter Biden for any purpose other than his ability to reach back into the Biden administration. So that does, I think, require at least
he'd
some
recently been kicked out the army for cocaine, hadn't he? So he had loads of experience to join a Ukrainian oil business.
I mean, if that's qualifications and it's good on your resume, I can see how he got the job.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't mean that there is corruption. I mean, it's entirely possible that people hire Biden on the assumption that he'll be able to wield some influence, and he's not able to. It's entirely possible that he says the big guy gets 10% when he's just actually bullshitting his way from beginning to end. I mean, I don't think of those as those are pretty far from smoking guns.
The whistleblowers have said a lot, mind you, haven't they? You know, the whistleblowers saying that Creepy was in the room chatting, at least 19 phone calls. I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some of the phone calls between Joe and Hunter. They were released, and they were as pathetic as anything you've heard, because it's a father trying to talk to his drug-addled ghoul of a fucking son, a fuck-up of a son, and trying to be like a father to him, but, I mean, it's ugly. It ain't pretty. I mean, you guys have heard those, haven't you?
Yeah, but don't forget, Joe said Hunter's the most intelligent man he knows. He spent £800,000 on whores. I mean, how much did he spend on cocaine? If he spent $800,000 on whores, that's what I want to know.
Hey, to be fair, that was just one very high-end whore.
Yeah.
The one in the video?
I don't know.
Well, the one where he's ringing up the drug dealer and arguing about the weight, saying you've tapped me up. This only weighs 2.2 grams instead of 3.5.
Right. Yeah. So he bought it.
Gun.
I think he legally had purchased the gun, and he was illegal to possess it under the influence of illegal narcotics.
He didn't pass the information over that he was a drug user.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That being said, there's a lot of people who probably have firearms that have broken that law, because just remember, cannabis is Schedule 1 federal narcotic.
Yeah, but when have you, Steve, filmed yourself taking Class A, doing loads of drugs with prostitutes on top of that, being naked in all these videos, and then take your laptop, to a random repair shop and forget it. Now that's the reason why, there's people who take drugs that behave and act normally. He takes drugs and he does shit like that.
Right.
He is a basket case.
Yeah, he's like, what do they call it? Like chasing the dragon or whatever. He's not getting high to relax and take a load off, and he's like going fucking all out, dude. It's like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, He's just going for it, man.
If you had millions and millions of dollars and you could do whatever you wanted, chances are you're probably gonna do some stupid shit.
Not like that.
Not that stupid. I don't think I would degrade to that point. I think you have to kind of be introduced to that somehow at a young age, and then you're way ahead of the curve. But don't know.
Yeah, no. My money would be spent on houses strategically placed all around the country, boats, fun shit.
Those are on the border, though.
Not drugs.
She's picking on your accent, dude.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not picking on it.
Totally. No, she's asked if you were Canadian.
Yeah.
No, Boston.
He's a Canadian
honestly.
in training.
Boston with no Boston accent.
Yeah, I don't hear an accent.
I'm picking up on the like oat
Oot.
kind of.
It's about time.
Yeah. That's why I
Could be.
wondered.
So close to the border now, it's just rubbing on you.
I've been to Montreal probably about 20 times in my younger.
That explains it.
It's the
Yep.
bakers
And
up there.
that's those are frogs though, Frenchies, you know, and they fucking hate Americans, dude. But they like our money, so that's really all that matters. Fun
They
place
are
to go.
exclusive. My only real experience with the French are on a stupid phone game, but it's interesting how if you go to a Russian alliance of Russian-speaking people, they act a certain way, and in the French group, there's a very different sort of way, like how they have aggressions, what kind of crap they talk, their puns and jokes. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's also interesting that all those phone games have built-in translators now, so you don't actually have to speak the same language. You can just speak your normal language, and the other people can understand it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not perfect, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well,
I'm done rambling. Someone else go.
Funny, you know, they legalized cannabis in the whole country of Canada, but the province of Quebec and the Quebecois said no. Why?
Is it because they're like Catholic or something? Like heavily
No,
religiously run?
Catholicism and cannabis really have not. No, they've never really had a historical intertwine.
Why would
Unless
the
it's
The French
What?
did the French Revolution. I wouldn't think the French would be poo-pooing recreational drugs.
yeah, it's just herb. Although, if you ever, you know, they made all drugs legal in Vancouver.
They were showing video of that.
Yeah, have you seen some of that? Fucking hell on earth, dude.
I was talking to my dad about that, and he's like, you know, if you have Amsterdam, a place like Amsterdam, I think that was his example, they've been in an open drug use society for a very long time, and people have kind of like adapted to it. I don't know if it's like higher education of what it does, or just the culture's been a part of it for so long, they've kind of like evened out. But then you took Vancouver and you just slapped these new do whatever you want laws, and people went and did whatever they wanted, and they're on the side of the road, barked.
Yeah,
Can I
it's
jump?
fucked up.
Can I jump in? So with,
Sure, buddy.
with Holland, I've done 5 trips, I think, in Holland. I think it was. I've got into crazy behaviour. You just,
I believe you.
yeah, I used to follow Wales play in football around Europe, like. So yeah, you can imagine it. It wasn't even pretty. It was just carnage. From, like,
Right.
time to get
Especially if you're with a bunch of your sports mates.
Oh yeah, like a couple of us got beat up, and then you're all like on the hunt for these guys. It's like crazy, you know.
Secreting adrenaline, testosterone, adrenaline just pouring out of you.
Well, I'll tell you now. My brother's stag party was. It's all coming back to me. 2 of the boys got stabbed. They ended up in the canal.
What?
Jesus.
2 of the boys got stabbed in the ass.
Oh, not dead though. I thought you meant like they got stabbed.
Yeah, and they jumped in the canal.
Still sucks, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. The secret with Amsterdam is when you walk in the red light district and you get approached, which happens, I believe, more often now than it maybe used to, because this left-wing government, they haven't opened up the coffee shops. They're taking licensing away, so the shops are closing down as such, because they're not allowing the licenses to change, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So the secret is when you get what it was back in the day, and I'm sure it'll be the same now, is you just don't stop. Just say no, keep walking, because they've got a little patch. That patch is like 2 shop widths or something like that. They've got like an unwritten rule, and then you're the next dealer's sort of attempt. But if you show like you're not interested and you don't stop, the secret is don't stop, keep walking. The next guy will see what's happening and just leave you alone. If you get my drift.
So there's like an unwritten rule that if you show true disinterest, that they will leave you alone.
Well, if you keep walking, because their patch is only like a couple of shops width. If you get my drift, it's not written down. It's not a line across the road. But if you get my drift, it's then someone else's. The next patch is someone else's. So if they see you like basically just put your hand up, saying "No, pal," and just keep walking, then they won't bother you. Do you know what I mean? The next people.
It sounds like there's a lot of booming business if your turf can only be one store width.
Well, if you're a bit wet behind the ears, you can get yourself in big trouble. You know.
Peace sign, peace sign, peace sign. All right, peace sign. He did it. You're coming on, Irish. There he is. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Welcome.
I'd rather you didn't show my face.
You probably
But
didn't
never
even
mind,
get
that's
shown.
okay.
No, we didn't. We didn't see it.
It was very
No
fast.
problem. Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, that's great.
I don't think so.
You should always ask somebody to turn their camera off first.
If they want to, sure. I hear you, buddy. You don't sound Irish.
Well, that's okay.
Are you a transplant from the UK?
Transplant.
Well, I am Irish, but I don't live in Ireland.
Okay, cool.
Do you have
Well,
any thoughts?
Hang on a
any
minute.
thoughts
Let
on
me
what's
just
been
sort my
happening recently?
audio out because I can hear myself.
Yeah, see, you might
20
have if you mute the YouTube tab and just leave the StreamYard tab on, you'll be good to go.
Ah, that may be it.
That's all. You have two
Hang on a minute.
audios
Give me
open.
2 seconds.
Sure.
I'm curious to hear about Irish's thoughts
Why
on.
can I hear myself?
You can just close the
That is so
YouTube
annoying. Hang on a minute.
close the YouTube tab as well.
Can you hear me now? No.
Yes,
We can hear you fine.
Oh, no, you can.
loud and clear.
Yeah, hang on a minute.
Sure.
And bum. I think I know what it might be. Oh yes. Oh, hang on a minute.
No problem. So it looks like we're going to have aphid in about 15, which is going to be good, close to 9er.
Better 15 seconds.
Yeah, there you go, English.
Hang on.
I'm looking after my nephew tonight, chaps. He's 1 and he's just starting
I
to cry.
think I know what it is.
No.
Is he awake? Based?
He's
Okay.
in his cot crying.
You're going to have to go tend to him.
Steve, wife, yeah, I'm feeling it now.
I don't think so. I could be wrong.
I
What is that?
okay. Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great. I can't hear myself, but you can
All
hear
right,
me.
Yeah, you figured it out. You got it.
If this goes on for another minute,
Thank you.
I'm
Oh,
not into the conversation.
sorry about that, guys. How are you all? How are you all?
Not bad, man. Not bad. How are
Pretty
you?
Yeah, not bad. I'm new here, but you know, I enjoy the conversation you guys dealing with.
Cool. Thank
I
you.
don't know much about the American thing. That you know, I can join in with the how it applies to the UK. One thing I do like to talk about with
Steve.
the US thing is
Get ready.
Yeah, just put it on your own camera, Steve.
is
Your face
100%.
only.
Change it.
Same character
Steve.
type, same play type.
Change it. Kick.
it's the well,
Kick.
Hold on, Last Dance.
Yeah, we don't have to kick, but I'm just saying, like, just put it on your camera because it's
100%. That's Crankle.
Okay. How can you
Good.
tell by his voice?
troll. It's troll style.
I knew straight away, but what it is the way it's not what he says. It's not the voice. It's what he says and the way he says the sentence.
Okay.
How he thinks. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way he articulates himself is Crankle.
Well, I also didn't detect even the slightest hint of an Irish accent, so.
No,
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Good.
a good try, Crankle. But I knew as soon as you started talking, I knew, but I had to make sure.
What just happened?
Oh, sorry. There's a guy that trolls Welshman that comes in and just acts like a troll and then puts nasty porn on the screen.
Oh.
It's his hobby. Makes him feel important.
Yeah, and if he's still listening, just leave my shit alone, dude. I don't care what your beef is with dude below me. I like the guy, and if that makes your beef with him, your beef with me, so be it. But frankly, just move on. Live your own life. Be well and prosper on your own. Just leave me the fuck alone, please, man. I know that ain't gonna make a difference, but seriously, right?
Sadly, just made it worse.
And the thing is, we used to debate quite well, but the problem you've got with him is that he can't be trusted because he sticks gore and porn on, which obviously affects your channel. And he's done it more. He's done it like he is the original porn bomber, around us. So basically, he was the person that was the architect on a lot of the porn bombing that went on. But he went beyond porn bombing to literally going out of his way to shut down one of his mates, basically his own channel. Because like I said, he walked home from his narrow boat. He was 20 minutes, half hour it takes him. And in that 20 minutes, half hour, in his thumbnail, he put in loads of gore and porn. And it was.
I think we should just move on and talk about something else because he's getting limelight. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I know, but it's just sad, really, because I wouldn't mind talking to him, but I know what it can do and what he does, so that's why I had to pull the plug on it again. And I don't want to pull the plug on it. I prefer to debate him, to be honest.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, man.
You know, it's a shame we can't turn off their video. They can
Well,
turn off their video.
What you can do, Steve, what you can do is if you went full screen for yourself or Last Dance, and you can bring him on, but you put someone else full screen, then you can actually like that. So you could still technically bring him on. And
It blows my mind that they don't have that setting, though, Welshie.
Yeah,
It blows my mind that they're paying for a service that doesn't have something simple like that.
I mean, yeah, that's probably the only one would work is the solo one.
yeah, it's the solo one. It's the only one you can do.
I like this one the best with the little
Do you have
border
the ability to throw on like a technical difficulties? Or I know, yeah, you can throw on third-party media. When you show video, like how do you show videos with StreamYards? How do you show a picture?
there's a link to show a video.
So there's just a fill tab somewhere that you drop a link in and it puts that up.
Well, it's a present button, and it gives you 3 options: slide, extra camera, video file, or share screen. Next 4 options.
Yeah.
So
What is the cost for this service, and how often is it charged?
Free.
I pay $25 a month.
25 a month.
You can get it for free, but you can only have 6 panel members. But if you pay, what it is, it's unlimited when you pay.
It's more than 10.
I think it's 20 hours a month you get for free with 6 guests.
Well,
And then if you
I thought,
pay your
I thought 10 was the
25,
cap.
Mine's
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, if you pay,
but the
if you
unlimited
pay your
time
money,
a month.
if you pay your money, then you can get 10 guests on and have unlimited, and you have loads of other things.
Unlimited
I
time.
just think that's very expensive, personally. I'm surprised.
I hear you.
I appreciate that you do it, dude. I'm just curious if there's another medium, unless you don't want to have to deal with relearning everything again.
I look at it as an expense of entertainment. That's okay. Now my fucking screen's fucked up since I started fucking with the stupid tabs.
Looks good to me. I mean,
But it's
Yeah, it's fine. It looks
All
normal
right.
to us.
Just clap
I'm-
your hands.
I'm gonna X myself out, but the stream's gonna keep going. Last Dance Talk. Okay, bye.
It's all you, Dan. Entertain us.
The boom of technology got hold of him in the end. Yeah, I gotta go. I'll come back. I'll just pull the plug and come back.
You know, I
Hopefully that
think
works.
that StreamYard is probably more responsive to requests for features, certainly than YouTube, because StreamYard is obviously not as big as. Well, who's that asshole trying to join? Oh, Smokesteve.
Here we are. All right, that's better.
Give us
So,
the
yeah,
peace sign, Steve. Is that? Oh, okay. Just making sure.
They you really should put in a feature request for StreamYard.
You're their number one client, so.
So, Steve, what did he look like when you put him up? When he put on camera, what was he looking like?
He looked up. either blonde or blondish gray.
So he's got a changer going on there, a face changer as well.
Yeah, he didn't look like the same guy from before, but yeah, it was his as Smoke Wife says, his cadence that had me. I was like, my finger was hovering right over the button.
Yeah.
It's good to see we have artificial intelligence technologies that really help society with changing our faces and our voices so we can go and be worthwhile in the community.
I mean, it almost makes it so every single new person ever that is uninvited randomly from the internet is incredibly suspect until
unless we know them prior.
Yeah,
unless we Discord them or something.
That's what I mean.
You can't even do that, Steve, because next week what you'll do, you'll just, because he's done this for years now. You'll just get my thumbnail and pretend he's me.
Right.
Just come on as me. You'll look at that and you'll think, oh, that's...
No, you sound more intelligent than him, so it'd be a bad attempt.
Smokesteve, that idea that Based had of putting yourself on the screen, and then while he's there, kind of interviewing him, force him to talk a little, answer some questions.
Sort of a vetting process.
It's a vetting process, and you'll be able to tell.
It'll be harder for him to act that longer.
Right.
So by default, you should do that to every guest anyway. Now, really.
Well, a lot of the times the guest, so we
but then it's easy to screenshot a thumbnail and make an account.
You're right. You're right.
For the most part, unless it's the person like if it's RW and
he knows us.
You know what?
People that have never joined before.
You're right though, Welshman. They could record the video of somebody and use that, and not as a thumbnail, but almost use that on a loop.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean the opportunities are endless when you think about it.
Yeah, but like you know when you said V as well, like that's another one. He's basically he's got glasses with a baseball cap, and he's got a green background, but. My point is that when you change yourself and you say 69, they can say 69 because they've.
Can we talk about something else? Because he's literally sitting there fapping right now to how much he's getting.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know. What is Okay, so that's McRand offering a vetting question. Yeah, I mean the vetting idea for the future. That's a good one, guys. I'll put the full screen up if I question anybody, and Last Answer you're usually here to remind me because I often forget those sorts of things. All right, rum, anyone?
Rum?
I'll stick with my bubbly.
Last Answer, you having water tonight?
I'm gonna switch to a gin and tonic soon. I'll wait for
There you go.
I'll wait for my girlfriend to come on, and then I'll get a drink.
You mean Aphid Lip?
Of course.
Oh.
you knew exactly who I meant.
Come on, Grandy, come on the panel. We need to.
Well, she wants to give you love and respect. He needs to see your face.
To be honest, with you, he has some sort of right-leaning points quite often. But you've only got to say.
What kind of bait are you putting on the hook tonight, my friend? Squid.
Well, you've only got to say Trump or DeSantis, and that's it. It's game on, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's nice for other people to be able to talk a little bit too. So,
me and Dan's talked for like 3 hours on Thursday, or what day was that?
That was
Thursday. Yeah,
it was Thursday, the debate night, but there was no debate.
The debate of two. We even scared off some kids. We were just talking about real life.
Tyler showed up. He's a very smart guy.
Yeah, he's a good addition to any conversation, I think, which is fantastic.
Yep.
And I'm stoked that he's found a woman and he's going to get married and, have that journey. I think he's a good person, and I think that he found a person that would make him a better person. So that's pretty cool. And they have quite a journey ahead of them for when the rainbow no longer shoots out of the other person's ass. Then you start to figure out what relationships are all about. Hoorah.
You start to smell the farts.
We start to smell the farts. We made it to 10 years, though. We plateaued. We're doing good. Right?
Didn't even try to run away this year.
She didn't. Although it's not the end of the year yet.
That is true. Couple of weeks, Rod. Don't.
She does want to go back to Australia. So, I mean, that's a major financial cost, and a risk for her to travel that far, and the whole family can't go because of the financial cost. So it's like, it's a bittersweet type of opportunity.
Yeah. So what are you going to do?
What do you mean? What is she going to do there?
Eat all the good food.
Okay.
Lay on the beach.
A beach with sand on it?
Beach with real powdery sand.
Hey,
Oh
you
my
know
God.
Sandy Point, right, Dance?
Yeah.
Did you hear his laugh though? It's like
That
oil
sounds
slick.
disgusting.
It's like
Right.
sandcastle's like 10 feet tall.
No.
I think it's called sand, but I think it's actually broken glass.
Cigarette filters.
with
like-
cigarette
like-
butts, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm so glad that was your laugh. Your laugh was a response. That answered the question better than anything else.
You know,
I mean-
there's
I've been told that Florida beaches are good. I haven't been yet, but I don't know. I just doubt it.
Hey, McGrand, is the beaches down there in Florida pretty nice, man?
Well, they've changed since DeSantis has been in power.
Or did they sell the sand to China like Australia's
Yeah.
doing?
Sailor Jerry. All right.
Well, Florida is China free, isn't it?
Is it?
So, yeah,
I thought
you were right.
California was competing for the first mainland China edition.
Yeah, but
I don't know how to say that.
you said Florida, didn't you?
Yeah, I was asking if the beaches in Florida were beautiful. I'm guessing they are. Like, I know that when my parents go to Anna Maria, that's just stunning. It's just stunning. So, but I
There's a
know
lot
that
of
that's
nice
probably not
beaches
true
in
for
Florida.
everything.
Florida beaches are not on par, not without par. They're incredible.
Did
In my
the
opinion.
oil spill from BP, or I think it was BP, did it come back from the damage that it did when it spilled all that oil? The beaches there?
Definitely. Oh yeah,
Did it damage Florida beaches? I don't know how far the spill went.
it
I
did.
figure it went to all the beaches all around that Gulf.
It did a lot. I believe up in Pensacola in that area it was pretty bad.
But I've
But-
seen programs about the Everglades in Florida, and obviously a lot of them have been sort of stripped and stuff. But where the Everglades are, these hurricanes that come in, it's more than a sponge. It's a dampener. It dampens a lot of the sort of what's it called, the in currents. You know, when it starts the
Storm surge. There you go, buddy.
Yeah. And it's amazing how it works. They showed that the Everglades and the marshlands that nature is working perfectly there if you get much effort. But with the oil spills, even the Everglades sort of mopped that up in a way and dealt with it.
Yeah, I mean, New Orleans at a time was a lot of marshland, a lot of barrier ecosystems. A lot of that got filled in. A lot of it got built on. Along came Katrina, and boom, there's your results. A fucking nightmare. When you build things that are below sea level.
12 foot. 12 foot, I think a lot of it was. 12 foot. I mean, that's fucking crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and it's like that here. It's like that everywhere. Salt marshes and that coastal ecosystem is just like you said, a sponge, a buffer zone. It helps save the inland when you get rid of
Yeah.
them.
I mean,
You're talking destruction.
A dampener like is really it, because when there's nothing in front of it and it breaks through anything they put up in its way, then there's nothing stopping it. But of course, these Everglades, they're like the first 10 miles, hopefully, takes all the bite out of it. And it,
Yeah.
of all accounts, like with the New Orleans, when you were saying, they took a lot of it away, and the end result is a shit show.
And a lot of, as well as the Everglades, as you're saying, there's another thing called mangrove islands. These mangrove. McGrand knows all about the mangroves. They're thriving ecosystems, and they also do a lot to block these storm surges. They're very cool.
Where was that?
Queensland.
But it was a specific beach that it was like.
What, the sand squeaks between your toes?
We went to a beach. Or go ahead.
Well, I mean, it was all of the Sunshine Coast, really. In Queensland, it's so powdery, and like
Pure.
it's
So
just
pure.
yeah. You lift it up, and it just like it's like dust that just blows away. But when you're walking, there's a certain squeak to it.
As it grinds against itself, it makes a perfect pitch each time that you.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's trippy.
I've only ever
Cool.
seen it at one beach. I swear it was.
Really?
Yeah, because there were. I mean, the beaches were all nice, but only one was really that clean.
I was probably like Sunrise, somewhere like that.
Yeah.
So you remember, but that's
Super
yeah.
cool. You got to watch out for all kinds of crazy shit you could step on down there, right? Isn't there a little conical snail thingy that like will give
Yeah,
you the
the
zap
blue-ring
of a
octopus is
lifetime?
one, I think. Yeah.
Well-
Yep. But the
Crazy.
blue ring octopus usually causes more problems. That and the manta ray, like the jellyfish, don't kill you, but they definitely can tear you up.
Box jellyfish?
Yeah.
The manta ray.
But
We-
the blue ring octopus is so pretty, and it's tiny, and
Mesmerizing.
stupid tourists like to pick them up, and they can kill you within like half an hour.
Crazy.
So.
I was messing with one when I was there and didn't realize what it was.
Oh
It's
my
very
God.
it's like when Americans see octopi, or they don't. It's such a trippy creature that it's hard to like just be like ignore it.
Right.
We get box jellyfish, I think, over here on the west coast of the UK.
You ever been tagged by one? Even a baby?
Yeah, when I'm sure it's box jellyfish. but
I think you might get Portuguese man of war.
that's what we get.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
the
are
blue
fucking
sailor.
nasty, dude.
They're
Yeah, the
the
little
blue
bubble,
sailor. Yeah.
little bullet bubble.
We just get waves of them when it's like super sunny. They come in with the tides, I think.
What's the name of that
Yeah,
creature?
but when they come in, like you touch them, you know about it.
They're nasty. They hurt.
What are
Supposedly,
you
if
talking
you-
about, RW?
1 second. What was that? Let dance.
What are you just we're trying to figure out?
There's a little magical looking creature that eats the man of war in Australia, and I'm trying to look up the picture so you can see it because I thought it when someone showed it to me, I thought it was pretend made up.
Huh, cool. I think I can envision what you're talking about.
They're little
Saltwater
blue-
crocodiles are awesome. Cup of tea. They are scary, but they
Yeah.
are a beast.
They're so cool.
They're-
They're like bubbles.
Glaucus atlanticus. I'll send you guys the picture image.
I can throw one up on the screen.
Come back at you. And this is one color, but they can also be much brighter
Wait,
blue.
Yeah, I've heard of these. The sea dragon. Yeah, I've seen these before. They're beautiful, man.
Yeah, that picture doesn't really give it justice because it would glitter and sparkle in the sun when you see it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks. That's already dead, right? It's kind of frozen.
That was the guy we don't talk about.
Here we go. Look at that thing. It's beautiful. It's got,
so
it's-
Yeah,
tiny.
it is tiny.
That's a
Is it-
baby.
does it have one eye? Is it the Cyclops? Fuck,
I'm not
crazy.
sure what that one eye blob thing is. I think that's. I don't know if it can because it can probably make that shape or whatever it wants with its skin. It's like a floating slug dragon. It's just trippy.
Yeah, I mean, you see a tail. So going by our normal, like, biological learnings, tail, legs, head, eyeball. But who knows?
Eyeballs, and that's his little puppy nose.
It's
I assume
just...
it's
If
unbelievably
you get more
poisonous.
pictures, I think it shows two eyeballs. That Cyclops thing, it's either unique or deformed or trying to mate. I don't know.
That one has acne. It's a teenager.
That's the skin problem. Yeah.
Uh-oh,
Dude,
we
my
got a new...
10-year-old son has black heads like I can't believe. So.
Oh, God.
Don't worry.
Oh,
We'll
Alice,
see
are you
where-
coming on, dude? You just
We'll
came on to
see
say
where they-
goodbye.
You know what the word sus means, Last Dance?
Suspect.
Okay. All
Suspect.
right.
Suspicious.
I wasn't sure if when I say sus to you, you're searching like Urban Dictionary. What does he mean by sus? I don't know.
Does
That's
anyone else use Urban
majorly
Dictionary?
used in Australia. Do you use that Welshie over in the UK?
What's
You
that?
say sus a lot?
Yeah, we always say sus.
Yeah,
But
that's
sus-
a very British
sus-
thing.
Sus
Yeah.
really means to me that dodgy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they also say dodgy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have bogans?
No, it's Australian. That is.
They call them
What would
We-
be the British equivalent?
Yeah.
Well, a bogan, I think, in Australia means someone who like loons around in vehicles and just acts like a like a bit of a
It's the
petrol
Australian redneck.
Yeah, it's like the I
It's
guess the Australian
It's
redneck.
the redneck of Australian culture.
head.
Yeah.
Like a Crocodile Dundee?
No, no, he's a true blue Australian.
Okay.
like
Another word, just
Like
another
the
word
guy
is
that
like-
did the bomb munitions on Tropic Thunder.
I don't even know what that is.
another good
The guy in
word,
blackface?
Yeah. No,
Well-
not the guy in blackface. The guy that was the guy that blew shit up. He had a mullet, also known as a. That's
All
mullet.
right.
The mullet.
Yeah, I can picture it.
The mullet is key usually to the bogan lifestyle.
Another good word instead of sus, which you wouldn't have heard of, which I recommend you use on a regular, is
Ooh, what is it?
wrong'un.
wrongin. Yeah, I
Wrong'un.
hear
What is it?
Wrong.
I hear Hayden use that a lot.
Yeah, wrong'un. You're a wrong'un.
Another word that he uses is nonce, which I think of them as
Yeah,
synonym.
nonce is another British word.
That's a
Like-
pedo, right?
How do you spell
Yeah.
it though?
basically, yeah.
Nonce, Nonce.
Not
But
really.
wrong'un,
When do you use it?
wrong'un gets spelt with an AN or a UN, depends who writes it. But wrong'un, sort of same sort of thing. You're wrong'un, you are.
But it's nonce mean that you're a wrongin.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So what does he mean by sus? Can it mean to be like to ascertain something?
That's
I-
two S's. It's a different one.
Doesn't ascertain mean to acquire?
It's to
Yeah,
suss
that's a
something
different
out.
sus.
It's to
Oh,
suss
right, to
another
suss something out.
nature.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, like you sussed out that guy's a cop
Exactly.
or something like that.
Exactly.
I got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
like we sussed out, it was crankle.
Exactly, but that's two S's.
Yeah, it means different. Like, yeah.
Okay, I get it. And I don't think sus with one S could have an ED. It's only sus.
Right.
It's
Where does-
never-
Sorry, where does struth come from? Because I hear it by Australian
Australia.
surfers more than anyone else.
Never heard of
Yeah,
it.
Australia again.
Yeah. It's true.
What does
And it means God's truth, right? It's like the most. It's
Well-
the most powerful truth, or the best that you could have said it.
I would
I-
use it like that.
No,
I-
would I?
I would use it like damn, holy
Yeah.
crap, like
Yeah, struth.
what it is.
That was crazy.
like
That
oh,
was
it's truth.
Wow. Okay.
Wow,
You're right
I
there.
received
That's
it very,
what
I
it
was
received it very
wild.
differently.
It was wild. Like, yeah, it was a wild little buzz.
Damn.
No, that's when you say truth.
Well, that would be like word. I don't know. It's just. And tonight on the National Pub, we are going into culture and silly sayings.
You should be an announcer.
Thank you.
So, just to throw over some
Just stop
new,
using the slang.
just to
It
throw over
means
some
surprise.
new Irish law that's coming in. So in Ireland now, you can get your house raided. Well, it's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. They're going to try and do it before the end of Christmas. Obviously, they like to do things like that because they go on a breakdown and they can they'll just get quashed away, with the celebrations. But basically, you can get arrested now for posting a meme in Australia, in Ireland. They can knock your
About
doors
what?
down, take all your equipment, and go to prison for it.
About what though? Just a meme. It's not a meme. Period. There's no way. A meme about what?
Yeah,
Is it-
so a meme going against the narrative, basically. They'll call it hate speech, but they
Hate
actually.
speech, right?
What is the narrative?
well, whatever the narrative is, it could mean, you know, they could call something hate speech, and then something that doesn't follow the narrative completely fine free speech. In fact,
Let me ask it differently. Do you know the circumstance for the person that they did that to for the meme and what they said
no,
again?
because what they're doing, they're putting it through law now. And when challenged by some politicians saying, "Can you define hate speech for us?" and they couldn't, and then they mentioned far right, and they said, "Can you define far right?" and she basically said, "People who are anti-government, anti-vaccine." It's like, that's not far
Far
right.
left can't be hate speech.
What's that?
Far left is not hate speech.
Because that follows the narrative at the moment. So
Mhm.
when
Who do you
you
think?
can't,
Who do you
when
think
you
passed
can't-
the law?
Right. It's
yeah,
just,
exactly.
it's,
Yeah, but when they can't define these important terms that they're making a law for hate speech, and they can't define the term, you know, you're in all sorts of shit. And basically,
there's an American that got tagged for making a meme during the Trump campaign.
it
right?
was a little bit more than a meme. I'll give you that much. It was basically,
It was a number they could call to vote. Right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, they were telling people to ring this number up to vote on the day after the election.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
But you've got to be
People-
really dull to fall for that. You've got to be like
Pe-
super thick.
People are morons, dude. People are morons, and
Woo!
yeah, I guess if they're gonna believe it, geez,
Well,
it doesn't seem like a crime to me. I gotta say.
they said text this number to get your vote in for Hillary. I think it was like vote Friday the 10th of November or
Right.
whatever it was.
Yeah, because at what point does a prank become a crime?
Right, and there are also guys who go on TV and sell tens of thousands of dollars of water that they say if you buy it from them, and then lucky things will happen to you, right? So, like, people tend to believe some pretty wild shit, man. So,
So they'll go after a guy like for doing that, and then they'll go to some crypto clown who has just robbed, say 10 million people, £10 million off 1,000 people.
damn. How come you're there now? The fuck
Yeah.
happened?
You're going to scare viewers away.
How do we? There we go. Get me over there. All right.
Yeah, and they don't really go after someone like that, but they'll go after someone making a prank online. Funny, isn't it?
Wait. Okay. I gotta refine. I gotta refine this. All right.
There you go.
Who are you?
Who?
Sir, he's not talking. So what do I do now in my interrogation?
Well, just like I said, you can hear me as well. Crinkle, if it's you, just say it to you, mate.
He appears frozen.
Crinkle,
I think-
if it's you, just say it to you, and we'll keep it on this screen here. You can talk.
It's funny. It does look like Aphid's actually frozen.
It is frozen.
Did I do something?
No, dude.
No,
No.
either it's Crinkle ran out of tape or
Ran out of RAM.
Aphid Lip is having a problem.
I think that's actually Aphid because I haven't seen him in that black winter hat, black shirt combo. I've got a very good memory for fashion. And ever. Okay? Like, if that's a clip, dude went way back in the archives to get that one because I've never seen that outfit before.
Yeah, he's mostly
me
aphid, and
ask
he needs to refresh, but he will refresh.
When
Only he knows the
you
score.
added him, did that change the screen layout?
No, I changed it to myself, then I added him, and it changed it back
That's
to
what I'm
5.
So
Right.
it changes it just by adding him. It changes it.
Correct.
Brilliant.
So there's no way I could keep it just myself. I have to be.
No. It was just you, mate. It was just you.
No. When he got added, he was on the screen until Smokesteve put
A second or
back
two.
on. Yeah.
Standard protocol.
I didn't see it.
That was weird. He did he use Aphid? That was fucked
No.
up. man.
How about this? He took a screenshot so that when you brought him on, his screen came up, but actually, in reality, what we could see was just you. you understand what I'm saying? Because if he's taking a screenshot of the platform and of the layout,
I don't
that's why
know.
that's why you said it's frozen. Maybe, and like you said, it's literally just a screenshot of the layout we originally had. But of course, because you provided a different layout when you brought him on, it sort of overlaid to you, but to us, we only seen you.
I'm gonna go get a drink, Smokesteve.
Okay.
Don't add anybody unless you're positive.
Yes,
Now,
Chance.
I thought I saw movement.
Oh, definitely. He was
Okay.
definitely moving. He even drank something from his drink.
I think it was aphid.
Well, he'd be in the chat if it's Aphid now, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He's not in the chat.
Yeah,
so.
I'm sorry.
Well, Aphid is in the chat. Yeah, he is there. So.
In the chat?
Asking to type.
Oh, he's been in the chat, but not recently.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's all I've got to
He
say.
said
In the
something by
back
now.
chat. In the back chat.
I'll be back shortly.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to DM him.
Welsh, did you pay attention to the Giuliani stuff that's happening?
Well, yeah, I only seen this little interview where he's been ordered to pay us 148 million or something, and to two people in Georgia.
Right.
Correct.
Yep. There's two African American ladies that are politicians in Georgia that he defamed by. I didn't look into it enough. The closest I got was it was talking about backing Trump for saying that the election was stolen, but I don't know how to relate that. But in the end of the day, combined, it's over $100 million that he has to pay them, and then now he's going to go and fight it in court, and he's basically saying, "I'm going to fight this in court until I'm broke. I'm not going to. You're not getting any of this money," and his net worth is $80 million. Like how do you make that much money as a politician? Like what was he before that?
Lawyer.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, very good lawyer. Like a high-end lawyer,
Well, yeah, if he's a high-end lawyer, I guess he'll be all right.
Now, I have an amount that I'm going to say I think would be legitimate. Because I do think he did defame them. And I do think it did affect their lives negatively. And I do think it caused fear.
How do you think he defamed them?
From what he said.
What did he say?
But how did saying what he believed in defame them?
Because apparently it wasn't true. Okay,
he honestly believed it, though, didn't he? That's his defense.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you honestly believe something and then you say it about somebody and it's not true, that doesn't matter if you honestly believed it.
Yeah, but on top of that, do you think that 148 million split between two
way
people?
Too much? It's not a generational wealth question. It's a compensation question for defamation that I think should be a little bit less fantastical than hundreds of millions of dollars and more than $10,000. Let's say that much. I'm talking like pay off your house sort of thing, give you some level of comfort, being that there might have been defamation that might make your life harder to live. I'm not saying generational wealth that a family needs to have enough for their grandkids to buy mansions. No, that's not what it's about. But if he did defame them, and I do think he should be on the hook for it. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that.
I'm just trying to see what he said that was defaming, because all I found so far is a quote from one of the ladies, Miss Moss, who said, "I was afraid for my life. I literally felt that someone would attempt to hang me and there was nothing anyone could do about it." So it's like, what the hell did he say?
Yeah, here's the thing, RW. I looked for like 20 minutes earlier. It's fucking hard to find, dude.
Okay.
Because it's now been labeled as defamation, so they don't want it out there anymore.
Yeah, but even they've got to have quotations of what he said to convict him, surely.
You should be.
But when you're seeing you have to dig deep in the internet to find an article that's willing to show that information. It doesn't cast it in a good light if I can see that quote also in this article.
Exactly, it should be there. It should be straight away. You shouldn't need to search for it. It should just be poking his head out of the top, saying, "Hello, see ya."
When it comes to ChatGPT, they can do this in real time. That trips me out. They can create articles to push propaganda narrative in seconds.
Mhm.
Trips me out.
And did you hear about Sports Illustrated?
No.
They fucking invented a writer and gave him a name, and all they were doing was entering subjects into ChatGPT, and it was writing articles for them, which they were publishing in a magazine that people pay money for and monthly subscriptions for, and passing him off as a living human being. What a fucking joke that is, dude.
Dude, they're playing the game, man.
I know, but you gotta tell people.
Well, I guess you do now.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. You just go to ChatGPT and say, give me a story about the Portland Trailblazers, and they'll write the same or a reasonable facsimile of the one that you're going to find in Sports Illustrated, written by the same algorithm, AI.
I would say that ChatGPT is actually getting better than some of the piece rate article.
Probably.
Or you can make it way more entertaining. You can make it like pirate speech and all that within seconds. I thought it was great. I really thought it was fun. It's sad to see what's happening with it.
So, pardon my ignorance, but can ChatGPT watch a sports game and gain, can it keep track of the athletes it's watching on, and can it say, what? Last Dance?
No, I'm sorry. Go on.
Can it do that? Can it single out Steph Curry? Is the capability of it that far ahead for it to be able to literally watch a football game and write an article about what it is seeing? Now, when I say watch, I know it literally sounds dumb, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Process a football game, decipher the numbers, apply a name to them, be able to tell what's a pass, what's an incompletion, what's a fucking sack, what's a fumble, what the calls are. You know what I mean?
Not yet.
But it's gonna.
My assumption is that I'm not sure if it can, without text, receive that information, and I'm not sure if it can listen to sound wave and pull information like that. I'm not sure if it can create algorithms from data, or it can just pull styles of sentences. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that will be able to happen with it within a short period of time.
Mm-hmm. Aphid, can you hear me? Thumbs up?
You should be able to chat in comments as well under his name. So
can you give me a couple double thumbs up, bro? And can you do the chicken dance? Chicken dance. Yeah, he's doing the chicken dance. All right, we got ourselves. There he is.
Show us the egg
before.
My internet was just messed up. I need to go reset it.
That's funny.
Good timing, buddy.
Good.
So, I could hear you guys when I was watching, getting ready, and I knew my other devices were active, but when I logged on and was sending and receiving stuff,
Here it goes again. Yeah, you got problems, bro. Loose wire or something.
I thought it was just me.
No, it's him. He's froze up again. He's going to be bullshit.
He's got locked in syndrome.
Did he blow more shit up? I hope he didn't blow more shit up this week.
How you doing, Ashley? Good to see you. I haven't seen her yet. If she was here earlier and I missed her, sorry. Good to see you. And it is too nuanced. But imagine the day, right, when ChatGPT or one AI can literally watch a game and it will be able to give you a recap right after. That would be incredible. That's going to take some serious processing, though.
There's got to be technology, AI, that can receive video or audio and data fill with that information. There's got to be.
You're talking about so many levels of being able to physically watch the game, watch the referees, listen to the announcers. Golly, it's incredible. But
if a human being took the game and put all the information in, like the transcript, or you know how YouTube can CC now?
Yes.
Put the text. If that was put onto a database somewhere, it could see that information, and I'm curious if you could ask it and say, look at what happened today in this game and write a story about it. And I think it might be able to even do that now, because you can tell it. My cousin was saying you can say, pick out healthy food that and create a 1 week food plan for me. And then it can do that. And you can then say, okay, create a grocery list of all the items required for this meal plan. And then it will create that for you. So it can do quite a bit.
Sure. Imagine if you take that a step further and tell it to use the local grocery ads and circulars to keep it below a certain cost, yet to keep the protein high, keep the carbs low. Like, if you can have it tailor make it to your budget and to the nutrition that you want it to achieve.
I think that it's user interface that is making it able to do these things faster. So as people are learning how to put in a query, learning how to talk to it, it can do more. So like people are learning how to talk to it, so it can actually do even more already, the way it's built.
That could be a game changer with the way grocery prices are right now, man. Fucking ridiculous, dude. A good-sized bottle of Frank's used to be $1.99. I remember it as clear as day because it wasn't but a couple years ago.
It's ketchup, right?
No, Frank's.
hot sauce?
Bingo. Put that shit on everything. And now it's $4.99, dude. For cayenne peppers, vinegar, water, and salt. I mean...
Yeah, and these prices won't go down, Steve. They'll never go down. They'll always be there or thereabouts, or even more in the end. We'll never get those prices back.
It's too bad because they're bringing the numbers on fuel down. So logically, the cost of the shipping is less.
Yeah, but you don't want deflation as well as inflation. So those numbers, I'm afraid, for food and groceries will always be there now. That's it.
Mm-hmm. That beef is through the roof. It's insane.
Well, you got to eat deer, Steve.
Seriously, bro. I mean, it's really, and Biden is out there saying the economy's doing great.
Bidenomics.
Fuck that.
Dude, Tyler was talking to me and Dance on Thursday, and he was pitching the good aspects of the Biden presidency and the economy. Well, Dance, can you reiterate what he said, his points?
No, I mean, but if in many ways the economy is doing good, and inflation is probably the only issue, and it appears to be subsiding. But
you fucking crazy.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
what can I say?
why is there inflation? Is that because they printed like £2 trillion or something?
Yeah, that doesn't help at all. That's for sure.
Well, no. When you print £2 trillion, I would suggest it would not help.
Employment numbers are good. Other indicators are good. And,
right. Well, how about this one? All right, cool. You got I just got a new job. $22 an hour, right? Yeah. Woo! High fives all around. What you gonna get for that? What kind of fucking apartment you gonna get for that? The worst part of the town, the worst part of the city, you're talking $1,000, $1,200 for a studio. If you're lucky to even find that, dude. It's fucked up. Like, it might be better. Pay might be up slightly. People are struggling like crazy, I think. Now, you're going to notice home values are now going to be going up because of,
more people
property taxes are going to go up 30 to 50% in the next year or two for everybody.
Wow.
Because your town assessors are going to start saying, well, look at all the houses around you that have sold. They've been selling for this much. Yeah, okay, your house sold for $350,000 7 years ago. Like, that was so long ago. Now we deem that it's worth $525,000, and we're going to make that reflective on the value of your house for your future property tax. That shit is happening, dude.
The
Have you
thing
noticed
is-
that? Anybody? Last Dance?
Well,
I never thought of it.
my guy, my county executive is what we have in Maryland. He actually increased property taxes by a hell of a lot. It wasn't merely that the value of the home was going up, but the rate was increased substantially.
Jesus.
So it's been going through the roof, our property taxes.
And that's usually like an escrow or something, right? And that escrow that is grouped in with a mortgage payment or whatever, or maybe not for you. You might own your house, but
Right. It really depends on the mortgage servicer. Well, I never had my property taxes in escrow, even when I had a mortgage.
you paid them outright.
I paid them, yeah, separately. But lots of mortgage servicers will, force the property taxes to be put in escrow so that, your house doesn't get a lien put on it while they still have a mortgage.
Right, because they own it.
Right.
Good point.
I mean, the way I look at the problems we're getting in the UK, and I'm sure it's reflecting the same in America, is we keep on bringing people in, and the government only care about GDP. If GDP is the moment is flatlining or just going a little bit, like a 0.25% in a quarter or something, right? They don't really give a fuck. But if you go back per capita, you'll realise, especially the ones I speak to in the UK, no one's richer now than they were 15 years ago. Everyone's poorer, quite significantly as well. Disposable cash, being the one that's caught a lot of people out now. They haven't got the cash they used to have, and the reason why is because their houses cost fucking X amount more because there's so many more people looking for a house now, whether they're buying or renting. It's all going up. Everything goes up because there's more people. The only thing that goes down is job prices per hour goes down because there's more people looking for jobs. It's just.
Sarita's gonna dip out, guys.
Night, Sarita. Take care.
Happy night, Sarita.
Nice, man.
Oh, always a pleasure.
I scared her off.
Bye.
Came inside.
There you go.
Nah, I had her leave. I was getting jealous. Don't worry about Aphid.
Awesome. Where, Aphid's here. Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah, I think it's fixed.
All right. Loose wire?
Basically. No, I reset the wrong thing, and I should have known it was the thing I got down here. And now I think everything seems to be running smoother.
Cool.
I got so many things connected to so many things. Like if I took all the wires and put them end to end, it'd go around the globe a couple times, I think.
Are all those devices on Wi-Fi behind you? Or are they all just on a loop?
Well,
A little bit.
Most of the devices, they're connected to the Wi-Fi, but they're not using any data.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Are you guys familiar?
You can
Are you
keep
guys-
talking. Aphid, you still there? I mean, you're
we
fine.
can hear you fine.
You don't have to be moving the whole time. If it freezes a little here and there, no biggie. Damn, he ain't having that.
No.
He's got to get that shit right. What were you saying, R?
Are you guys familiar with the Fresno Nightcrawler?
The worm?
It's like a walking worm horror thing.
Like,
Two-legged.
are you talking about like some sort of a cryptozoological thing that exists, like the chupacabra on that
It
level?
seems like that. Yeah.
But it's
I
in
can
Fresno,
take a picture.
California?
I don't know. I'm gonna make a
I'll be back
picture
shortly.
for Ashley on AI.
I'll be back. All right.
All
All right. Or Steve, just look up the Fresno Nightcrawler.
Can do, buddy. Non-binary. Let's overwrite that search. No need for that one anymore. The next day I come down here and all my search tabs are open. I'm like, what the fuck?
Actually,
Huh?
saying it's ghost pants.
Ghost pants. The
But
legend.
it looks like there's a really creepy version of it. Like it's almost like a demon-looking thing.
So this
That
is
when
basically
it's not the cute
BS.
cartoon.
Alien stick creature caught on camera.
Okay.
Never heard of it before. What does cryptid mean?
Cryptid, maybe cryptozoology, something along those lines.
Okay, yeah, that's a whole branch of biology I don't pay attention to.
Correct. It's definitely fringe, and it's very cringe to people like Last Dance, I think. Right?
Does it hurt his feelings?
No, I think you think, oh, yeah, there we go. There it is. There she is.
Interesting. I mean, I'm curious what to
yeah.
throw into the AI. I will actually put in the Fresno Nightcrawler for the AI and see
It
what
might
it
as
brings.
well be Bigfoot.
What the fuck did I just do? Am I still sharing it? Okay, I'm
No,
done.
you're not.
Good. That's it. 70s UK was fucked. Black gold saved the UK. Interesting. So I wanted to get into a little Ukraine NATO with everybody, but
Yeah.
it seems like we're hemorrhaging people like quicker than a
Well,
than a
Faith will come
hemorrhoid.
back, but we can start without him if you want to. I mean,
You think it's your old opinion? Does that still hold fast?
which
Bad
old
idea.
opinion?
The one where you said bad idea
Well, what's the bad idea?
What is
to
the question?
have the Ukraine become part of NATO.
Oh, absolutely bad idea. That's
Okay,
I still
so-
hold that.
You hold that, okay? No change in sentiment. No change in anything on that.
No,
Okay.
bad idea.
Is it because of the war or because of the state of corruption?
It's because it needlessly antagonizes and provokes Russia to do that with no benefit to anybody. No benefit, possibly a benefit to the non-Russian Ukrainians because it gives them some protection, but no benefit to NATO, no benefit to the U.S., obviously no benefit to Russia. Yeah, so I think it's a terrible idea.
So that's it. You think there's no two ways around this? This is gonna.
No, there's no two ways around it. It's
Do you think it's gonna lead to what possibly?
well, I don't know what. I just know that Russia will see it as a provocation, and they will respond somehow. I don't know how, and I don't want to find out. I'd rather not do that because it's to me there's no point to doing it.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you hear a lot of people say, if Russia wins this invasion, in other words, if the United States doesn't keep funding the Ukraine to allow them to defend themselves, and then if that happens, that it could cause Russia to win this, then it's going to be Russia on to the next country. In other words, we are stopping Russia from spreading. This is the theory amongst a lot of people, by funding the war.
I mean, that's so obviously insane and false.
Right. Now, that I agree with you.
How many years have we heard something similar? Remember Iraq? We're fighting them over there, so we don't have to fight them over here.
Mm-hmm.
The same kind of things were said about Vietnam. The domino theory. If one domino falls, one country falls, then the next one will fall as well. I mean, it's absurd. It's not true, and it's 1,000 times less true about the countries that border Ukraine than it ever was about Vietnam. So it's
It's a game of chess in the sense that they can take Ukraine and risk the loss or the gain because it's not NATO.
yes, and I mean they will not be able to take Poland, even if they think they can. Poland is a NATO country, and NATO can kick Russia's ass. Russia knows that, and we know. And so it would never even occur to Putin to try that. But if he did, he would be defeated, pretty handily.
Right. So you think that whole theory is complete horseshit?
Yeah, there's absolutely
illogical.
That theory is completely absurd. And if anything, the Ukraine war has taught us the limits of Russian conventional weaponry. It's just not as good as NATO. It's just not even close.
Are there any other non-NATO countries over there within reasonable proximity?
Non-NATO countries? Well,
most of them are.
They would, be interested in taking all of Georgia. They're interested in expanding. There's no doubt about it.
So it is possible that he does go into Georgia after.
Of course, it's possible, and that's the deal. I mean, he has nuclear weapons, and they don't, and therefore he wins. That's just the way it is. That doesn't mean that our interests are a lot. We have strategic interests that require us to burn, money, arming, a proxy to fight Russia.
What about Belarus? Is that part of NATO?
Oh no, Belarus is practically a wholly owned subsidiary of Russia.
What about Lithuania?
Lithuania is
Latvia,
part of
Estonia?
Those are part of NATO.
Okay.
Well, here's an interesting one brought up by EB. Finland.
So Finland, I think no, that Finland does want to be part of NATO, but only recently, because
the world loves Finland, though, right?
Oh yeah, they go after Finland. I say it's go all out. World War III, baby.
I
love me some Finns.
I think what we should do is not admit Finland into NATO and not admit Sweden into NATO, but nevertheless, we should.
Sweden? All those blondes? What are you, fucking crazy, bro? Come on.
You know how in America you can't get a part of a health insurance if you currently have a problem? So I feel like NATO should kind of have at least the same as a health insurance.
That's funny.
No pre-existing conditions?
Right. I mean,
well, Sweden doesn't have any pre-existing conditions.
Oh, no, they don't. And that did sound creepy on purpose. Aphid, you're back. How you doing, buddy?
There's always a way. Even if this fails, I'll figure something else out.
Fucking A, right.
Plug more stuff in.
Huh?
I said plug more stuff in. It's got to be it.
I know. I'm not sure what the problem. I mean, I think the problem is I have a switcher down here that's connected to my router upstairs, and it has like a billion devices coming off of it. I think it's the switcher that is the problem.
What are you mopping your floors? You got a Swiffer connected to your Wi-Fi?
I guess a switch. I don't know. It looks like a router, but it's got a bunch of ports in the back of it.
Is it an original Radio Shack model?
No, but it's something I got at Goodwill for probably $5.
I was just going to say he didn't. I guarantee you, he didn't. Get a state of the art thing.
I either no, I either dug it out of the trash somewhere. I know where some of these state sales, their dumpsters are. So sometimes, when the weekend's over, they don't sell everything. Sometimes the good stuff goes in the dumpster.
Sure.
Dude, one of my favorite jobs was working in a thrift store growing up. That was awesome to see how much stuff and treasure comes in.
I know, man. There's good stuff. I thought they were, like I wouldn't be caught dead in one,
Some are grotty though. Some are grotty, like the ones in Laurel, Maryland. Those I never went in one of those and was like, this is going to be some treasure in here somewhere.
It's all the stuff because the people didn't have trash or any other way to get rid of it. They just threw it in the back of the trunk. They drove up and they're like, they thought they were doing something good by giving them a bunch of
giving
junk.
them a trash bag full of garbage.
Right.
Their dumpsters are kind of small too for the ones I've seen. They should
Yeah.
be like
Yeah.
3 times the size.
By the way, Lip, I'm pretty sure it's just called the Switch.
Yeah, Switch. I think so. Switcher, the YouTubes, the Facebook.
A series of interconnected tubes.
That was George Bush Jr., right?
Was it him or Dole or somebody? I don't know. It was,
Tubes, I think, was JR,
okay.
but I could be wrong. We lost Welshie. What happened? He had to take care of some baby, which was
Yeah.
weird.
He'll come back if he's got the baby good and drunk and quieted down.
And I heard Trigger barking. He has a whole scene going on over there.
Yeah.
I thought I heard someone talking to him, so maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
It's got to be like what 2 in the morning there, right?
Yeah.
9:41 plus 5, so
13, one, almost 2.
He's not
Yeah.
even starting to settle down for the night.
no 2.
Almost
Thought it
3.
was plus 5. Yeah, 2:41.
He's got a baby over there.
No, a human of some. I don't know. I don't want to say. I don't
Oh,
want to keep
I
talking.
get it.
He
Yeah, I
said
get
it. 2:41. EB on the case.
Uncle
What is?
Uncle Welshie.
Yeah.
Let's go stay the night at Uncle Welshie's house.
Yeah.
I hear he's got silly cigarettes.
Well, Trigger's probably a lot of fun for the kid.
Yeah.
What the hell is he talking about here? What's an SCP?
I have no idea.
And what's cryptid activity? I don't know.
Cryptid is a fictional creature.
Yes, we talked about that earlier. Yeah.
I don't know what an SCP
Cryptozoology.
is, though. It makes me think of cryptocurrency. It doesn't make me think of a mythical type creature.
Yeah, it's cryptozoology and cryptocurrency, so they're both using the same prefix.
Now I got to know what it means.
Yeah, CRYPTO.
Ironically, I was going to start up a cryptocurrency and I was going to call it Cryptid. It's like, part of my name with crypto. I thought it was kind of.
How did nobody think of that already?
Cryptid Lip?
Aphid, right.
Yeah.
I hear you. Did any of you guys ever get into cryptocurrency?
Fuck no! I thought it was
I
a
never had a
scam.
good enough computer set up to even play the game.
I was always so smart. I knew it was a scam, and I never did anything.
I thought
Yeah.
buying and selling it was fun, just like a stock market. Though I was watching a guy doing it and making money.
Well,
Well,
the guy who orchestrated the GameStop thing was making 5 to 10 million a day.
They orchestrated that pretty well.
Goddamn right they did. That was brilliant.
Dude, just real quick, the definition of cryptid is any creature that may or may not exist. That's the definition.
Oh,
Sorry.
Go ahead, David.
that's a pretty big umbrella.
Yeah, it's a massive umbrella.
So
Well,
yeah,
you-
I think getting back to Ukraine, unless you don't want to.
I'm happy.
No, I do. I want to hear more opinions.
No, I think
I thought we were gonna have more crypto talk.
We can get
we can switch gears anytime you want.
No,
we
no,
can
I'm just
sprinkle in the cryptoid. I don't even know if that's. I made it word up.
The one thing I did want to say is I didn't get a chance to is I don't get like somebody asked if anybody got into crypto. I don't really get into much. My portfolio's thin.
Right.
Not even one paper thickness thin.
You're obviously a guy that works for his money. So
Yeah. I hear you. Well, I have a great investment account if you're ever looking for one.
Look at you go.
$100 a week. Maximum contribution is $5,500 a year. It's called a Roth account, and I highly recommend it because Roth accounts are not taxed when you take the money out. Very important.
Does
So
that
if
have
you-
anything to do with the Rothschild family?
No. It just has to do with the fact that when you pay the money in, it's already taxed. At least that's what they think. Therefore, when you withdraw the money from a Roth, there's no taxes. It's tax deferred. Very important. And
tax on the front
Sounds
end.
like it had something to do with the Rothschilds.
it's assumed tax. It doesn't get taxed on deposit. It assumes that you're using money from your earnings on your payroll.
Right. It's post-tax contributions.
Correct. So,
You have
anyways.
to you have to declare that as income in the year you earn it.
Bro, taxes are the most complicated thing I know in life.
Now, when I withdraw my money from what's equivalent to an IRA for the federal government, it's called the Thrift Savings Plan. It's an IRA-like thing. Yeah, when I withdraw that, that becomes income in the year I withdraw, and I have to pay income taxes on it.
Did you guys actually understand that? Because I just heard Charlie Brown's parents talking. I can't grab the concepts.
I do, because I've spent a lot of time trying to learn about it.
I do because I have to.
Good on you. Yeah, you guys experience it. I don't. I've had to deal with income from 2 nations at one point in time, and I had royalties, and I paid professionals to do the taxes, and they got it wrong.
Yeah.
My wife has her own sewing business, and she has money in 2 countries, and she paid a tax person here that just had her create a felony. She just committed a felony through the other person's professional tax skills.
Were they a CPA?
I don't know what they were, but they were. She went to another tax agent, and he's like, "You need to tell the government right now that this is happening, because you have committed a felony."
Yeah,
She's
it's
like,
probably
awesome.
mistakes like that. They're usually pretty cool about clearing up. It's the long-term ones that they get pissed at about. Right. I found that the long-term ones of non-payment over extended periods that involve possible interest, that's where they really want to get your ass. Because they want the money and the interest.
But if you were doing something that was possibly a felony or literally a felony, wouldn't you tell the person that you did it for that you did that? Oh, just so you know, you committed a felony, but you saved some money this year. Have a good day.
Yeah, that's bad. For
So
sure.
what about Ukraine?
Here we go. Ukraine it up.
So
What do you think, Aphid? Have them join the NATO?
We're talking about Ukraine joining NATO.
Oh,
It's a serious thing
yeah.
right now.
I mean, I think it's kind of just spitting in Russia's face if you do it. You know,
There you go.
I don't see it.
Interesting.
I don't see it. I mean, let's let everything cool down before we start. You know,
Well
making
said.
friends.
Well said.
Before we start pissing on them again.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, do we want Ukraine, or is it just because they're getting bombed by Russia? We're like, oh, let's get Ukraine in here. They're our friends.
Oh no, they're a disaster in terms of
Exactly.
finances and governance, and
I mean, look at Egypt having to bail out everybody a few years ago. You know, I mean, do we want to get in the situation where we're responsible for Ukraine?
No.
Aren't we responsible for it now?
It's a good question.
No. We're no longer going with if you break it, you buy it. We're not doing that anymore.
Oh.
I hope.
You don't think so? Well, a good half of the country thinks we have a serious, including some Republicans. Lindsay is a big Ukraine guy. Backer.
Yeah.
They are out of step
He's a
with their
he's a
constituents.
warmonger.
I'll say that.
Warmonger neocon.
Yeah, they're playing with fire politically because Republicans don't want this shit. And, you know, in terms of the Republican electorate.
Do you think Republicans don't want it for legitimate, intellectual reasons that they've come up with, or is it more or less
Not entirely.
a kind of a group mentality, herd mentality sort of?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's a big part of it is the group mentality.
Yeah, I heard it was on that, it's this chick named Heather Lynn O, who's like the girlfriend of a donut operator.
Okay.
And she was, I know some people find her quite annoying, but anyway, she was doing a video a few months ago, and she just is talking to people at a bar, and she's like, do you think we should keep funding Ukraine? And they're like, fuck no! Like, do they really even have any thoughts about this? Or are they all just saying that because they are part of a group that they think they're a part of? You know what I'm saying? Do they have...
Yeah, I think most of them are part of the group, but you never know. Well, some of them may be quite
You're right.
up on it, and you never know, right?
Yeah,
Well,
no.
plus a lot of people like that are just always like, "Well, we're fucking helping them out." I can't even get a loaf of bread for less than $5.
Which is a
They're always gonna
legitimate... That's a legitimate thing to say.
Right.
Because I can't either.
If there's any situation going off any part of the world, and we're helping them, giving them tons of money, they might say the same thing about them. It'd be interesting if in the same place she asked if we should be helping Israel. Then you could tell. You could start separating some of them.
Right.
Yeah, this was pre what was it, October 7th?
Right.
Yeah.
This was this video. This was summer video, so late summer, that sort of thing.
By the way, I throw this out here. I bought a loaf of bread in 1981 it was on sale. It was the IGA sale of the week for 25 cents.
What's IGA?
Independent Grocers of America. There were some chains.
We had them.
Yeah. So
Is that where they had the canned goods with no labels or like blank labels?
they might have had some we called them generic foods back in
Wow.
Right.
1981.
They had, if I remember correctly, they had like 6 squares, like 3 on top of 3 at one point or something.
Yeah, it was a lot of weird shit.
Like the Bizarro Olympics, like instead of
I don't
the
know.
6 rings.
I don't know. It's like a white label, and it had like
It was-
6 squares or something on it.
It was I don't know why they labeled it this way. It's just maybe as a marketing ploy to make you believe you were not paying any overhead.
Right.
But they were like the most generic, like the labels they might use in Soviet Russia.
Sure, MRE level, like
It would just say like beer,
Yeah.
like in a design that maybe a prison guard figured out this design.
I will say it didn't do any good when boosting your confidence when you would crack open a can of tuna. You would if they spent less on that label, you were like, oh.
Well, I always use
what kind of
test.
floor slop was shoveled into this can?
Don't you use the smell test? It's something my dad taught me. You put that thing right up to your nose and give it a good smell. And if something doesn't, if a light bulb goes off, a red light goes off in your brain, throw it away.
Back then, the moniker with tuna was less than 25% dolphin. Now it's dolphin free, but
Well, then not long after that, the big deal was, I remember PCBs. How much PCBs? How much mercury is in your tuna? Right?
Yikes!
Heavy metals.
Well, even still,
there's less in the can itself.
Yeah, Mitt Romney was eating so much sushi years ago. I think during his presidential campaign, he got low-level mercury poisoning from it. So the mercury is still in nature, and it's always going to be in fish,
Yeah.
That's why these idiots who, I'm a big, guys know I fish a lot. These guys talking about, well, I want to keep some of the striped bass, the big ones. They're fucking full of mercury.
They're too high up in the food chain.
That's right.
Maryland just put a ban on, or some type of regulation on striped bass, right? Dan?
They should ban any keeping of any striped bass on the whole East Coast.
That was just
Really?
for fishery purposes, not for health purposes.
I thought, I just saw a blurb that they're cutting back on fishing.
Spawning has been poor for the last several years for striped bass in the Chesapeake Bay.
My buddy, he's up on Long Beach, and he was saying that they're just throwing the line out there and catching striped bass like bluegill.
Where's Long Beach?
Cali?
No, New York. Sorry,
Long Island.
It's Long Beach. It's a beach that's off of Long Island. Yeah,
Okay.
Like north of Coney Island.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing. What us fishermen are seeing and what the government is telling us seem to be two different things. But I'm fine.
It might take years for the might take 2 or 3 years for the effects of a poor spawn
Correct.
to show up at, depends on what age fish you typically catch.
He explained it to me, and I thought maybe I brought this up in the pub a couple of weeks ago, maybe not. But he explained to me that they in that area they had a regulation about catching the little fish, like feeder fish or minnows or something like that.
Yeah.
And they dropped those regulations, and now the striped bass have come because there's so much more of those little small
Bait.
fish.
You're talking bait. Or
Fish, yeah.
feed for them, I guess. Yeah.
And now they're all come back, and there's so many of them that the striped bass are just like. Because I was stupid when the reason I remember this specifically, well, it was only like 2 or 3 weeks ago, but I didn't know bass were out in the ocean. I thought bass was like a freshwater lake or river fish or whatever.
Yeah, you've seen me holding some of the big ass monster fish that I've caught. I've shown pictures to you before. Those are striped bass.
And you won't eat them?
I have.
Oh, you say you don't eat anything you catch, do you?
No, not really. I'm usually kind of remote. I'm out on the beaches. I'm out in the water. How the fuck am I going to carry a fish? Walk the whole way home with the thing?
Right.
It'd be disgusting, dude. I'll be covered in slime. Ugh,
well, this time of year, you could like put it on some kind of a device.
They're not here. They're all down in the Chesapeake.
Oh, okay.
They're highly migratory and highly gregarious.
No, but you could
fish.
catch some where you go now. You fish close to home, don't you?
I don't fish now because there's nothing here.
Oh, really? There's just there's no point.
Yeah, well, actually, we were down at the ocean today, and with some of the teens, and a friggin' seal popped up right in front of us. Even though I'm not fishing, they still are there, and they think I'm fishing. No, I was too far out, couldn't get to her. But
did you feel like taking a shotgun to him?
I mean, I wish it was my grandfather's day. He would go down with his 30-06 and shoot him, and row his boat out. Cut the snout off, bring it to the harbor master for a nickel or a quarter or whatever.
Really?
What would happen with the rest of the seal?
It would fall to the bottom. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Doesn't that attract sharks?
Probably.
Didn't back then.
Okay.
They killed them all real quick. Now they don't kill them, and one of the biggest great white shark populations in the world is off of Cape Cod, which is not far from here. So
why did they kill them in the first place? Because they were competition for the fish?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Competition for human beings. So
right.
In the logical sense of the old days, the old timers kill the competition,
Yeah, right.
That's what they did.
Because it was done manually, they no matter how hard they try, they really couldn't seriously affect populations. So.
They did, though, because back then there was 30, 50, 80 seals off of Monomoy, which is an island in Chatham. Now there's 1,200, 2,000, 3,000 seals in each colony out off of Chatham on the islands off of Monomoy in the summer, and there's so many great whites out there trying to kill them. Wow. So, yeah, we kept them in check because, guys, and not to mention, like, the fishing boats had deer rifles on them. They weren't reporting anything. They're pulling in a net, a seal pops up. One of the deckhands is grabbing the rifle and letting it go, dude. Fucking seals are dumb. That's just how they did it back then.
Yeah.
It wasn't reported. And, I hate seals. I fucking hate them, man. What are you going to do?
Really?
Hate them. I have old New England blood, bro. I'm a fisherman,
Because it harms his striped bass fishing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's pretty much it, right?
Now,
yes.
Now,
I'm selfish.
That's okay.
When I was in San Francisco, we were on the pier, and there was like a block of concrete, and there was a bunch of like seal-like things. Is that was that a seal, or was that something else?
Those are seals. Seal-like things are seals. Yeah.
Well, isn't there's like walruses or something in there?
No. I mean, the only other thing you would see in California would be
sea lion.
Sea lion, but that's a seal by another name.
Right.
You have those fucking cute things that float around on their back eating sea urchins, but they're furry. And if you think one of those,
Well, this
fuckers
thing
is
had a lot of whiskers, like hanging out, and they grumbled, and they were like, "Arr."
yeah, that's a seal. I mean, the real furry ones, what are they called? Sea otters? Those are
"Yeah, I don't
cute.
think it was.
Those are
I don't think
small.
it was a sea otter. Yeah,
Up
this
to
was
6
big.
feet.
These were
Up
big.
to 6 feet, man.
Really?
Yeah,
These
I
were
saw-
bigger than 6 feet,
those are
and
definitely
weighed probably
seals.
like 300 or 400 pounds. They were fat.
Oh yeah, those are seals. They suck. The sea otters are cute as anything. I saw them up in the north, you know, like Humboldt County area, and the waves would be like the rollers coming in before they crashed would be like 40 to 60 feet, like the biggest fucking rollers you've ever seen. And these like sea otters would just be lying on their back, like just the rollers would be going underneath them. They were super chill, and occasionally they'd come up with an oyster or a sea urchin and they'd be chomping away at it. And they were like living in this environment that if their human was there, you'd be dead in 45 seconds. And these things are just hanging around, man. It's just such a cool animal. I do like them.
They get river
Got
otters.
nuked.
You have river otters?
Yeah,
Oh, those
I mean,
are cool.
I don't like, I don't have them like in my underwear or something, you know. But we have them around the area.
You've seen them?
Yeah.
Those are very cool. Any otter is a winner.
They're little. They're probably only like this long.
That's all right.
Yeah, little guys.
We had a zoo up in near the city that near Boston that had a few of them in this thing that had like water slides and all kinds of funny little like steps and running water in it, and they would do this little circuit where they'd go down the water slide and dive into the water and swim through a tube, and it was
Right.
like the most, by far, every kid that ever went to that zoo went right to the sea otters. Didn't care about anything else, you know. The reptile house, meh, all set. The owl, kind of cool. Harry Potter. But those sea otters, man, it was always like a huge crowd around that swimming pool. Super cool.
We fortunately have a real nice zoo here in St. Louis, and it's free too. And we got the tube thing in the water going underneath them too.
Squirrels are cute. Hate squirrels.
We got tons of squirrels in my backyard.
I don't know. You guys like them? You a fan?
I mean, they're interesting. You know, they're better than a rabbit because a rabbit doesn't do shit but eat up all my vegetables. A squirrel,
Rabbit's
at least, like, huh?
Rabbit's cuter.
I mean,
I don't know
Not-
why.
if you're a chick, you know.
Okay,
You might think that.
Oh,
I
well,
thought you were a dude.
Throwing shade on you, Smokesteve.
Well, that's fine. I never liked rabbits because of my bird. What am I saying? Rabbits. Squirrels because of my bird feeders. Those fuckers
Yeah.
are raiders. They're raiders.
They are, man. They are. And they're smart, dude. They'll figure the shit out. I don't care what you get. They'll figure it out.
They haven't gotten my new setup. I have it 10 feet away from all things that they could jump from, and I have a squirrel baffle on the pole. They can't
gave-
get up.
I gave up bird feeding just because I couldn't outsmart the squirrels.
You never bought that Yankee Droll feeder? That one that was like $110? You were...
Now, that might have done it. At least it would have been fun to watch them fly the fuck off that feeder when they get on there.
Might have been.
The flinger.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been cool. You could have made videos.
The squirrels are they got balls too. I mean, they know that there's two animals inside this house that want to just kill them at every moment, and they'll walk right by my screen door with it, you know, just the screen there, and they don't, you know.
I've told you about how the squirrels outsmarted my squirrel-proof bird feeder.
I don't know. I don't remember what happened.
This squirrel-proof bird feeder had, you know, there's a place where the bird feed is, but there's like a perch where the birds kind of stand on to peck on the seed. Get it?
It's a
Yeah.
bar. It's a bar,
It's a
right?
bar, and
Yeah.
it's attached to a spring. It's basically if something too heavy hops
I'm
on
following
this
you.
thing,
Yeah.
it goes down and closes off the
Right.
feed.
Right. It's pressure sensitive.
Pressure
My
sensitive.
grandpa has that.
Yeah.
So I thought, oh man, this will do it. There's no way this can go wrong. So I
Spent like
watched the
75
squirrels.
bucks.
I watched the squirrels get on there and they're flummoxed by it. But eventually they start figuring out that they stand on this thing and then they hop up and down. And they could time it so that, like a spring, so that it goes up and they could grab in and they just stand there for hours.
It's more
grabbing
fun than a
couple
regular
seeds at
feeder.
time, bouncing in and grabbing them. And I was like, well, it's no fun because the birds are afraid to get on there when the squirrels are on there, and the squirrels are on there the whole friggin' day.
Mm.
Yeah, man, they can take out some seed. The ones that
That was
my
also a
that
little
learned on my
spooky that they
grandpa
figured
did a
it
different
out.
method. So it's cool to see how your squirrel figured out a different method than his, because his just stood on the side and like reached around, and somehow by putting all of its weight on the left side, it didn't trigger it as much.
Interesting. Fucking things are
It's
smart.
a little spooky. I mean, you're just trained to think that we're all so much smarter than these little.
If they put a Golden Corral buffet outside your house and somehow made it so you couldn't get in, but it was free if you could get in, would you figure out the loophole?
Maybe not Golden Corral, but
You are so cruel. No, he
Fair enough.
didn't choose that by accident. He knows what he's saying. I'm not a big Golden Corral fan, but maybe in 5 years I will do anything to get in.
All right.
Maybe I'll pay a squirrel to figure it out.
All right.
honestly, there's a baffle that you put on the pole going up. It's a circular thing that almost looks like a symbol from a drum kit. It has a
Yeah.
hole in the middle. You put it over the fucking hook, shepherd's hook, and you take something that looks like a modified, like a hose clamp, but it's going to have a little more fucking girth to it. It's going to have some little wings on it, because it's got to make sure that this baffle symbol balances on it, and you put that pretty high up, so then the squirrels climb up the pole, and when they try to put any weight on this thing, it's tippy, because it's only
Yeah.
held up by the thing in the center. That's the only way I've been able. That's called the squirrel baffle. That's been baffling my squirrels for years, and that's the only thing that works.
Okay, I was gonna say we had that, but it was hanging from a chain on a tree, and they learned how to launch themselves from the right
No.
trajectory and grab below it.
That won't work. It has to be 10 feet from all standing objects. So it
I
has
had
to
a
be.
squirrel baffle, and they would just run on the ground and jump above it.
It's got to be high.
Yeah, I know. It was just like, how long am I? At some point, it's just too humiliating to
If you have
get
a
defeated
cat,
by squirrels.
you have a cat that hangs out around there.
Well, that cats also scare away the birds. I actually,
Oh, that's true.
I don't just want to have a thing full of bird seed and call that a win. I want to
Man,
actually
it's
see
squad
birds
dance.
in it.
I take it back. I take it back.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's been very successful for years with my method. That's the only way it works. I've spent a lot of time working this shit out,
You can shoot them
Fine.
with a 14 gauge.
I'm not willing to kill squirrels, so that is
Oh,
a step too far.
I
Yeah,
only
that,
kill them for chestnut season.
I've never had a chestnut.
Delicious, man.
I don't think that chestnuts are readily available. I just had this conversation because my wife was wanting to get some chestnuts.
I
Oh,
kicked them all. I kick them all fall long on my lunchtime walks.
Do you?
They're-
Yeah, North
American
Carolina, they're good
chestnut
here.
The American chestnut is an endangered species. But
That's what these are on the property. They're 100-year-old, 3, 100, or 2 about 100-year-old. No, those aren't 100. Those are the oaks. I'd say they're at least 50 years old, though. American chestnut.
What I
I
heard was that what I heard was that there was some. It's similar to the Dutch elm disease. So it's a
there's
beetle.
there's a blight of some kind.
Yeah, and he took
Right.
out.
They're
They
full
took
of-
out like it was billions of trees in
Yeah.
in southern Canada. I heard.
They're full of
Yikes.
weevil.
Last Dance knows what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
They're
You
full
would
of what?
definitely wanna eat- Just real quick, you definitely want to eat chestnuts quickly because all of them have aphid eggs in them. And if you let them
Yeah.
sit long enough, the
Oh,
worms will hatch.
I don't like the sounds of that.
Eat the
Yikes.
egg, not the worm. Trust me, it's the way to go.
Well, and
Yeah.
I guess how there's like it looks like a frying pan with holes in the bottom, and you actually roast them on an open fire with that kind of. It's like a special chestnut roasting pan.
If
that
you roast them hot enough, it'll kill the eggs.
Do you
Yeah.
roast them, RW, or just scarfing these things down?
I ate
raw
them
with-
raw. When they're the perfect ripeness and they're raw, they're very milky and delicious. They're
Aphids
very
and all?
honey-like.
How many aphids are you getting in there?
An aphid
Well,
is just protein
almost-
to the body.
Not
I mean-
aphids, not aphids, weevils.
Let's talk
You know,
Oh,
those
right.
funky looking bugs with a long
Uncomfortable.
nose.
Yeah, weevils.
They're,
All
I mean,
weevils.
when you let them sit long enough, almost all of them have weevils in them.
Ew.
So next year we're gonna actually put sticky foot around the tree and see if we can lower that. But it's just the way it is. It's like they coexist.
Sticky what?
Sticky foot. It's a name brand for a ring you put around a tree so that the bugs can't crawl up it. They get stuck on it.
Huh.
It helps with a lot of things like that.
Jesus. The
But
humanity.
they're worth it. I think they're worth having.
So what am I seeing on my walks with these little chestnut things all over the place? They're
They're not
fucking
little.
They
everywhere.
have a spiky shell.
They're big.
Yeah, spiky shell.
They
They're
could be
about this
Chinese.
big.
It could be Chinese chestnut.
Is that
They
what?
look-
In my mind, the chestnut tree has a big fruit that the nut is in the middle of.
The
Jesus.
American chestnut can have up to like 5 or at least 3 large chestnuts in it with a large spike ball around it.
Yeah, that's what.
I'm not sure about the Chinese ones. I think they can be the same size, but the ones that he's talking or no. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what kind you're kicking around.
I saw them, and I saw these people picking them up once, so I was like, huh,
They're
I don't
edible. The
wanna
Chinese
touch
ones are edible. They're just not as good, they say.
roast them though.
Ashley's
They're
getting
spiky,
excited. We need to change the
technically.
subject.
Well, these all seem. I'm only kicking them once the spikes are gone, because then you have it rolls. So
It was interesting to see how to quickly pop them open. You do this thing where like you stand pigeon-toed and you stand on one side of the husk and then you flick your foot with the other foot and it pops all 3 seeds out and you just pick them up off the grass.
Huh.
Because if you go in and those spikes are anywhere near those nuts and they tag you once, there's like an oil on them and they'll sting for a while.
no kidding, huh?
No kidding.
Hmm.
They fight back.
Jeez, I had no idea. Yeah, I
it's
must
not
be
the
dealing
Not the
with.
thing to throw out of a mower.
I must be dealing with some kind of an ornamental chestnut here.
It's possible.
Got it.
I'd like to get some American persimmon going. I didn't even know it existed until like last year.
Parasimone.
Parasimone, yeah. They'll actually dry on the tree, and in a survival situation, you can eat them, and it's like eating a very delicious fruit snack. I don't know what the flavor would be, but it'd probably be very like a fig, probably cross between a fig and a cherry.
What's in a date, Ashley? Now I'm scared.
Well, I've never cut open my dates. I usually just move them.
What are those ones called? Medjool dates?
Try and get
From-
to third base with my date.
They're Middle Eastern, the good ones. They're like a little better than all the rest. You ever had
They're the big
those?
ones, right?
I got
They're the
nothing
big,
against the Middle
juicy-looking
Eastern girl.
Yeah, they're a little bigger. They basically taste like a honey in a way when you bite into them.
They're sugar packed, yeah.
Yeah,
But she is right.
I
If
don't
you get
like-
an organic pack and you just leave it long enough, there's gonna be stuff wiggling around in that box.
No kidding, huh?
No kidding. I mean, why wouldn't you want to live in that if you got the chance as a bug? It's like a freaking Oreo cookie of nature.
Yeah, I'm never eating a date again. Fuck
You
that.
just gotta get them fresh, bro. Eggs are just like roe, like fish roe. It's a gourmet.
Yeah,
High class.
bottle cap notes that the sweetest dates are blind dates.
Mm.
They're just juicy, and that the sun hasn't done anything to them.
They've got the juice.
Absolutely.
It's cone.
Google our bugs and dates. Of course they are.
100.
Stupid notebook.
They're delicious though. They're like that like cheese that's now forbidden, that has maggots on it, and they
Toe
eat it with
cheese?
maggots. Huh?
No, go on. I don't know
Yeah.
what cheese is forbidden.
Well,
Pit cheese?
I don't know what it's. I don't know the name of it, but it's like it's a very considered a delicacy, and it's literally got maggots eating it, and you eat the maggots with the cheese, and it's
Sounds
like
like
flavored.
some French thing.
It must be.
I have a bunch of white T-shirts with pit cheese in them.
The band?
That's
Right here.
I don't think it's regulated, but it's got to be hard to sell.
You know, Steve, when you were describing this smell of your weed, you said something like, I don't know what you said, but you said skunky and something else. And I kept thinking, are you sure you're not talking about your socks?
Haha. There's your
Cheese.
date.
Skunky and cheesy. And
There's your date bug.
oh, there we go.
Date bug.
She's
That's what
hot.
you're eating. It's got a nice little head on it.
Yeah, we got these grubs that look like that. You guys know what a grub is, don't you?
You search those out like Survivor Man and widgety grubs. Just fucking eat them. Feed them to the dogs.
They're
That's what
probably
the mole-
delicious.
The moles eat the grubs, the grub worms around here.
Oh, yeah.
We have a huge mole problem in my backyard.
But that's
We
only
have
because you got a
skunks
big
right
grub
now
problem.
that are causing problems.
Yeah,
have you ever
it
seen?
is.
Have you guys seen what the skunks do when they dig holes everywhere?
No,
They eat the grubs, so they make these little conical holes everywhere. They just like come in and like the whole yard, and you're like, wow, that was in one night.
A
Never seen
skunk?
Sitting
Yeah.
out there with the old deuce and popping some skunks.
Right.
where
I usually trap them and shoot them. I don't, night hunt, but they
Where are
pop
those-
off as soon as you shoot them. You know that, right?
They
What's this?
squirt.
Yeah, it's like when they
They
die.
love-
The only way you're supposed to do it is drown. Anyway, it's not fun. I just let them have at it because they're eating the Japanese beetle grubs. So good for them.
Oh,
And-
yeah.
and
'cause
yellow
we got-
jackets.
We have a
Have you-
Japanese beetle problem here.
Yeah, we
have
get-
I have a decorative tree. It's called a contorted filbert, and it's like got corkscrew limb. It's a really cool tree. It's got corkscrew, like the stuff grows in a corkscrew. And every summer you go out there and they'll just be on there fucking all day long, thousands of them.
That's the club.
Yeah,
Oh.
man, that's where they go to hang out.
If you mix,
If
get
you
a
see
cheap
two,
spray
if you
bottle-
see two or what? Are you gonna tell me?
if you get a
something?
cheap spray bottle and you mix water with dish
I got a good
detergent-
spray bottle. Yeah.
Yeah, just spray water and dish detergent on them, and they can't breathe and it kills them.
Really? Oh, I'll have to try that because I got this stuff called I think 7 or something, but it's like I don't think
That's-
it's like good. It's bad
No,
shit, you know.
Yeah,
Insecticide.
that will work too, but that's a very Monsanto Agent Orange approach to the same problem.
Exactly. And I hate
works
using
better.
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about creating a surfactant RW with just the dish soap. It's
Yeah.
going to kind of cover over them and sort of choke them out if you're
It's
lucky.
better if you can smack them into water that's in a container because then they can drown in it. Like it breaks the surface tension and they drown. But if you do it for like wasps and insects that breathe through their skin, apparently it's supposed to work. My mom did it as a hobby because she hates them. Even if it didn't kill them, she just went out there and sprayed them and relished the fact that they might die.
You know those bags that they sell?
They work.
They do, but it didn't do anything to the population on our trees. It just collected them in the bag.
We've started putting nematodes in the ground. You can buy a mixture that you then spray across the property, and that nematode eats the pupa stage of it and knocks it back.
Nematodes? There's a whole SpongeBob episode about nematodes.
Well, they're amazing things, and they're also terrible things.
Do their legs taste good when they're fried?
I don't
They're
know.
not toads. They're not any
They're-
kind of toad.
You'd have to collect a whole bunch of them, and then it'd probably look like cream of wheat.
Oh,
Mm.
that doesn't sound worth it.
It doesn't sound worth it. It's the new superfood.
Yeah, the Japanese beetles, they do a lot of fucking, man. That's all they're ever doing. There's always one on top of the other one. Always.
Yeah. What a
And
life.
they spread like wildfire, dude. It's like one
Stink
day
bugs
you
are
go out there and
mean.
there's like 3. Yeah, we got a stink bug problem here too, man.
Yeah.
We got, especially in the wintertime, they're still around.
They're kind of like
And
the
my-
squirrel when it comes to getting into places.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll get into the flute of my fireplace.
Yep.
And they'll be in weird places. Like I have this gas grill on my deck that I just don't use anymore. And I tried to get it going because I was going to use it for Thanksgiving just to keep the food warm as I cooked it, so I could start earlier. And so I went up and I started cleaning out everything to get it going. And the I don't know what they're called, but the things that it's the gas pipe that splits into two and has the flames coming out of it going down. Well, those just unhook from a main tube, and I could see something moving in there, and I'm like, what is that? So I start tapping it, and dozens of each one of these, there's 4 of them. Each one of them I tapped, and dozens of stink bugs came falling out of that thing because they had crawled up in there.
You should have just turned the gas on and.
Well, I tried that first. I didn't know they were in there, and it wouldn't work because they had filled up all the cavities, so that no gas was going through.
Pressure will build up until they're pushed out.
Two things that for stink bugs. One, the biggest culprit in America that is spreading them, in my opinion, is the vinyl siding on the house. Because if your house is not, they just get under there, and the whole side of that house is heated up in the sun and protected. And you fill the whole damn thing up. It's crazy. And then they will also hide in power tools. So you'll pull the trigger on your drill, and it'll just shoot guts out from the motor.
Right. Yeah, it makes
What
sense.
does that?
Stink bugs.
Yeah, I hate those things.
You shouldn't have them as bad up there because you should freeze their asses at winter up there.
They're gone now. You're right.
But they're there seasonally.
Seasonally, yep.
Wow.
We've definitely, in the last 10 years, we've had a significant increase in stink bugs up here.
Yeah. The Chinese ladybugs also have a season here as well. Do you get those?
What's that?
I don't think so.
The ladybugs that swarm down here aren't native ladybugs.
Right.
They're a Chinese species that has just now spreads like wildfire.
Right.
Do they have dots?
They have dots, but I think the difference is that their heads have like white on each side or don't have white on each side of their head, and that's how you tell the difference. They will bite. They won't normally bite, but they can.
I've got bitten by a regular ladybug before.
I've heard of.
What was it like?
It was she was gentle.
Did you like that?
We had a quick little thing, but I was trying not to go there.
We don't want to get a strike here, so
I was listening to
save that for Penthouse Forum if you're going to go.
I bought which is a whole other story, but I did most of my shopping online this year because it's kind of like you're forced to. But I got this. It was like after I closed down all my windows, it was this one window that was left and says, "You have earned this 3-month subscription to Sirius satellite radio or whatever, And it was like, you don't even have to use your credit card; just give them your email address." I'm like, "Oh, that's a no-brainer then,"
Really?
So I got it all hooked up in my wife's SUV, and I was listening to Howard. I've been listening to the Howard Stern. And I guess one of the stations is all like old shit.
Channel 8.
But he was
Beatles
talking.
channel.
Yeah. It was 101, I think.
Oh, he's talking old Stern. Yeah.
DC 101.
Yeah.
It is
Anyway,
101.
Is it okay? Anyway, he was. I guess he was still on. What did he call it? Terrestrial radio, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But like he was talking to Eric. What was he? The Elephant Boy or something? I don't remember which one.
Yeah, Elephant Boy.
Oh, dude,
yeah. He was. They were weighing I guess he ate a bunch of food and they were trying to guess how much his shit would be or something.
Right. Yep. I thought that was against High Pitch Eric.
It was. Well, see, he wasn't on there. It was Hank, the angry drunken, or Jeff, one of the Rat Pack guys. He was commentating on the Eric guy that was pooping, and they got kicked off the radio because they were, he was like, all right, I'll tone it down. Cause like Gary kept coming back in there and was like, nope. He's telling you, you're still going too far. You're still going too far. So he had to keep coming back off of what he was saying. It wasn't really that graphic, but I was like, surprised at how it was, at that point in time, that he
Yeah.
couldn't get away with saying.
I mean, I gotta say, what's the real? You can break the rules a few times, and all the FCC does is fine you.
I was gonna say, how do they shut you down? They just call you and say you're now losing money from here
Well,
on.
They can take away your license, I believe, if you really, really push them.
Mm.
And if you broadcast without a license, you're illegal, and they could send the FBI to arrest your ass.
That's not controlled speech at all.
Well,
Yeah.
it's those airwaves are owned by the government, so
'Cause
they're
you can
auctioned
own them.
off. They're licensed. Now, things like cable is a wire, and the government doesn't own them, so the FCC can't do shit about what's on cable. That's why you can have.
My point more being though
anything
that
goes.
the technology to use those airwaves, being licensed and all that, sure, yeah, fine. But to own the actual airwave itself seems like silly talk. Oh, this is
Well-
ours. It vibrates in a certain pattern, and therefore we own it. You're like,
Well,
okay.
I mean, are you saying the government shouldn't own it?
I'm saying the fact that they say that they own a vibration is just funny. A
Well,
vibration wavelength.
I think
You're
you're onto
right.
something, RW. It started probably in the ultra-conservative times when radio was invented. To make sure that what the government deemed as, needing of censorship was censored, and that carried all the way through.
Right. I just don't understand how that works with freedom of speech. I can understand how it works when it comes to technology rights, but not when it comes to if someone creates their own radio, and figures out how to talk on a wavelength like that, and then someone comes and says to them, "We're fining you $1 million because you're talking." It's like, okay, oops.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely crazy. There's a lot of things the government does like that that's nuts. Outlawing cannabis is right along the same lines. It's based on old arcane thoughts and processes that don't make any sense in modern times.
Why was you'd probably know more about this. Me and Dance were talking Schedule 1 for marijuana. And then you go to the Schedule 2 and 3, and it's like fentanyl's on 2, cocaine is on 2, and that's a lower schedule. Or I don't understand how
Less harm for the lower the schedule.
lower
Yeah,
meaning 2, 3, 4, 5. It gets lower
the
and
bigger
lower.
the number, the less harm.
Right.
Doesn't
I would think
make any
fentanyl-
sense, RW. It makes no sense at all.
Right. So based on the fact that it's completely illogical, how has it stayed unchallenged or
Yeah,
How
I
could it
wanted to
not be
look that up.
Well, I think it goes back to the origins of prohibition for cannabis. And I just think it's this government that's slow to change things that have been set in stone.
Why do you
they
think
had
the government
guys-
wanted to stop people?
Originally,
Why do you think the government wanted to stop the society from partaking in THC?
do you mean in the original banning?
When they banned it? Yeah.
It was associated with jazz musicians, most of whom were black. And it was also associated heavily with culture of certain Mexicans. So it was a banning that had a lot to do with racism. It was banned at the same time as alcohol.
We
Very
don't
close to.
use the product because a race other than ourselves uses it.
This is just how their connotation was looked upon. It was banned at the same time as alcohol. There was a movement at the time of people who were very Puritan, who were very anti things like that.
Right. I
And-
can understand the Christian argument. I can't understand the racist argument. That's
Well,
that
that was part of it, man.
jazz
and,
music's
um,
amazing though, dude. It just blows my mind. I'm curious if I would have been a fish out of water in the 50s or the 40s. Yeah, I guess I'd just be a product of my environment.
Yeah, the music
Probably,
that they were making was so much more advanced than any other music besides proper classical. It was but anyways, so alcohol was then made legal again after Prohibition ended. Cannabis was kept illegal. At the time, they called it the Cannabis Tax Act. And then that Cannabis Tax Act was turned into classifying cannabis as a Schedule 1 narcotic because they thought that it was heavily associated with and led to the addiction of like heroin, basically harder drugs that were in the jazz that were seen to be there were junkies in the jazz scene at the time. So they kind of grouped them all together at the time, and that was sort of the death of cannabis. You'll find episodes of Dragnet from the 1960s where kids will say in the episode, "Hey man, take it easy. We only have LSD," and they're like,
So
"We don't have any weed. We don't do that."
I have a question because the way that they scheduled it seems very. So, in this grouping for number 1 is heroin, LSD, cannabis, ecstasy, methaqualone, and peyote. So, I don't know about, and it's put in this class because defined as drugs with no currently acceptable medical use and a high potential for abuse. Pretty sure peyote is used in medicinal practices for that culture.
And that's allowed. Religious exemptions are allowed for peyote.
And cannabis, I would think, also in those cultures would be along that lines.
You would think.
That grouping is just a strange grouping. Heroin, I don't disagree with. I think heroin is one hell of a drug that really fucks people up. Ecstasy, I've never experienced. I think it's really can burn some holes in brains based on pictures I've seen, and it really takes people to a different place. Methaqualone, I have no idea what the fuck that is, and peyote I've never touched because I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I think those are ludes, quaaludes.
What does that do?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I remember kids would use that in college in the 80s.
Is it like drinking?
Goes hand in hand with it, I think.
I don't know.
But I don't have any knowledge of ludes at all.
You go to Schedule 2. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me just clarify one quick thing for you, RW. LSD, when it was discovered and it was used in the mid 1960s, was
not for
legal.
Ultra, right?
Was legal. You could distribute it. You could ingest it. It was just all of a sudden there was a revelation by the CIA and whoever else in the government of what they perceived LSD to be, and then it was scheduled as a Class 1. For a long time, it was completely legal and unregulated.
My understanding is that it was created for MK Ultra programming.
It was
for
created by
paperclip stuff.
It was created by a chemist named Albert Hoffman, and he was searching for drugs that would help with circulation related to patients with heart problems.
Huh?
Sandow's Laboratories, I think he worked for.
And it was a lysergic acid dilethamide, formula number 25. He discovered it. He actually had an accidental indigestion and rode his bicycle home, and he tripped face, and he never really understood what happened and why that bike ride was so lucid, so crazy,
so colorful.
Until he
he later changed his name to Ram Dass.
Yeah, he restudied it after that, after months later, and figured out that he had discovered what he considered to be a way to view into a different dimension of humanity, of humankind. And if you've ever done it and you've had pure LSD, you
of
might
human
say,
consciousness, correct?
Yeah. You could say, that's
I have to go back and read. I mean, it definitely sounds like you remembered reading something when you're talking to me, so I don't doubt what you're saying. But I have a very different memory or remembrance, sort of what I read about its origins.
What you're talking about is what they did with LSD after it was discovered and invented and discovered by Albert Hoffman.
Oh, okay. So it's still not. It's still part of the story, just at a different point.
Correct. It was discovered by a chemist inadvertently. Go ahead.
I just want to go to Schedule 2 because cocaine is in Schedule 2. I would at least put cocaine in Schedule 1. I don't know if it. I know that it's a hell of a drug and it's addicting. Not personally, but from what I experienced through other people. I don't know if it's going to make your heart pop or your brain pop at a younger age, or how it works on that end. If you're going to do it in, like, not so you're just like cocaine bear, just like as much as you can, taking it. But
I saw that movie. Did you see it?
I just saw it last night with my wife, and she actually liked it, which just surprised the shit out of me.
I liked. It was a lot of fun, I have to say.
What movie?
Cocaine Bear.
Oh,
it's like Sharknado, basically, but
Right.
it's a different storyline.
It's not a great movie, but it's a fun movie. I recommend it.
It's a unique experience.
What's that on? Like Netflix?
That's Amazon Prime for free.
I saw it on Amazon Prime. Yeah.
I got that.
Just up your alley. Free.
No, I got them all pretty much, and I pay for most of them.
I know, right? You might as well take advantage of a free movie, bro.
And then the one we pay most for is the cable, which I'm saying let's just get rid of it.
Yeah, we have YouTube TV. Way cheaper, way better.
It makes more
You get
sense.
local shit on it though.
Yes.
Local news.
All three. Yeah, man. ABC,
What-
NBC,
How much?
CBS.
Do you know how much you pay a month for it?
$74.99.
Oh, I mean that's up there too, though.
Yeah. We're just happier to have that than pay Comcast or Fios or whatever.
Right. I mean anything's better. Like right now, we don't have the NBC. We haven't for like it seems like a month, but it probably has only been like a week or two. So like we can't watch anything NBC related for you turn it on that and it's like, this is why you should stick with us. It's like, really? This is why I shouldn't stick with you as well.
Oh, no kidding. Was that a Charter thing? Is that the company?
I think it's DirecTV.
Oh, you have satellite. I got you.
So I think it's an AT&T thing because we have another thing that's AT&T and it won't play it either.
So here's a concept you guys might like or not like.
Mm.
X, the program, I believe is meant to be like a super app in the near future that has everything, like YouTube aspect, TV aspect, Discord aspect, everything. Yeah. And then you also, the person that owns that owns Starlink. So basically, I believe in the future their idea would be to within a phone that captures its own internet and provides the house with internet, you can get whatever TV you want to watch without. It's like it will phase out, owning cable or owning YouTube internet or whatever. It's like it all encompassing what you want to watch for the same price, probably. I'm just curious to see if that unfolds or not.
I don't want to rely on satellites myself. I like a hard wire. A real hard wire.
I can't believe satellites haven't been attacked yet. For real.
What do you mean?
By who?
I don't know, like it seems like it'd be easier to make a missile to shoot that satellite than it would be to make a nuclear weapon. And what at this point in time,
definitely is easier.
You're right. That goofy Starlink,
damaging.
that's the worm of satellites.
yeah, I mean seriously.
Yeah,
I mean, you could be like, look, I got a fucking missile right now. It's gonna take out, let's say one of your main satellites. I mean,
I wonder how hard it is to
get
shoot
some
it.
power with that.
Wait. Who's going to shoot this missile? Like the
Russia.
guy down the block?
Russia.
No.
What if Russia's using Starlink?
Some country. I mean, you were just saying earlier that the reason
Good point.
we've seen the curtain's been pulled on Russia. It's like Russia is like their military and their strength is not beyond having nuclear weapons, which I wonder about what their capabilities are with nuclear weapons. Beyond that,
you don't want to find out though.
I don't want to
Yeah,
find
I
out.
mean-
but what
But
I'm
I know what
saying
you mean.
is,
Like they're all
what I'm
dust.
saying
Is what you're thinking.
is if it's so much easier to shoot a missile up and take out a satellite, I think that wields as much power as Russia does with having their archaic nuclear arsenal in the background. You know, if you can prove it and you got it and you like, look, I'm going to do it. You
Well,
know, I mean, it's just as powerful.
I mean, I mean,
It's,
And that's why
it's
I
not
haven't.
gonna.
I can't believe
taking out a
that somebody
satellite
hadn't
is an
shot
act
out
of war.
a missile up there and taken one out. It seems like it'd probably be just like a simple locking on mechanism that you could use Google because it's going to send you straight to that satellite and it's going to go there and take it out. You know.
Well, I wouldn't say it's easy. There's only a few countries that can actually launch missiles that can reach space.
Interstellar or whatever they call them.
Intergalactic. Yeah.
What was that movie with what was it called? With Ferris Bueller when he was young and he War Games. Are you thinking that's the level of their
Matthew Broderick.
technology? Yeah, Matthew Broderick.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is, I've always thought that, you know, if it ain't nuclear weapons, it's going to be something else that somebody figures out to destroy the human population.
Well,
You know,
I don't think
it could be some guy in his garage, you know, mixing the wrong chemicals together, and poof, we're all gone. But I just think that
Damn it,
seems
Bob.
like graspable that
I'm worried about you.
if you could threaten a country with taking out a satellite, it just seems easier than going other routes, is what I'm saying. To get the
David, I
power.
think one day you're going to plug in that one monitor that's just one past the actual physical limit of reality and everything explodes.
I mean, I think you have a point, but you have to realize that something like Starlink is thousands and thousands of satellites, and it's just by numbers, it's hard to attack.
Right, but I'm sure that there's certain satellites that we wouldn't want to, you know, have down.
But yeah,
Sure.
there's like our government satellites; those are incredibly expensive.
Big boys. Mr.
Yeah.
Kelsey, one bringing up a good point. They probably will have a mobile phone platform.
And that mobile phone platform will power your whole house with high-speed internet just by being in the house.
Are you talking about Elon Musk?
Elon.
Yeah, his company, yeah.
I think he's going to have a hard time, you know, with his vocal attitude, you know, for the rest of his existence.
What do you mean, Alex Jones? You think that's a
probably just
problem?
tell you to go fuck yourself, David.
No, I think that unfortunately, especially in how polarized we are and how not open-minded people are, that Elon Musk is going to put off enough people where he's not going to be as successful as he could be if he wasn't.
You think his political opinions are going to continue to harm?
Yeah. Just he doesn't know when to shut his mouth,
Yeah.
which
But if
I'm
it's-
guilty
if-
of myself.
If he's an asshole and his technology is literally that much more worth having, that still may win out.
I don't think so. I think that there'll be
There's a lot
enough
of youth that
people
would
to
do it.
shit on him that will just refuse to, you know, I mean, there's people now, and to put it on the opposite side, there's right-leaning people that will refuse at all costs to use certain brands because of their beliefs.
Bud Light.
Yeah, exactly. Bud Light's a perfect example. And
they mean it. They won't do it. It's effective.
They won't do it. And I think that there's people
It's
like
the
that on
same
all
with-
sides.
That is it. It's absolutely true.
He's just too, and I'm not saying that he's wrong. He should be able to speak his mind. But if
Well,
he wants to be successful,
Yes, finish.
he won't be, because, you know, 50% of the population is going to be too put off by
Exactly.
whatever he has to say.
So let's bring the next subject in of the man named Alex Jones. Is that a major thing and a detriment in what you're talking about, Afe? That's a prime example.
What about
That's
Alex
his-
Jones?
Well, he just got
People
let
may not know.
he just got let back onto Twitter by Elon Musk
Oh, did he?
after a hiatus on a banning since 2018.
Oh, well. Freedom of speech, man. Broad
But-
platform.
I think one thing I should point out is that he was not banned as far as we know, for Sandy Hook. He was banned for, I mean, it might have been like the last straw, but he was banned for his interaction with some CNN journalist and some question and answer thing.
And
So, I mean, it was, I thought it was totally bogus that if that was why he was banned.
bogus banning.
Bogus banning, baby.
You don't think
it doesn't matter at this point because it's just
Big
going to
bad
look like
bogus
Elon
banning,
Musk.
baby.
It's just going to look like Elon Musk is like, "Oh, I love you, Alex Jones. Here's your platform back, and do whatever you want to do." You know,
so? Do you guys
that's
think
how
that?
people are going to see it.
Do you think his attitude with X is going to detrimentally affect his major international corporations such as Tesla and Starlink?
It already has. Look at
I think
Tesla.
it will, and it has. I agree with it.
I think amongst
I don't know how much.
amongst world corporations, sure. Amongst people that love free speech, absolutely not.
Not talking about that. I'm talking about evaluation financially and money. We're talking about businesses
Even he was saying that basically when he told Disney to go fuck themselves or told the marketing people to not market on his platform anymore, he understood that it would make Twitter fail. But he was still going to uphold his morals
But
and let a company fold.
I understand Twitter failing. $2 to $4 billion may not be shit for him, but what I'm talking about is it affecting the multi-$100 billion corporations of SpaceX and Starlink and of course Tesla. Each one worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
I think Tesla, out of all of his major ventures, I think Tesla will be hurt the most because if you look at it, Tesla, most rightly, if I had to guess, all right, and I'm just throwing this out there, I could be totally wrong, but if I had to guess, like who's buying electric vehicles, if you did it by party lines, it's heavily on the liberal side or the left.
Absolutely.
And so I think that his attitude is definitely more of a right-leaning attitude. So I think that Tesla is going to be hurt, and it already has been the most because most of those people that were going to buy a Tesla aren't they were buying Prius. They were buying Priuses and stuff, and they're going to be like, Bill Gates needs to make an electric vehicle because I'm done with this guy.
Oh, come on, Aphid, you're better than that, mate.
Well, in what way? In what way?
Okay, he's not recommending that that's what people should do.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah,
he's saying that's what people will do.
No, I thought you said that's what you would. That's what you will do. You're not going to go with it.
No, come on. How would you get that out of what I said? I didn't say nothing.
Sorry, honestly, I thought that's what you said. Sorry.
No. That's not what. Well, I'm sorry if I gave that impression because that is not what I was trying to say.
You were making a statement from a liberal rather than from yourself, but I took it from yourself.
No, I wasn't. It wasn't on my end a politically based statement. I'm saying what I think with looking at both sides of the situation and judging. Right. I'm not saying like this is not my my belief on what the future holds for Elon Musk.
I agree with you. The vast majority of Tesla buyers in the last 5 years were Elon Musk. Were liberals and they loved Elon Musk. It was the best thing ever until he started opening his mouth. And now, they like you said, they're going for like Toyotas and stuff. But the funny thing is, when you hear about them, these people going for other vehicles, they get unstuck because they're fast charging and all that shit. The good thing about Elon, he's
more so to go on your point, Welshie. When it comes to the electric vehicle game, I really think that Tesla is the only one that's providing a vehicle that is safe and worthwhile. When you look at all of the most, especially Chinese versions of the electric vehicles, they're literally a hazard.
Well, so, even if they weren't, they haven't got the charging capabilities that Tesla has.
But also something to understand about
bad for both of you guys' points. It's bad timing because every single Tesla I think in existence just got recalled.
Yeah, but
There's another-
that's the hippies.
wait.
That's pure hippies. Because let me tell you the real deal about that.
Yeah.
Like you said, the press are going after him, the legacy media, and because he's going against that. But the recall is a software update. Just so you know.
There's
Yeah, I
no
know.
actually recalling the vehicle.
Yeah.
You just
Right.
update it doesn't require you to bring the vehicle back to a dealer or anything.
Yeah, it's like when you update your app on YouTube. You know, when YouTube sometimes pauses, and the way around it is you just update your YouTube app, and that's basically what happens. So I think they don't have to even do that. I think it just happens one morning. It just does it automatically.
Right.
There's a concept of speed charging a battery that I think Tyler brought up to the group before that I first heard it.
Yeah.
Just because you can charge a battery quickly doesn't mean that you should, because the battery life will be greatly decreased.
That's
In other
correct.
words, long-time battery life will be compromised. So
yeah.
If you do it all the time, that's correct.
Yeah, I think
I think each
technology's
time
moved
is
on.
a
I
charge.
think technology's moved on because you had neon. You had what were they
Lithium?
using for?
Lithium.
Lithium ion. But they're using a just slightly different version of that now. And from what Elon was saying, is that you can charge a Tesla 80% full really quickly. It doesn't take long at all. But to charge the last 20%, because it's now trying to find the gap on the cells to charge up, it's harder to get the. It takes much longer. The last 20%. He
I
says,
think it's like 6 hours, right?
yeah, but it's like for the first 80%, it's like 30 minutes.
Right.
It's like the last 20% that takes it the real time.
Did
Do
you
you
see
guys-
how much it costs to fill up a car from a charging station in California?
Well, £67 was $67 was yesterday. Oh, I've seen on YouTube. It was filmed recently. On a
Blows
public
my
road.
mind.
Do you guys
47
believe 67? But do you guys believe in the company called Consumer Reports?
I know
Like,
a lot
do I-
about it.
Do I
What kind of belief do you have?
the
to have?
Lord and Savior type
Well, do
situation?
you put any credence in what they say about products? Do you believe they're bought off by companies, or do you think they're completely independent and honest?
Like
I think
Snopes?
they have a bias, but it's not bought off by companies.
Right. I agree with him.
Supposedly, they're going to do the most extensive mileage testing for electric vehicles ever. And that entails them having to buy a ton of electric vehicles and do testing on their own, because that's always how they've done things. They've never
Right.
been given anything.
Is that? Did they make a car magazine?
No.
No, they make a
No, I think
consumer.
I
It's a
think
consumer magazine.
they made like a catalog each year for cars.
Yeah. That my dad or there's I swear he likes Consumer
They're
Reports.
consumer
car magazine.
testers, aren't they? They just test all different products, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
products.
all just, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he loves that thing.
Yeah, we've got
Yeah.
Like
we've
his
got the
Bible.
same thing in the UK called Witch. It's called the Witch magazine, and it's
Well-
obviously internet based now. And they basically just test products like that. And they buy
I
them
would
in.
hope that that's not biased information.
Same
I
thing.
would hope that that's legit, just raw.
Well, there's a problem with the estimations that they're giving you for Teslas for driving. The problem is that the weather could be
Yeah.
freezing cold when you're driving it, i.e., you have to run the heat the whole time. That's a huge energy draw. The weather could be really hot when you're driving. Then you have to run the air conditioning the whole time. If you happen to be driving on the perfect fall day in New England, when it's 65 and you can have the windows down, you're going to get an accurate mileage compared to what they tell you when you buy the vehicle. Any other extreme weather in either direction, and it's going to be a fucked up. You can't say it's going to go 300 miles. It'll go about, if they say 300, if you're blasting the heat on high, it's going to be about 245 to 255 miles.
Well, it's not a secret that electric power struggles in cold weather, and I think the one I seen yesterday, I think he lost 40% of his miles because it was super cold. I remember what it is. Yeah, it was super cold. It was like snow outside and stuff. And he was towing as well. He was in his it's not Polestar. What's the other brand?
The Rivian?
Rivian, yeah, the Rivian.
Rivian.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
I've heard of
about
him.
the black? Are you talking about the black guy?
Yeah, the black guy. You watched the video.
Oh
yesterday as well,
yeah, I
didn't
love that guy, man. I got
Yeah.
him. He's
I've
on
seen
he's
him.
on my sub.
He's brilliant.
Rich
See,
rebuilds.
I
you?
think he
Rich
put he put a Tesla engine in a Corvette, or a Corvette engine in a Tesla.
Yeah.
I can't remember which way he
It was
went.
it was basically
It was
Corvette
Tesla
engine
and a
Tesla.
Corvette, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he did. I think he just switched the engines. He done both. I think you're correct. I think he switched them around.
Well, it
just
was a
for the
damaged.
lols.
It was a damaged Tesla, so he got it, and then he put a LS engine in it, and it was beautiful. It turned out amazing.
Sick, fast as hell. Sounded
Yeah,
throaty.
it was. It did.
Yes. So if you look at if you look at his video,
in the Tesla,
Yeah,
yeah, he put a
Doesn't that
V8
thing-
in the Tesla, didn't he?
Doesn't that generate too much torque and twist the frame or something?
dude, this
Well.
guy's a genius.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is. Did you guys see? He bought the Cobra race car, and his buddy, Steven, the guy that used to be on the show, drove it and crashed, and now he's not on the show because supposedly he's like in house arrest because he, the car was unlicensed, they weren't insured, nothing.
Was that the Tesla guy that crashed and almost killed himself?
So wait there, is that the guy
No.
with the dark hair? Is that the guy with the dark hair? The right?
Yeah,
is-
the
that's like him.
longer
Yeah,
hair. Yeah, it was kind of like he almost looked like he was Hawaiian or something. Yeah, he hasn't been on the show since then.
And you know Linda with the fat ass.
Linda.
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 Linda is Richie's missus.
Is it?
Yeah, she's not she is an actress, and she's sort of
Well, she's an actress. She's got a what do you call it? OnlyFans page. I don't know if that
yeah, exactly.
qualifies. I don't know if that qualifies for actress.
I say no.
How can I search her? Because I can't just put in Linda with the fat ass. So
No,
give
it's
me
So
some.
Lin-
if you put Richie
Rebuilds.
rebuilds, and then
Linda.
Linda, and then it'll come up.
How do you spell Linda?
I would guess.
L-E-E. And
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
L-E-E-N-D-A.
but if you did Rich Rebuilds and do LE, it'll probably autofill.
Yeah, he'll fill it up for you, mate. He'll just go, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
All right. Yeah, there she is.
She's not that great. I mean, she's like, she's kind of, and she's got a little bit of a Eastern, Northern accent, a little bit.
Well, she sticks her tongue out a lot for photographs. I wonder what that
Does
means.
she?
I mean,
It's
she has
common.
good
Yeah, so
I don't see
yeah.
that.
She's a good.
Picture, yeah.
She's a good sport, though, isn't she? Based. She's.
Yeah.
She'll,
To be fair, she's sort of an actress in this role. She's just playing like, and yeah, obviously it's a loose term, but she seems to have a good personality.
Well, he's
She's
got
pretty.
a real sarcastic sense of humor where like
yeah.
the first 15-20 seconds of every video he's basically shitting on everybody, and then after this, if you want to watch my video, go ahead. That's kind of how he treats it.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched this video from yesterday, but he was towing a Hummer on a trailer. with
Yeah,
that
I
video.
saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
And he lost so
I
much
didn't see the
miles
end.
in the cold. He's so many miles he lost because it was cold. Like, he just-
Well, yeah, and he was pulling. He said that the max capacity that he could pull was like 12,000. He was pulling 10,000
yeah,
because he had the trailer and the Hummer.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, in the cold weather, it's like goes down to shit. Those Ford Lightnings, which I thought when they first came out, I was like, I might think, if like I can't get one right now, but like, like 6 years from now, get a Ford Lightning and use that as my company truck, when the prices come down on them. But those things are just shit when it comes the cold weather. Like just it's like 50% or less of their mileage gets shut off of them.
50?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. This
yeah.
guy towed one. He towed one. It was actually on Alex Jones. He was not the Alex Jones type. He just is a YouTuber, and Alex Jones showcased the video. But he towed something with this Ford Lightning, and it was supposed to be like 300-mile range, I think, and it went down to it was like 100 or less with towing something. So he's like, look, you construction workers, if you're going to go out and buy this Ford Lightning thinking you're going to haul around equipment, and this is what you're looking at, and it was real eye-opening. It was like, holy shit, man.
No, this is what the owner of the company drives around in and shows up for 5 minutes and goes and fucks off.
Exactly. Who doesn't really need a truck, but the truck's got like 0 scratches in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you tell.
And when he goes to price a job, people like it. They're like, "Oh, cool! You're a green company with this,
right?
Wow, yeah,
you're real blue collar, aren't you?"
Right. And then he sends a bunch of, I won't say it, but you know who's to do the work once it's
right.
Anyhow, what are you gonna do?
Well, I can give you. There was a plumber on YouTube, a UK plumber, and he went electric on a VW transporter type vehicle. The new ones, the type 6s, the T6s, and he went electric. It just looks like a normal diesel or petrol transporter. From the outside.
Like a van? Are you talking about like a van? I think
like a small van, like a transit type van.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Like transit, sure.
Yeah, like a VW camper, but like just the modern version of the VW camper. In the UK, they call them
IV.
T6s.
I think they call them IV over here or something like that.
So it was electric, and he was supposed to get like 340 miles out of it. This is about 2 years ago, and he got realistically 160 miles out of it. Right? And he spent like 50, 60 grand on this fucking vehicle. And that's all it did. All it did was cost him money on money because one, charging problems because it wasn't Tesla. The range was crazy, and the whole thing was like a lemon, and it was just costing him like so much money. I think it took about 3 weeks, and he literally went out and hired a vehicle, a diesel, just like left it there and just like give up.
Can't run a business like that, man.
Yeah, because he thought he would charge it in the night, drive it in the day, charge it in the night, and happy, no alternators, no start motors, or things to go wrong. Well, fuck me, everything fucking went wrong. He had no fucking range, and he just threw the towel in because it was obviously costing him thousands a week of lost business.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's a niche for these things, and the niche is going to grow. I just think right now it's basically in-town travel, grocery getters, short-distance commuters, high-end guys who have tons of dough, like we were talking about, the construction company owner who wants a Ford Lightning. There are guys I see that can go 30 miles, say they go from the suburbs to the city. They do their office job for 8 hours. They do the rest of the 30 miles to get home. They're totally fine. They have their charger at home at their fucking sweet house. It's perfect for shit like that, but there's definitely thin spots for the application.
You need 500 miles from a full charge, really, for you to start not having the anxiety, isn't it? What's it called? Battery life anxiety. If you had 500 miles per charge, I mean, not many people do over 500 miles a day. Eh?
No, but yeah, I mean, that's some serious driving. I fill my truck up once a week, and that's about 352 miles a week. And that's my weekly travel. So theoretically, I could do it with a Tesla if I could recharge it every night, get it close to full. I'd be fine.
I think it's all going to be like that. I think, in 10, 15 years from now, there's going to be 5 guys sitting around saying, man, I can't get with my combustion engine. I can't get, from Milwaukee to St. Louis, anymore because there's not enough gas stations to fill up my tank.
Why do you think that? I'm trying to figure out. You've been saying this for a long time now.
I think the writing is on the wall. I'm convinced, and I'm not saying I want it to be that way.
No,
I'm just saying that's
accusing you that. But you think that government regulations are going to begin to foreclose combustion cars?
Government.
No, I don't think it's going to be government regulations whatsoever. I think it's going to be consumer
Pushed.
based.
It'll be pushed. It'll be pushed. So,
I mean, you could say it's going to be pushed, and you could use that argument, and it'd be hard to argue against it.
okay.
But I think it's just going to be the, you're going to be sitting there with, the guy's going to be sitting there with his sports car that he paid, $60,000+ for, and he's going to be next to some minivan, and that minivan, the light's going to turn green, and that soccer mom in the minivan could kick his ass, and she paid, I think the prices will come down. It'll be just like any other form of power in a motor vehicle. And,
But
she paid $25,000-$30,000 for this car, and it just, there's no chance that he's got any chance.
You think her car will be less expensive than
it's a dream, that is.
Yes,
similarly priced.
Of course, and I'm sure
why
the same conversation. Because I'll tell. Well, hold on. I'm going to tell you why. Because I think the same conversation happened 100 years ago or whatever it was, when the farmer had his horse and was like, "No, I'm not going to get the car," because it doesn't make any sense. Because here's my reasoning, and he was right at the time. But those reasons are going to change, and the prices are going to come down. And every man is going to be able to afford an electric vehicle. It's just going to happen. It's going to happen.
Aphid, you're dreaming, mate. Because I agree with what you're saying about one thing. Now, let me just go back.
I'm not saying I want. I'm not saying I want this.
I know, but you said they're getting cheaper. That was your thing. They're going to get cheaper. Well,
they will be. They will be.
Okay, I'm telling you, you're dreaming there. Because
but why?
I'll tell you why. Because they don't want normies like me and you in cars.
Who's they?
The
Schwab.
Who's
the
they?
globalist? The globalist. I'll just say that.
So
Klaus Schwab.
They do not want you in cars. They don't want you in planes.
Do you think Elon Musk is a globalist? And you think you put him on this level?
Of course,
he's going to keep it. He's going to keep this from happening. Is what you're telling me?
No, he's not gonna, I didn't say he was going to keep it from happening. But I'm telling you, they don't want normies in cars.
Wait. Are you saying that Elon Musk is going to keep this from happening?
No, I didn't say
affordable,
that. I didn't even mention it.
How much did the Tesla drop in the past 2 years in price?
Good question.
Well, do you know the answer, Aphid? You asked it.
Percentage wise. Well, I want him to give him a chance.
Maybe $10,000 US.
You're out of your mind if you think it's only $10,000.
Well,
we're talking about 25% in a decrease at least in price.
I'll see about that.
Because they're making cheaper cars. The same vehicle is going
they're
down.
cheaper cars and cheaper batteries. Everything.
No, because when you make
plus
more
the
of
profit margin, the competition, just like everything
when you
else.
make more,
the competition will force the profit margin.
When you make more of something, it becomes cheaper. Right, that's that. But I understand that much. But they're not going to allow it. They're not going to allow.
Who is not going to allow it?
I don't buy Bezos' argument, but
okay,
I have my own
you might not want to buy it, but I'll give you the examples now in the UK, in London, Glasgow, Oxford, in many cities in the UK now. Oxford's got it going on, and London. They've done a thing where they're saying you've got to pay £12.50 a day to drive your car in this zone, which is basically all of London. Yeah, which is basically anything inside of the M25, which is a huge area. So this is only for certain vehicles, right? Older vehicles. Not particularly old, I think. So if you're 6 years old, it'll be too old. You've got to pay. You're paying £12.50 a day. But who are you affecting? You're only affecting the poor people, because the people in the Rolls Royce, £12.50 for them is 1p to them, right?
Here we go. Real quick. If we're ready for it, based on listings for the 2021 Tesla Model 3, which is base entry level, list price is $32,000 to $42,000, depending on condition, mileage, features, and location. All right, so that's 2021.
Drum roll, please, David.
2023.
That'll be about right.
Model 3 starts at 41,000 and goes up to.
Look what
$54,000.
No, but that's used you're talking about. What was the cost new in that time?
It's gone up, ain't it?
That is new
Just-
right now.
The price has
Just
gone up
Google
10 grand.
Tesla
It hasn't
drop-
gone
just
down. It hasn't gone down. It's gone up.
Google Tesla drops price of vehicles.
There's a gap and a missing piece to your argument, Aphid, that I want to.
Oh, go ahead.
There has to be a reason why someone would want an electric vehicle over a gasoline vehicle, given that they're, say, the same price. The only reason you've given is superior acceleration.
No, it's being virtuous.
I don't think that's going to be a big.
No, I know. I agree with you. That's
It's
not
just
the only thing.
virtuous. It's got nothing to do with the acceleration.
Okay,
It's just to be
let me read
virtuous.
this real quick. The Model S plunged with a high of $130,000 to $96,000. So I don't know what the percentage is, but I'm
Well,
is that?
let me
Close.
explain to you that $90,000 or £90,000 is quite a lot of money for anyone.
More than
I
I
didn't
For a
say it
car. No, but you're saying that it's getting cheaper. Well, it ain't getting fucking cheaper for the poor people, eh?
What model is that, Aphid? That's got to be. Is that their top model?
The Model S. Yes.
Yeah, the S, the Plaid X, the Plaid S, or whatever it's called. Which
So
is
they're just the statistics on the most expensive of the expensive.
yeah, so they've reduced their price on their most expensive model, but their base model's gone up 10 grand.
All right, I've
the base
refined
mo-
my
the base
search.
The base model went down as well. The base model went from
Not
48
according
to
to Steve.
44.
No, I've refined my search. I'm changing my numbers. I was completely wrong before, and I retract any numbers that I already said.
Fake
All right.
news. You lost your credibility.
Nope, I have the real numbers now, from the same website. And I'm going to show them after you guys have a short conversation about something.
Yeah, well, this says all I googled was Tesla drops price, and it says Tesla spent the past year slashing the average price of its model by roughly 25%.
It sold 1 million cars last year.
I mean,
Or what?
why? What do you think
$4,000,
is
25%?
Hold
It's
on,
still gonna be a
let's
lot
dance.
more.
I don't think it will be a lot more. I think that Elon's he's got his own battery factory, and he'll start selling those to other people as well.
But are you
So he's
saying
gonna
that fundamentally an electric vehicle will be cheaper than a gasoline engine vehicle?
Well, I didn't say it was a smart decision to turn over from combustion engine to electrical, especially at this point in time.
No, I'm not.
I never said that.
No, but
I'm
I
not
said that
saying
the
I'm not
general
saying you said
public.
that.
I said the general public it's the move is
Well,
I can see it. The move is
yeah,
already on. Where
wait,
they're going to
wait.
move from a combustion engine to electrical engine.
Yeah, but why?
It doesn't
Why
matter
would
if
they
it's the
make that
right
move? I don't
No one wants to.
understand.
The only reason the vast majority of people who move from a combustion engine to electric
What's the percentage increase
are doing it because they're forced. Their hand is being forced. Their hand is being
See,
forced.
that's
the
where
only
I
reason.
lose you, Base, because I mean, who's forcing people to make these decisions? I mean,
legislation is moving in that direction.
Well, yeah, like
models that are
California
happening.
will force
maybe,
So
but I
if
don't
you
know if
lived
that
in
really
London,
moves the.
15
I
million
think the
people live in London.
Look,
15 million people live in
I
London,
think that
and
the
basically
market-
they've all got to buy an electric car, or they're going to pay £12.50 a day. What would you do?
I think that this is
What would
what
you
I
do?
think is the
What
true.
would you do?
This is the,
What would you do?
I didn't even
$12
listen
a day, $12 a day every
Didn't even
day,
listen to your point.
or buy an electric car. Now remember, I'm saying they're forcing your
I don't.
hand.
get- It doesn't. But it doesn't matter. You're trying to use logic and reason, and I'm telling
Well,
you
yeah.
that it's past that already. You're talking about yourself and how.
No,
an
I'm
educated
talking about
person
everyone
can
in
make-
London.
And
I
I'm
literally
just
said
telling you.
15 million people in London will have to pay
I'm just
£12.50 a
telling
day.
you that you're going to be sitting, and your neighbor's going to be like, "What new car did you get?" And they're going to say it's a combustion engine, or they're going to say it's this nice shiny new electric EV machine. And the person that they're telling is going to be more excited about that EV that they got than the old combustion engine thing.
They're
And
virtuous.
that
Being
switch
virtuous.
has already been turned, I think. And you
Well-
can't turn it back now. I mean, maybe if we go 10, 15, 20 years in the future and everybody looks at it as like, no, this wasn't a good decision, and here's why.
Well,
And
we
we
know
all
why.
see, oh, why were we stupid and did that?
Well,
But
Well,
no,
remember diesels?
we
Remember they
didn't
told
do
you?
that
Remember
now,
they told you
and it's
diesels were
happening
clean?
already.
Remember they told you diesels was clean in the 80s? Diesels the way to go. It's clean. It's clean.
well,
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, Aphid Lip, but I think you're missing from convincing me. You're missing a rational reason why people
There is,
would
but
switch.
but you're trying to put, just like base, you're trying to
Logic.
put logic and reason
Yeah,
into this, and
yeah.
it's not a
Look.
logic and reason type of a thing. This is a oh my gosh, look what she's got, and look what I need.
I give up.
Virtuous. Virtuous.
That I don't believe will have much of an impact. I believe.
I think
I
that is the
disagree,
largest
Gans.
impact that's going to
If you
happen.
look
think
at
that
Look
it
at
will
the
have to
increase.
be-
Look at the increase from the past 3 years on people buying combustion engine to electric vehicles, and I'm going to tell you right now, the writing is on the wall.
Yes, because
How
they're
can you
handed,
deny? How
because
can
they're
you
being
deny? How can
forced.
you? What do you think is going to change that upward trajectory of the past
These-
3 years?
These are mostly upper middle class liberal city
Virtuous.
dwellers. Well,
But,
there's
I mean,
nothing
I'm
wrong
just-
with that, but I don't think there is much of a demand for people who drive outside of a city. It's it's a different environment.
Yeah.
All right, look, real quick. Let me just do this. I found the comparable to car and driver articles. 2021 Tesla Model 3 new, $46,440. Okay,
You're back on this.
so 46,000. Okay,
what do we got now?
2023 Tesla Model 3 new, $40,000, $6,000 cheaper.
So I was
That-
basically
That's not
right.
25% though, right?
Yeah,
Well, I was talking about the Model S.
closer
That's
to
because
10
that's the one
grand.
that's
It's
been
closer
talked
to
about.
10 grand.
Well, the
Model
Model
S.
3 is the entry level. This is the one that
Right.
you and I are going to be buying, bro.
Yeah, the entry
Yeah,
level
you're right,
one.
you're right,
Yeah.
you're
not-
absolutely
not,
right.
Not the Plaid S. Bit
But
expensive,
when I
but-
said, how much did Tesla drop
Yeah,
the price of?
Well, we
of
were
their-
talking about normies. I was specifically saying about the normal people, the poor people. They wouldn't be able to afford
I mean,
electric vehicles. So
look, we can
that's
argue
why-
over-
But this is why
we
he
can
brought
argue
in.
over this
That's
till
why
the
he
end of
brought
the
in
day.
the
It
base
doesn't
model.
change
That's
the
why he
fact
brought
that-
in the base model, didn't he? You were
It
It
talking
doesn't
about
change
the,
the fact
I
that
wanna-
writing's
I
you were
wanna
talking
answer
about the
Aiden's
Rolls
question.
Royce model.
I want to answer.
Well, here's the problem, though. So 40 grand is one thing for a new one, but like, I would be the guy who says, all right, so like a Grand Cherokee that might be 45 new, so I'm going to buy the one that's 3 or 4 years old for like 30. That's a gas one, right? Which is cool, because like you can fucking baby that thing and take real good care of it, get 10 years out of it. You buying a fucking battery car used, I feel like you're getting the shaft because somebody else got those fresh batteries, bro. It's not
Okay.
the same thing, man.
Okay, so Richie Rebuilds he's had plenty of people coming with Teslas with problems with their Tesla batteries. Now they do not fix their Tesla battery. Tesla will not fix it. They just replace it. So even if it's quite minor, they'll give you a replacement battery, which is $21,000. Okay, so the vast majority, and this is what they're saying in the UK now, the vast majority of all Teslas are getting scrapped because it's a financial no-brainer. There's actually no reason. What you get, what people are finding is that they're losing money by putting new battery in it, so they're scrapping their vehicle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the old school guys.
Good for the environment, I suppose.
No, probably not.
I know, I'm joking.
Think about the old,
No, I'm
rich,
agreeing with you.
the old British guys would buy gas cars that they could ride to 500,000 miles. Guys that had millions, and they'd have those old Beamers and cool old cars that would run forever. Like, that's not going to happen with the Tesla, man.
Yeah.
Well, here's another.
technology-
Oh, wait a second. Let's point out Ashley's comment here. If an adult will transition their child for clout, they'll surely buy an EV.
Sure.
Yeah, but hardly
Yeah,
any
that's a-
adults will transition their child for clout.
Yeah, yeah,
Before we
but
go
they
down that
will.
rabbit
They
hole-
will want to impress the neighbors.
Before we
Oh,
go
yeah.
down the
A
lot
rabbit
of
hole, I
people-
do want to answer Aphid. I want to jump in here. we were talking about multiple things. The writing on the wall scenario with the cars, and they're buying it now, whether it's for virtual signaling or whatever. I think that a lot of people are not willing to invest in combustion engines with new purchases because already in California, there's laws showing that within a certain period of time, these vehicles will no longer be allowed.
Yeah.
So why would
Force in your
people want
hands.
to continue to invest into a market that's being forced out already somewhere in the United States? If that's going to
I
trend
mean-
and push forward across the country, it's not just virtue signaling there. It's like
Yes, I think you got the two types. You got the virtue signalers, like you said, the middle class, champagne socialists, and then you got the people seeing, well, it's the end of an era, and if I get a combustion engine, then within 3 years, if I lived in California,
how am I
it's
going to upkeep it?
going to be all over for me. So they're being pushed.
Yeah, I certainly I believe Aphid scenario, if government, intervenes like California is planning on doing.
But they're doing
That
it.
will
in
change
the UK.
economics drastically.
I don't know if that makes a difference at all. If you want to ask my opinion, because I don't think people when they're buying a vehicle, the large percent, let's say 80%,
Normies?
people that go in and want to buy a vehicle, they're not thinking about future government plans on if their vehicle is going to.
So if you're going to spend, wait there, if you're going to spend say £40,000 on a new vehicle, and you live in a town in the UK now, and you're like Bristol, for example, it's like maybe the fourth biggest city in the UK. They're talking about doing the ULEZ congestion zone there. You're seriously telling me that wouldn't be on the top of your brain because it'd be on the top of mine?
No, on the top. No, it's not going to be on the top. I mean, it might be in the list somewhere, but it's not even close to the top.
Okay, so let me finish it off. And so when you're spending say £12.50 a day, and you drive your car every day, that's £50 to £70 a week, for example, tax before you even go anywhere. Before you even basically drive, as soon as you stick your keys in the ignition, you drive that car, you're getting charged £10 a day at least. So you don't think that's gonna because if you get battery, you won't get charged £10 a day, but they'll change the rules that you will eventually. They don't want you driving; they're going to charge you by mile. It's going to be a carbon print. And just to finish it off, sorry to keep on, but since 2010, all cars that are produced can be centrally operated. So if they don't want you to drive because you've had your quota that month, your car won't fucking drive. They've got that much control.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is coming from a purely stupid American. So I don't know what your laws are and how they affect the people there. I'm going based off of Americans and how they think. I think if they think they're going to have to pay $10 more for a vehicle that they're going to buy, they're going to look at it like another Netflix account that they have, and they're going to get what they want. $10 a month,
a day.
And here's where I think you're missing a big part of this.
Even a day.
I could believe your arguments that the price of batteries will go down as demand increases. I could believe a lot of things. The price of the vehicles,
the charging will be easier.
That will not. That's the difference.
I mean, there's going to be a bad part.
More children in Africa will be able to harvest all the semi-precious metals.
The cost of the charging will not go down.
Yeah.
That will go up.
They'll go up. Make good money on that.
And it might be the same as gas.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
It's already much more than gas.
It could be. I don't think it is here.
The only way
it is
to compete with,
like if you charge it at home, if you come home and plug your car into your outlet in the street, house,
if you charge
you're not paying more than you are for gas.
I don't know.
I've seen the figures where people have electric vehicles are showing what they're paying a month.
I don't know if you realize, but you only can change electric. This is what Rich Rebuild said. And the other day he said you can only charge by using an app. Just to bear that in mind, he said. It's true. So what that would mean in the future is they could literally turn around and say, because it's connected to your app, if you use your hours up, if you use your miles up, then we won't give you a charge. We won't allow you to drive the vehicle.
Yeah. I mean, I'm worried about that, but I'm not worried about that as far as Aphid's argument goes. So you say that I don't know. the actual cost of electricity, say at a residential rate, to recharge
Yes.
a car is less than it would
Less
cost
than
a
the
comparable
cost of,
car to buy gas.
yes. Now, is it offset by the cost increase of the vehicle over a combustion engine vehicle? No, at this point, it's not.
No, I'm not,
So
I'm
you're
not
going to
worried
pay
about that.
more.
I'm just talking about the
And
energy.
right now, you're
Just
going to
the
pay
energy.
more for your vehicle at the front end. But if you can come home and plug it into your wall outlet and let it sit there and charge, you're going to pay less per gas per mile than you
That
are
I
for the
find
electricity.
surprising. That is very surprising.
Here's
So
what it's
that's
going
good
to,
news. Good news for your argument then.
on average, here's what it's going to raise your electric bill per month. $200 to $300.
Well, that's,
And how much do you spend on gas?
I spend a lot
Probably
less
$300
than
to
that.
$400.
Well, I spend like $45 per fill up. I fill up
Yeah,
once
but you're
a
one
week.
dude. You got a Prius.
You got
Well,
it. Like,
and he's
I don't
retired. He
know.
doesn't have to commute.
Besides, last chance, have you seen those new Prius? You got to go out and get one of those. They are slick looking. This finally, the Prius made a good looking vehicle.
Yeah, you really got to compare, per mile, basically. That's the only way to compare because
They're going to charge you per mile, and then when you've done your when you've done your quotas, you either pay a nice fat tax or they'll stop you from driving.
I'm not saying you're wrong, based, but in terms of trying to figure out the economic argument that Aphid Lip is making.
Well, here's another thing you want to
understand the cost per mile of.
Here's another thing you might want to. Here's another thing you might want to look at, especially with supercars. But if you look at the percentage of these companies that make all our vehicles, of what they have in the past like 5 years, their increase of how much they have put towards making electric vehicles instead of combustion vehicles, you might not have an option to buy a combustion vehicle much longer.
It's a push, yeah, exactly. It's a push. No one really wants. No one really wants. They're not pushing.
Yeah, but you're thinking there's some guy behind the curtains, and this goes to a lot of your views. That and he's
so
not. He's thinking the guy that owns. Hold on. The guy that owns Ford, the guy or the in charge of Chevy or whatever company you want to pick, he's not
Chevy Chase.
He's not getting pushed, and he's not trying to push anybody into doing anything. He's trying to guess what more people are going to buy from his company over the other company. So he's trying to gauge, should I put 60%? Should I make 60% of my vehicles electric? He's not going off of what somebody's whispering in his ears. Oh, go build more electric vehicles or combustion vehicles, whichever, to sway the public more. It has nothing to do with that. And I'm sorry, I can't agree with you that it is only with people wanting trying to figure out who's going to buy more vehicles the next year. It's it. Absolutely it. Nothing to do with somebody whispering in his ear.
Well, no one's whispering in his fucking ear. They're saying it. They're saying it straight to their face.
In some states,
I couldn't disagree more, because then the other company next to him is going to be like, well, I'm not going to listen to that guy talking in my face, and I'm going to build this.
Wait, they haven't got the option. They haven't really got the option.
Look at COP 20. What happened at COP 20 just recently?
Well, 28. But you know what happened at COP 28? It's the same thing happened at COP 26. The same thing happened at COP 27. You know what it was? Oh, we'll have a nice chat. We haven't actually signed anything down. Well, we're talking. That's basically what happened.
It's all over. Fossil fuels are done. COP 20 said so. Or COP 28 or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, I mean 90,000 people attended. Majority of them by private plane. In fact, we had our own prime minister, our own king, and our foreign minister turn up on 3 different private planes. I mean...
Did you see their country? One of them, the one that's underwater, like fucking
Sri Lanka,
Mauritius or Karanka, whatever the
Mauritius.
Fuck. Yeah, the leader from there comes in, and they're all doing like a standing ovation. It's all over, and they come in and they're like, "What happened? Sorry to interrupt your thing here, but you never even included us in the decision. It was kind of comical because you're right, Welshman. They did seem to sort of like have a big standing ovation and pat each other on the back. And
Nothing was
what does
signed.
that exactly mean?
Nothing. Yeah, literally just words. Honestly, it was just the same as all the other cops. Basically, they just talk a good story. Nothing gets fucking done. It's a bit of a jolly, really.
Yeah, and that's actually good news. That it's just all bullshit.
Yeah. I agree. That's good news.
I mean,
Yeah.
OPEC, those nations are producing something in the range of
Well,
30 million
Yeah.
barrels a week or something crazy.
United Arab Emirates, where it was being held, was having secret oil deals. They were doing secret oil deals. It got exposed. So the host, who happens to like his whole economy is oil, decides to do secret oil deals. No shit. Are you serious? Well,
Top 28
hardly
shows what's
surprising.
coming. Here's what RW says. Not sure what he means by that. Go ahead and expand upon it, buddy.
I think that even if you see them as just bantering bullshit at COP28, I think that by what they've talked about in the past and what we now have as legislation, I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that they're basically sitting there bragging about what the world's going to have to do in a short period of time. You know, if I'm wrong, so be it. But based on what I've experienced in the past, I don't look at that meeting as just a silly, rich meeting.
Yeah, they're pushing their narrative, and it comes out at later dates. Yeah, but stuff's supposed to happen there, but like nothing does. It's just like it is literally a jolly for the 1%ers in the world.
English Bottle Cap bringing up some fringe beliefs here with it means they also manipulate the weather using chemtrails and other techniques.
That is not a conspiracy theory anymore, is it?
Aphids,
It
where's
is
your
a
question?
conspiracy theory. It absolutely is.
Cloud seeding is admitted now. It's been admitted. Cloud seeding.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't influence the weather. It's
What do you mean? What they influenced the weather in the Vietnam War? That's come out.
Oh yeah, how'd they influence the weather?
But they were sticking some sort of I think it was some metals in the sky, which would then cause more rainfall. And in fact,
It causes moisture particles to gather and fall out of the sky. Basically,
I mean that
clouding.
it's
that's
impossible
not
to
even
do that
denied
on
anymore.
on
Last
this-
chance,
it-
but that's not
it's-
even denied, is it?
It's
That's not denied.
impossible to do that on a scale that changes the weather.
Well, they've done it in the 60s in Myanmar. Well,
No, not Miramar.
Silver
it wasn't
iodide
in
is what
Vietnam.
Mr. Kill
It
says.
Right. That's been known forever.
If you
Cloud
look at
seeding-
North Carolina skies at night, all the so they don't do it every day, but the days that they do it, the whole eastern sky is just layered with a mesh of it.
From planes?
Yes, plain exhaust.
Yeah, those are contrails. Those are not chemtrails.
But wait there, last dance. So if I go searching now, right, and just as the U.S. Army or a part of the U.S. Army, whatever they were actually cloud seeding in the
You are
Vietnam
missing
War.
the point.
No.
You're
You
missing the
said
point.
wait there.
I use a critical
can't.
word. I use
You
a very important word. I use the word significant.
Yeah, well, I'm pulling you on that word significance because they completely made the wet season in Myanmar with the treks going through the supply line. They totally significantly changed their environment for a very long period over that time, and the U.S. Army admit they did.
I mean, it wouldn't be the army. They don't do
Well, okay.
the military.
Was it-
You mean?
Was it the Corps of Engineers
admit.
or some sort? Or
Yeah,
Well, they
sure,
now
sure.
admit they admit it, and they admit that it worked.
Oh yeah, show me the link. You know, and I'd love
Put
to
it
see
in the back
something.
chat.
Yeah.
backdoor man?
It's got to tickle me in the back chat before I
Trap
pay
2 chat.
attention.
Trap 2.
Yeah, I've never been a believer of the chemtrail theory. And RW, I'm interested in it. If you want to facilitate some proof, please do. Doesn't have
Yeah.
to be here. Can obviously be in the discords as well. So
Yeah,
it's an
I'll
interesting
find it.
subject.
We can find it.
I love it. Fringe subjects, interesting subjects like that. As I've said earlier,
Ashley,
you
don't
know,
call me adult. That's very objectionable. I would
there you go.
put my knowledge against yours any day. And I think you're a pretty smart person. So
You must never looked up.
of course I've looked up. I'm an aviation buff. I've been looking up since I've been 5 years
Okay.
old.
Okay. I've just gone on.
You've never
I've
seen
used
some
Google, by the way.
hurricanes caused by manipulation, Last Dance?
Since the 1960s.
Yeah, because there's been so much more air travel since the 1960s. I mean, there's, our
Okay.
population
So
in
I
the
don't-
country has doubled. People are richer. There's like 5 times or
Okay.
10 times as much air travel as there was in the 60s.
Okay.
And
I've just-
again, Ashley, we're in some discords, you, I, and Last Dance. Please put the proof that you're talking about. I would be more than happy to check it out. Anybody with proof it would make
Okay,
it
so-
undeniable.
Okay.
And I'd be
so-
happy to check anything like that out.
So I literally just went into Google as well, and I just put down U.S. changed weather in Vietnam War, and it says Operation Popeye's goal was to increase rainfall by carefully selected areas to deny
Yug.
the Vietnamese enemy, mainly military supply trucks, the use of roads, softening road surfaces, causing landslides among roadways, washing out river crossings. So Operation Popeye was its name. You're welcome to have a look. There's lots on here.
It caused enough moisture to wash out roadways.
Yeah, so this was between 1964 and 68, like I said, the 60s.
I'd like to see that.
Make mud, not war. How the US used weather warfare in Vietnam. This was in August 23, this article was written.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to any proof at all.
Make more warfare. That's the festival
Did you put
going
it in the
nose,
back
beef,
chat?
mudders. Oh, you
I don't
want?
see
Oh,
it.
yeah. Can we put it in the back chat?
Yeah, put it in the back chat. We want to see this.
Okay, I'll put it in the back chat.
Landslide. American created landslides in other countries. I definitely am interested.
Well, yeah. There we go.
With chemtrails.
Cloud seeding. Whatever you want to call it. There we go. There's the article. And let me get back. Maybe get another news article. Let's try something different. U.S. Department of State. Subject weather modification in North Vietnam. I think that'll do us. What do you reckon? .gov, that one.
I mean, it doesn't seem that they actually admitted that it worked. And it also says all rainmaking operations ceased on July 5th, 1972. The initial area of operations was the eastern half of the Laotian Panhandle. Yeah, I mean, they certainly attempted it. They gave it the old college try.
I'm sure they tried. What happened to Base? Oh, he get knocked out.
He's back. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, so this is from the State Department, I think this one is from. So, the U.S. Office of the Historian from .gov, History State. Well, it's in the official history now. Memorandum. Interesting.
Yeah, it is. Office of the Historian. I see what you found.
Discussion. Just trying to find. And it 100% worked. It caused massive problems over their wet season.
Well, the Make Mud article says after an initial field trial appeared to go well, but further drops had little effect. Aerial reconnaissance showed the Vietnamese were covering the affected area with gravel. Traffic may have been slowed, but continued as before. So that's the Guardian article.
Yeah, it's a left-leaning article, but anyway, like I said, this was non-existent a minute ago. Now it's
All right,
now
department.
No, I never. I wasn't. I'm sure they tried all kinds of things, just as
we're talking like
weapons.
this was in '64 when they done this, and you're trying to tell me they're not up to no shit now? Fucking hell, come on.
Yeah, I am trying to tell you that.
Okay.
I make an actual claim, and then I'll tell you whether I believe
it. You've moved.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Does this look reputable, Last Dance?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a state department.
This .gov.
All right, let's go down to number 4. Right here. I'm going to wave my cursor around the beginning of it right here. Just read that paragraph. I'll read it out loud. In our view, the experiments were undeniably successful, indicating that at least under weather and terrain conditions such as those involved, the U.S. government has realized a capability of significant weather modification.
Significance. Remember that word last time, significance.
Yeah. If anything, the tests were too successful. Neither the volume of induced rainfall nor the extent of area affected can be precisely predicted. The only absolute control, therefore, is after the fact, i.e., to halt cloud seeding missions. So,
okay. Yeah,
I mean,
good.
it doesn't prove anything without any deniability, but because there's no control, there's no way to scientifically compare this.
But Last Dance said it wouldn't change the weather significantly. And in that statement you just read, they actually said the word significant.
They did say that, but this is not.
It was very significant, I think they said.
This is a memo from the Department of State, from one dude in the Department of State to another. So I'm not sure I would give that 100% reliability.
Last Dance, come on, man. You've got to concede
let's look at
that
the
way.
references.
Yeah, it's .gov.
I mean, it's an interesting article.
I mean, if there was an article posted up here by one of us that said the opposite and was like, look, we did these tests and no significant was taking place, would you agree with that?
Well,
Based?
the thing is, you've got the Guardian basically saying it went on, and they're saying it wasn't as successful. Then you've got .gov saying, yeah, it done what we decided to do, which is basically flood them out.
Right. What them saying, they can't deny the fact that there could have been naturally occurring weather because they don't have any way to compare it against anything else. But it appeared through their.
They have all the seasons, mate. They have rainy seasons, yeah, and they literally just encourage that rainy season by cloud seeding the area, and they did change the environment, especially locally, especially significantly where they sprayed, and that's what the whole point was.
Oh, I'll give you that. It's certainly.
So that's 69 years ago, if my maths is correct. 69 years ago.
69.
And you don't think they've developed? You don't think they've developed that since?
So I have 2 points to make on chemtrails real quick after looking for a while. Sadly, I didn't save that video back in time where it was a pilot that was talking about how contrails disappear versus how chemtrails don't. But I did find an article to disprove my point, sort of, that I put in the back chat. It's called fullfact.org, so they're fact checking.
Oh,
so,
fuck yeah.
I know. I'm just doing it anyway.
Come on.
What was claimed? So this is my understanding through the video from the pilot.
But you're reading out a fact check.
Buddy, I'm reading a fact check, but trust me. Wait till the verdict. Just wait. Trust me. Contrails disappear from the sky quickly, so lines of cloud which last for hours are chemtrails. That's what was claimed. What they're saying is that it's false. Contrails can last in the sky for many hours depending on atmospheric conditions. There is no good evidence chemtrails, as they are often described, are real. It's not saying there's no evidence. It's saying there's no good evidence. So even as a fact check, that really says a lot to me. But besides that, I will relent on my point until I can find the other video. The other thing is in the international pub on the Discord, I posted a image that shows that Bill Gates is working on his own project that's basically spraying dust or chemtrail into the sky to block out sun. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's just literally something that's happening that they're doing that's different.
I'm sure.
That doesn't, the fact that someone is experimenting with stuff does not imply that.
Why would you experiment?
Because that's what we do with science. We try to.
It seems very large scale, and we don't have a choice.
We do want to be able to control the weather. And
that square wheel was fine with me.
Do you think that it's fair if they're doing a large scale spray experiment across areas where it falls on the public, that it's fair to the public that they have the right to have that experiment? Or are they doing this altruistically and they're doing it over an ocean where it only, affects us?
Well, I don't think they should.
A spray of what? It depends what's being sprayed. Like
exactly,
that's exactly harmful chemical, or
I mean,
calcium carbonate, CaCO2, CaCO3. It's non-toxic.
Calcium carbonate is basically Tums. It's not particularly harmful.
I believe we're getting dumber. In the last 50 years, we're getting dumber than we're getting. Our development, our evolution has stopped and started to reverse, sadly. So when people say, we should have square wheels and stuff, we've gone beyond that now. We're going backwards. It's.
I don't know if we've gone backwards.
Technology is good.
We if you look at the history of humans, since communication came about, we were able to learn what other people that had nothing to do with us, or our ancestors had. So we were able to communicate, and now with the internet we can communicate instantly with everybody. So there's going to be a significant decrease in the how further we go, as
so kids find it hard to communicate now. Especially after COVID and now with modern internet, kids find it hard to speak to other people face to face. This is now becoming a.
I don't see your camera on there, buddy. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, so so we just found a government article that proved that they did do it in Laos in the 60s.
What did we do?
Cloud seeding.
Cloud seeding.
Okay. Well, fuck those guys.
So do we have more proof? Are there more articles? Is there more discussion about this happening?
By the way,
like I said, Steve,
chemtrails
it's not a conspiracy.
Are not cloud seeding. That's not what that refers to.
What do you think about calcium carbonate when it comes to carbon? Carbon seems to be bad these days.
Well, calcium carbonate is a solid form of carbon.
Okay.
So it's not.
Anything with the word carbon in it is supposed to be bad now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Bill Gates does not think so.
Well,
that's a great way to get calcium to your vegetable garden.
They're airdropping it on your vegetable garden, dude.
Yeah.
It's better than calcium nitrate.
Probably.
Well, what's funny is with the carbon dioxide content, it's 0.04%. And what's hilarious about that, if it drops down to 0.02%, plant growth will be dramatically affected. And if you increase that CO2 level, like some gardeners, Steve and stuff, might realize that enriched CO2 environments will bring up your fruiting crops by up to 20 to 40%. We're screaming about net zero. No, carbon bad. Well, I'm sorry, carbon is going up from an almighty low from 200-300 years back, and the reality is we're still pretty low.
If the governments in the world think they can change the climate, which is what they seem to think they can do, then they seem to think that what they're aiming for will destroy the planet because plant growth won't be able to grow. Well, not in the scale it's growing at the moment.
Do you got a bug out bag, Welshie?
What's that?
Do you got a bug out bag? You know what a bug out bag is? Oh, it's a backpack that you got like survival, like a survival kit backpack with some food in it to get started on when you're huffing it the hell out.
No, I believe it's going to be pure anarchy. So basically, you have to take what you need. It's like people who say, "Oh, I grow my own greens in my garden," and that's pretty good. And I said, "Well, you know what they'll fucking do when the shit hits the fan? They'll wait outside your garden in the night and they'll just take all your fruit and stuff because no one's going just because you made your own stuff. I mean, shit. I mean, if the credit cards went down in this country."
What about knives? Because you don't have guns there.
Yeah, I know.
Can you go buy a knife at Walmart or whatever you got?
Yeah, you can buy that. But if credit cards went down in the UK or in America, there would be riots within 24 hours because no one will have cash, right? And you won't be robbing for your tellies. You actually will be robbing for food because
if you're in the city, you're confident.
That's what you're going to need. If Black Lives Matter and the riots, they can still buy stuff down the shops because they got cash, they got digital. And then now, if they've got no they've got no digital, they're going to be robbing for food, and this, the place will turn to shit in no time.
Yeah, escape from New York.
Yeah,
wall them all in the cities.
How can you buy knives over there, Welshie? Can you just go to a random store and buy a knife?
Yeah, just go to a random store and buy a knife.
Okay.
But you get caught carrying that shit. How long do you get?
No, you're fine to carry a knife. It's the reasons you have for carrying it. So obviously, if you would go into the pub and you're caught with a big fucking Rambo knife in your ankle, then I'd suggest you'd be in a bit of trouble. But if you're walking from work and you've got like an axe in your hands and you're a builder, then there was a guy that was like violently assaulted and arrested by the police for literally having his carpenter's kit with him.
That's stupid.
Yeah. In fact, there was a guy in the UK that was shot dead. He went to the pub and he was doing some work for someone, and he had a table leg, and it was in a bin liner. And he walked home from the pub, and he was only about 4 houses from his house. His wife heard the shot, and the police just said to him to stop, turn around, and he turned around. They said, raise his hands. He raised his hands, and they shot him because they were scared because he raised his hands, but they told him to raise his hands.
Do you guys get the body cam footage of that?
No, but it did come out in the inquiry that basically the police did tell him to put his hands up, and he did exactly what they told him to do, and they shot him.
Gotta have the body cam. Gotta have the body cam.
I don't think it was ever made public, but they admitted this poor guy was just a chippy. He was doing some work for somebody who was on a kitchen leg. It needed to be just a normal guy. His wife come out and seen him dead on the street, And then what it was someone down the road that said, "Oh, they seen someone with a shotgun," and it was just a table leg in a bin liner.
Interesting. Here, Cup of Tea saying, first atom ever split was lithium. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I would have thought uranium, but maybe I could be wrong.
So much better as a pill.
I think it was uranium or maybe thorium.
Thorium. Wow, look at you. Thoring it up. Reducing the amount of UV hit. Who's they? They've bragged about reducing the amount of UV hitting the Earth. I don't know what she means. But I'm interested.
By chemtrails or cloud seeding.
Yeah, it's the eponymous they.
This panel
David Lucas loves so much.
So might as well just.
I love they.
What's that, RW?
This panel, I mean, the three guys at the top of the panel, I definitely know that the question is going to come when they is used. You might as well not use they and just add a little bit more detail.
Yeah, I just like I mean I'm all into investigating different theories, subject matter, all good, man. I'm not
Well,
trying to.
I've heard this describe this phenomenon, the they phenomenon, as
Geoengineers, she clarifies. By the way,
it's,
go ahead.
it's a kind of religious belief in the presence of evil geniuses. They're evil.
It's their pronoun.
They're geniuses because they're able to hide, despite everybody's desire to.
Well,
Fine.
my position hasn't changed, mind you. I said this happened, and the US were doing it 69 years ago, and why would you actually think that they're not doing it today, or they haven't done it?
You change your
more
positions
modern
all
future?
the time. You are.
Well, I wouldn't think.
You
I
are
haven't
a
changed.
goalpost
I haven't
mover
changed on
par
this. On
excellence.
this, I haven't changed on this last dance. You've changed your position multiple times
wait.
on this one.
Might I point out that you literally stopped one sentence by saying how the government could manipulate the environment, and then you instantly went into the next one, which was global warming, and you said how the government there's absolutely nothing they could do to affect the environment.
No, I said the government. The governments believe they can change the climate. World governments believe by their actions they can change the climate. So I was cynically saying that. I wasn't believing that they can change the climate.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're saying that the government can do this to cause these, washouts of these roads and this significant, I think you said.
But they can cause
then your next
rainfall,
argument was how there's nothing that humans can do to affect anything.
Well,
it's just kind of ironic.
Well, okay, I understand what you're saying, but the point I'm making is the CO2 levels. They think CO2 levels will change the climate. That's what they believe. Where it's not the CO2 level change, the climate changes and CO2 follows 800 years later. And that's, if you look, when CO2 rises, it's after the climate temperature rises, not before. So
but at the same time, the argument where that humans can't do anything about climate change doesn't negate the fact that people can cloud seed and cause rain to fall.
Yeah.
That doesn't.
No, I think we've proved that that's definitely a possibility.
Cloud seeding has been known for.
Let's prove that.
The argument, the difference would be like, are the chemtrails happening all the
you-
time for cloud seeding? I'm not saying that. It would be more like if a bunch of planes wanted to drop something over a certain area to cause something to happen, they know that they can do that if they wanted to.
Locally.
They can, correct. But like what I'm looking for is, we pulled up that article earlier, which did certainly lend a lot of proof to that era. But that doesn't, to me, mean that it's something that's happening today.
But why wouldn't you believe that they're doing it today if they could do it 69 years ago?
No, but what about?
Well, I'm just looking for proof, my man.
What about chemtrails in themselves? Like, is it really cloud seeding for weather change, or is there for some other reason?
Well, it could be.
Well, as far as I've always known, that was just water vapor and plane exhaust. I never thought that. So you think that commercial airliners have some sort of a secret deal with the government that they can turn on cloud seeding and turn it off or something? I don't know. I'm just trying to ask. Like, how does it work?
My point of question is, I need to search more and understand more if contrails can truly last for that period of time, or if that's not true. If I can find out that as a truth, then whatever stays in the sky forever for that day and stacks up at night on the windward side, that means that that's not normal. That's not a normal thing. So I need to understand that more. I hear you're saying that they're just contrails. I'm not sold on that fact yet. I'm just not sold on that truth.
So English Bottle Cap is here saying not commercial airliners, for fuck's sake. Okay, then is he implying there's a large fleet of government planes that are doing it? That's fine.
Yeah, Okay, so in the back chat, I've just put a link in the back chat from a news agency called CNBC. I believe they're quite big in America. I think the title says
I gotta urinate. Be right back.
how cloud seeding can increase rainfall and snowfall. So that was 10 months ago.
You're trying to bootstrap cloud seeding into chemtrails. That's what you're trying to do.
Can you
And I
define?
want you to
define?
have
Can you
evidence.
define the difference?
Yeah. Well, when Ashley looks up and sees contrails, she thinks they're chemtrails. That's the difference. Cloud seeding is
And me.
And RW,
Not just Ashley, damn it. Why does she get all the credit?
RW, of course. He doesn't believe in contrails that they can last, but he believes in chemtrails.
I don't know. I don't not believe in them. I just don't know. But do you understand his answer, Welsh?
Well, from what I'm making from it, he doesn't believe in. He believes in what's the two now? Because even I've lost the terminology. Cloud seeding. He doesn't believe in chemtrails, but he's believing in cloud seeding of some description.
The cloud seeding is not a secret. It's not a conspiracy. It's
But
been
they're the
well
same
known.
thing, aren't they?
Silver iodide. Well, what do you think? What do you think is in these chemtrails that you are?
I've just put that article towards you, and it literally in the title it says that how can cloud seeding increase snowfall? It can, not how. It says it can increase snowfall and rainfall.
It's one possibility of what a chemtrail can do, but I think what he's arguing.
No, but it's calling it cloud seeding. It's calling it cloud seeding. It's not calling it chemtrails.
What I'm saying is the disconnect is that I don't believe that Dan believes that anything is coming out the back of a plane that isn't just exhaust.
Well,
he's an
we'll ask him.
Do you believe that there are? Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. We're a bit of a dead end on this subject.
I was just trying to make sure that the understanding was what we were talking about was the same. Like I believe that there's something coming back out of the back of these planes that I have to be proven that they're just exhaust and they last a long time. If I can disprove that it's not that, then it's something else.
That last article I just put in there on YouTube, which is from a legacy media channel, might help you out. They're admitting their cloud seeding, and they're admitting the cloud seeding, not chemtrails, cloud seeding. I believe that
are they using the terminology that it's not contrails?
Yeah, it's just a terminology thing. That's all it is. So they're literally saying in their title, cloud seeding can increase rainfall and snowfall.
So in that video, it's possible, Steve, that is a video that shows that contrails shouldn't last that long.
What video? In the back chat?
The back chat from Welsh.
No, that video doesn't show that.
Okay. Never mind.
What do you think, Last Dance? What's your theory here?
What's my theory about what?
How it does or doesn't show that? I haven't even seen it.
It's just a video about cloud seeding. It has nothing to do with
contrails
or chemtrails.
Okay, so do you believe there's such thing as called chemtrails, where they're sticking stuff in the environment to change the atmosphere? Last Dance.
I have to be careful when you say things like that, because
but
then you're going to say, well, cloud seeding is exactly that.
Do you believe they've done it during the Vietnam War in 1964?
Yes, of course. They've done it before the Vietnam War. They've done it after the Vietnam War.
So you believe that was chemtrails or cloud seeding? What do you believe that was?
It's not trails at all. It's not a trail.
Okay, so what do you believe it was?
That's not what the chemtrail conspiracy theory is. It has nothing to do with silver iodide cloud seeding. What Ashley's saying is that Ashley's saying that every night she looks up, she sees these trails in the sky, and those, she claims, are a mixture of chemtrails for some nefarious purpose, I suppose. Not that she's willing to give any details, and regular contrails, and that contrails can't last for, I don't know, a long time. I don't know why she believes that. So if the ones that last for a long time, those are chemtrails.
She's got another point there that I've seen with my own eyes here in Carolina. You look up at the sky, there's two planes at the same altitude, flying right tail to tail right behind each other. One of them is kicking off a trail and the other one has absolutely nothing. So it's not like
How close?
with the next tagging trail right behind it, because they're constantly going in the same direction over the sky. So when you look up in the sky, they're like that far from each other. I don't know how far that is once you're up there, but they're not.
It's
very
incredibly far apart is what the answer to that.
Okay,
If they both came from the same place, and one is kicking a trail that's very long, and the other one, and he was just behind him, he should be kicking the same trail. It doesn't make sense.
There's no way you could tell where exactly he is. He's not going to be right behind him, for one thing. He's probably going to be at a different altitude entirely.
It's like a wormhole technology for a weather pattern to have that locale for one plane and not the other.
But you, like you just said, RW, you're
very small altitude changes can change the
yeah. What if one's at 17,000 and one's at 21,000? It might not be that much of a difference.
Yeah, but if they come from the same place, so it's on the reasonable same trajectory and angles, apart from like 2 minutes, you see them following each other all the time. Okay, so the difference. So what I want to know, the difference between a chemtrail and cloud seeding is the difference between a UFO and a UFP. I don't think there's a difference. Okay, I just think that the mainstream media call it cloud seeding because they can't call it chemtrails. That's what I believe.
What's your theory then? That there is nefarious and secret cloud seeding going on throughout the United States?
Well, you didn't know about what was going on 69 years ago, and you knew about the Bay of Tonkin and all that.
I'm asking what your theory is.
Well, you're saying it's secretive and all that, and let's be honest about it.
You don't have a theory.
Well, what do you mean I don't have a theory? You're telling me in a statement there's some secretive thing which you didn't know what was going on 69 years ago. So yeah, that just falls into place.
I didn't know I didn't know that they did this in the Vietnam War, but they did it in the U.S. There's nothing secretive about this cloud seeding.
Okay, all right.
It's not a secret.
It's not secretive. But
it has nothing.
Okay.
That's not what that chemtrail theory also has nothing to do with cloud seeding.
Okay.
So you're talking about something else.
I'll have to define what the difference between a cloud seeding and chemtrails, because I don't think there is. I think they're the same thing. UFO, UFP. That's what I think.
Interesting.
Well, then
you're weird space.
Then your argument is that chemtrails are cloud seeding, based on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is cloud seeding going on secretly in the United States?
They want to change. They want to fuck around with the environment. They want to try and change it and do things to it.
But not only the United States. This would be all over the world, right? It's not just local.
Yeah. They do it in Dubai. They do it in Dubai as well.
Who wants to fuck around with the environment? I mean,
well,
the only thing cloud seeding
they can bring on monsoons. They can bring on monsoons.
Well, we're not getting monsoons, so that's not happening.
Well, they can bring, like I said, in certain parts of the world, they want to bring on the monsoon.
What about making?
Where's the monsoon happening in the United States?
I didn't say. Did you hear the statement I said?
We're about to get it, bro.
In some parts of the world, they want to have the monsoons.
I'm interested in the United States.
I think there's an argument for dumbing people down and making them sick and dependent. I mean, there's a nefarious conspiracy theory, but if we're going to go down that route, I think that's plausible.
I don't think it's plausible. Not on a bare claim like that. I think you have to have evidence.
Yes, I believe evidence is good for proving a point.
No, I think.
What about
until you have evidence? You have no point.
We're talking about wormhole rabbit theories, right? That's what are we talking about?
Well, do you think wormhole rabbit theories? You're ahead of me then.
RW, do you think that was the purpose of the jab, the vaccine?
I don't see it having a benefit to individuals. So whatever it was not for a benefit. The argument is that it's beneficial and it helps people.
Yes. So currently in the UK, we have 50,000 excess deaths this year above the 5-year average, and that gets replicated throughout the Western world. The only countries that seem to be not in excess death problems are countries that didn't have flat out indoctrination of a medical experiment.
I think there's another at least partial explanation.
I'm sure, yeah, I know people not getting their treatments, but at
No,
the same
not
stage,
that. Not only that, I think there's been a rampant increase in people like sitting around and drinking and being unhealthy.
Yeah, but the excess deaths are in
Streaming their
alcohol.
conversation.
They in cirrhosis of the liver and alcoholism. You know, the excess deaths. You know, a multitude.
So those wouldn't be included in that, is what you're saying.
Well, they're not saying it's because like everyone's turned into pissheads. They're not saying that.
I got you.
But of course,
maybe those excess deaths would be higher without the vax.
No, okay. So let's talk about the obviously the virus and stuff. So people that were vulnerable in 2020 got taken out in 2020 because they were on the edge. Yeah, they could have lasted 5 years. They could have lasted 7 years, but they were sort of on the edge, very vulnerable. So a lot of them got taken out during 20 and 21. A lot of the vulnerable people. So, like as John Campbell said, during like the 2022, 2023, excess deaths should have gone down. They should have never have gone up, because a lot of the weak people sadly would have got taken out in the first and second waves. The vulnerable people. So it sort of falls flat when you get all the experts, and when they explain it to you, I didn't, as they were explaining, I got it. Like they're saying, more vulnerable people would have been taken out during that period, which makes sense. So now there should be not an excess, there should be a decrease, if anything.
Interesting. Yeah.
You see what
So
I mean?
I guess it comes back to, RW, you were kind of insinuating that this cloud seeding is weakening people?
I mean, it's just like it's conspiracy theory thought. If you were going from the aspect of a needle delivering a package to the people to make them ill and dependent and stuff like that, it's just another delivery mechanism.
Well, why then would they have the planes shoot things up into the clouds and not just spray them down into the people? And hope that...
I don't know.
Okay.
The thing is, sadly, they can give us injections now through food as well, so there's not really a lot of way out of it. Not an injection, an antidote, medical experiments through your food now. So
Interesting stuff.
That's not new.
I wish we had That's Life But Not As We Know It here. This is all right up his alley. He loves this stuff, man.
Do you remember the oral polio vaccine?
Oral?
Yes. Polio vaccine.
Oh.
I love those, man. They're my favorite.
Missed that. Sorry.
Polio vaccine.
You probably, I don't know when they, no, you would have had it, I guess.
Me?
I don't know when I got the oral polio vaccine, and basically it was just it just got a little stuff and drank it down. It was, you could have put it in your cereal and you wouldn't have known.
Is that the one that melted your,
did it?
Go ahead, what?
That didn't cause anybody to get polio, did it?
It did.
Oh.
It was one of these, I've sort of mentioned this before, where public health considerations are allowed to triumph over individual health considerations.
Right.
Oh, that's a shock.
The belief was that the oral vaccine also causes your immunity to spread to people who might not be immune around you.
Was it the Baltimore Oriole vaccine? I heard you say
this
that.
is the downside of having anything to drink. Is I pay the price.
Yeah, no,
Did they-
it's not
did
an
they like-
Oreo. But
Yeah,
what
did they lie
happens-
to the public? Did they lie to the public last night?
I wouldn't say they.
Oh,
Who's they?
I'd say they. Let's just say they weren't as forthcoming as they should have been.
that's interesting.
They them.
I'll say it. The public health authorities.
And the
Although-
what was the percentage of positive
Yeah.
cases?
Oh, it was very few. But the point is, you never needed to have any. And there was always a battle between the two camps. The oral live virus was the Sabin vaccine, and the killed virus was the Salk vaccine. The Salk vaccine was actually developed first, but it was decided that the Sabin vaccine provided an additional public health benefit because people that weren't vaccinated would get an immunity boost. Except that every once in a while, the live virus, which was not killed, it was a modified virus that could not reproduce. What it would do, and every once in a while, was it would mutate inside the person with getting the vaccine. It would mutate back to the more virulent strain,
Jesus.
and then a caretaker or someone in the house would get that. The incubation period was such that the person who was given the vaccine would be immune, even if it mutated. It wasn't them that would get
Just the
sick.
carrier.
It would be the person who wasn't vaccinated,
Right, to carry it.
for whom they were. The whole point was to confer immunity on them, but unfortunately, they would actually get sick.
I know I've asked the question before, so I don't need to ask it again. Maybe RW, I don't know the answer to, but being a pure blood in this circumstance in the last 3 years and not being, well, obviously we were all coerced, so I don't really blame people for having it, because obviously I blackmailed and frightened the whole fucking world. But I'm so pleased I didn't partake in the medical experiments. I don't know about yourself, RW, but it wouldn't have mattered to me if you had, because I can understand why people did, because of the
I rolled the
fear
dice and didn't do it, and I don't believe I got COVID. I got a very mild form of it once, and I think that was my only dance with it.
Yeah, me too. I think I might have caught it twice, but I wasn't even down. I don't think I really did, but I was ill maybe twice in the 2 years for like 24 hours.
But at the same time, the coronavirus has been around causing colds since we've been a nation. So
what was so different? What was so different?
We just started testing for it now, so when you go, they can say, yes, that's coronavirus.
How many tests did you have, mate? Because I had 0. How many did you have?
I was forced to do that nasal test where they poke your brain.
No.
I had to do that to go back to work at the airport.
Yes.
I wouldn't have done that if I had the choice, and I could have waited the weeks, but it was mandated in Australia at that time. I didn't have any option if I wanted my paycheck.
Like I said, I understand why people sadly had it, because there was a lot of pressure, should we say?
They had some interesting coercive tactics though. There was like free donuts at Krispy Kreme.
A burger in New York.
Your kids for daycare could go to daycare for like $20 instead of $100.
Or you can go to the cinema in Wales. You can go to the cinema in Wales because you weren't allowed in the cinema if you weren't vaccinated in Wales. Amazing,
Yeah, they
isn't
had
it?
different things here and there.
But my favorite choice is that I speak to people that are like one of the fittest, the strongest people I know, not like in strength, just in pure fitness. Mostly about 5% body fat he's got. That's all he's got. He got the jab because he wanted to go on holiday. I looked at him like he literally was a paedophile in front of me. He literally just admitted he was a paedophile in front of me. I just looked at him. I said, "You fucking what?" He's like, he's an intelligent guy as well. I was like, "You're fucking crazy. You could have gone to the peak. You could have gone anywhere in the UK, and you got a fucking jab and went to Spain where you had to wear a mask on the beach, you cunt." Fucking unreal.
So I'll share with the group the PCR light cycler technology because I did use that I didn't personally use it, but it was in my family's business. you put in DNA and then it multiplies that DNA.
Yeah.
So every light cycle that it does, it like doubles or however it works.
Yeah.
It creates more of its kind.
It's
So when you run the light cycler for the PCR testing of a virus,
What's a
if you have
light cycler?
that's another name for PCR. I can't remember what PCR stands for at the moment, but it's
so the light cycle. I think you would go up to like something like 28 or 35. You wouldn't go over that because every time you go higher, it intensifies the sensitivity of the PCR test. So basically,
sorry. If you go to a certain point, after that point, you're growing it so exponentially higher that you're creating a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah.
So if
you've got dead viruses all the way down your nostril and stuff. They could be dead, but if they multiply their results up, and they could, in the UK and stuff, they were getting freedom of information requests. Some like local health authorities were times them up like 140%, and they're saying you could find fucking anything after like times 50 or whatever, and they're times in 140 up. So basically, everyone was getting false negatives.
I think it's 40. They were running it at 40 when they should be getting their test results way before that. But the point is that they're creating false information basically by abusing a technology. That's the whole point.
What's the quick test called?
Sorry.
What's the super quick one that you get the results in 15 minutes?
PCR, isn't it?
That's what we're talking about?
I don't think PCR is fast. I've never seen one that's that fast.
So what's the one you buy over the counter?
Is that like something that reacts with a secretion or something?
It reacts with the amylase, I think, a protein or something.
It's called a lateral flow test.
That's it.
And basically, if the protein is present in the sample, then it will show somehow that it's there.
I don't know how it works, but somehow it moves from, you put it in one hole, and then there's like a little distance it has to travel.
I can explain. I just tested positive 9 days ago.
Congratulations, Steve.
I'm better now. I'm better. It's fine. But you put the drop. I got a picture of the fucking thing, but
are you talking about a capillary where it like your sample travels through the capillary?
I'm not sure exactly if it works by capillary action. I'm not sure what makes it move or not, but somehow the presence of the virus or not is supposed to. Oh, he's got.
Here's how it works. So you put the drops in the bottom on the S. The liquid goes and flows through the T. The T is the test. And then the liquid flows over to the C. Control. That's where the reactor is for C is COVID. So once you get T is test, C is COVID. Once you get the C for COVID, you get that line, you're positive. That's how it works.
And if you don't get the T line, then you did something wrong, and you have to.
Correct.
Well, it's faulty. Or you did something wrong, or it's faulty.
Oh, you're right. Or you did something wrong, or the test is faulty.
Right.
I would think that would be. So what do you put in there? You just like hawk a loogie in it?
You put this sterile swab in your nostril. You run it around 5 times in each side. Make sure it's good and wet. You want to do it when you have junk.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not hard to get it wet when you have COVID.
Yeah, don't blow your nose and then do it. It's literally about having the shit up there and getting it on it. And then you mix it in a dropper of, I'm sorry, not a dropper. It's a little test tube of liquid. So you mix your snot in with this liquid, and you have to keep flicking the bottom, and you keep stirring it, and you flick and stir and flick and stir. It's crazy. You got to do it a lot. And then you take your fucking
bollocks just to tell you you've got a cold, isn't it?
You take your swab out. You throw the swab away, which had the snot on it. Then you flip the cap shut. The cap has a little dropper on it. And then they want you to shake it more to make sure that the liquid is mixed with the snot. Then you flip it over and put a certain amount of drops in that little square that I showed you. And then you wait 15 minutes. That liquid then travels across the It almost looks like litmus paper. I don't know what exactly you would call it. And then it hits the T, which is the test, and the test line gets very bright. And then you wait a few more minutes. And then once it gets to the C line, if you have COVID, then you have a pink line across at the C.
I have a
So
business model that's better than that. We should just work with Kleenex and have it so that when you blow into the tissue, in 5 minutes it turns blue, and that's not good for you.
Can I take a timeout? Hey,
Yes.
Base, is Trigger snoring?
Yeah.
That's
I'll
adorable.
show you. He's right next to me and he can't. Where is he? There he is. Look.
It's Trigger
Oh, that's
snoring.
adorable.
You don't need a heater in the winter, bro.
He's a
Proper
good
asleep.
boy.
That doggy is making me relaxed. That snoring is so
Yeah,
peaceful.
he's a good boy. Good dog. I can actually
Yeah.
hear him.
I will say that Elon Musk a couple of years ago, when he went based and he went spicy, he tested 4 of those testers, and he said 2 come back negative and 2 come back positive. He sent the 4 off,
Yeah, I mean,
and they were like, "Oh, that's outrageous," you know, being spicy and
What?
what he
No, I
did.
can't
That's all he did was to prove
Thanks.
that.
What are
Bit
they?
of bullshit,
well,
isn't it?
supposedly it has a
Stop it.
the false negative rate is high. I think. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean,
If
I
you're
think it's a matter.
positive, it's probably positive. But if it's negative, it may or may not be really negative.
So
I
when
think-
I do,
The negative, the positive aspect comes from like, when you get exposed to somebody who is very sick with COVID, and you find out after the fact they're like, "Fuck, I had COVID. I'm sorry," yada yada, and then you give it a few days, and then you start to get sick. Then you feel like you have something that you're not really too sure about. Then you take the test. It's not only the test, it's like the confluence of evidence and interactions that you've had up to that point that you're going to take into account for it to say that, yeah, I probably do have COVID, and this test is just reassuring me in that fact. If not,
It's
you have
assuring
some-
that it's SARS virus.
if not, you have something that's pretty nasty, and you should probably take precautions about trying to spread it to other people, whether it's COVID or not. That's kind of how I looked at it, you know?
I mean, I don't
And-
even test anymore. When I got sick 2 weeks ago, I mean, I don't know what it was. I did have a fever. I thought it was a cold, but what's the point of testing? It's whatever it is. I'm just going to get over it. Be done with it.
And you don't have to worry about calling out of work in the morning, so that's a plus.
You know, I pretend, you know.
You should get up and
Yeah.
call Steve.
Exactly.
Bro,
You know,
I'm not-
I'm not coming into work today, Steve. You know, I don't care
You know,
how
I had-
much you beg me to come into work. I'm not coming into work.
I had like 7 years without a sick day. No shit. And then
Yeah.
this shit
Were you
came
rewarded
along.
for that?
Yeah. My bosses fucking love me.
My girlfriend never gets sick. And it's amazing. You know, I
Are you a sin eater?
say what?
Are you an individual that absorbs all the bad schnoo so that she never gets sick?
I have gotten less sick in the last 5 years than I have in any previous 5 year. I only got
How long have you been retired?
about 6 years. I mean, yeah,
There you
I'm not exposed to 10,000 people every day.
Right, exactly.
That helps. That helps.
But I mean, I got one COVID bout, and that was quite mild. I think it was Omicron. Was that what that was? The BA2.
Hmm.
Those days, maybe in 2022, and that was extremely mild. It was like one day when I felt poorly. Then I just got sick a couple of weeks ago with what I thought was a cold, and that was worse, but it was no big deal.
That was COVID.
I don't know.
I'm off, chaps. I got my dog proper snoring next to me. And I need to
Okay.
go
All right,
sleep.
buddy.
Hey, Base,
I'm going to
great
sleep.
talking to you, man. And
Yeah, no problem.
nothing,
I'm-
I'm not really yelling at you.
No,
I love you, and I would never.
I'm glad we had a bit of a discussion, to be fair.
Yeah, great,
Exactly.
great having you.
I was offended by your discussion. It was very heated and it hurt my feelings.
RW, you are such a snowflake. I mean,
I know.
I might be
Toughen
going
up.
live tomorrow because I'm going to the Straddy Park Christmas party.
Oh, yeah.
So
Can you
I'll look
post
for you.
that in the self promo for drone text so I can find it easier?
mean,
just if you sub to me and just go notifications, you get notifications straight up.
That's how I get them. It's just
Mhm.
YouTube.
I just sit on
channel and do
Discord. I don't pay
notification.
attention to other stuff.
Well, if
That's
I
fine.
remember, and I see a notification, I'll put something in the Discord.
There you
I
go.
appreciate it
cheers.
because I'd like to bring in more people from that crew for your stuff also if I can.
Well, nice one, thank you, chaps, and I'll catch you next Saturday.
All right, buddy. See ya
Cheers, man.
later, dude.
Yeah.
What
Good night,
would that be for him?
champions.
That would be what in the morning? 6 in the morning?
What time did he say?
It will be probably around 11 if it's 6. He said in the morning. I didn't hear a number.
Yeah, that could be. But he sometimes goes for an hour or two. So
It's 5:30
might-
in Britain. 5:30 a.m.
right now it is. Yeah. So he might be getting up in 6 hours to go.
Well, look at
Some people
Ashley Havoc asking you, calling you up. RW.
don't. Sin eaters. I didn't learn that from the Adventist denomination. Trust me. I probably learned it from anime or some science fiction movie or something.
So the idea is that you absorb the sin or something, so that you're.
Yeah, I can't. I wouldn't. I'm sure Ashley, based on her comment, could describe it much more
Okay.
appropriately than myself. But basically, an individual that takes upon the pain and suffering of others so that they don't have it.
Okay. That's
Speaking of pain and suffering of others, can you guys sense anything? It's over.
You getting tired?
Getting there, yeah. I drank a whole liter of water, so I'm going to go get another and go lay down, I think. But you guys want to keep it going?
No. I mean, I don't
All
mind
right.
talking. I love talking to RW, but it's 12:30, and I also like to sleep a little bit.
Yeah, it's fair. It makes me be more responsible by, I'd say going to bed, but I'm not gonna do that.
I am
Uh,
in bed. Smokesteve,
Thanks for hosting,
thanks
though.
as always for hosting that and having me on. I always appreciate that.
Always, you're always both welcome, and it was a light crowd tonight, so thank you both for being here for the whole time. So,
Yeah. No, actually, I personally, I love a light crowd.
they're always different. Sometimes
we get to hear
10,
each other more.
There you go. We
All
get
right.
to hear each other. We
Take it
get
easy,
to-
RW. Take it easy, Smokesteve.
All right, fellas, take care. Later, dude.
Kick me.
You got it. All right, so yeah, we explored a lot of different subject matter tonight, and some of it was deep, some of it was different. I don't want you guys or girls who think a certain way to think we're idiots or morons because we don't think the same as you. Because we're here to have a discussion. And that's what the pub is about. Even exchange of ideas and, a jovial interaction with each other. And I do appreciate everyone being here. I don't like any personal attacks on people. It happens. And the people who are on screen do mean a lot to me, and I really do appreciate you guys. The people in the chat, you're all great. Thank you for being here. And I hope everyone has a wonderful week coming up. Today is the 17th. So next week, we're probably going to be doing the pub on Friday night. You hear that, Last Dance? And anybody else who might be here? If we do it, it's going to be Friday. It's okay. It happens, Ashley. Don't sweat it. We go with the flow. That's life. I'm not angry at anybody. It's all about the love. But pay attention for Friday night, y'all. It's going to be a little bit different. I got a friend coming up Saturday. My old college bro. He's got some kind of a crazy fucking gin from Scotland that we're going to explore. So, Friday. Pub. Good night, everybody. Merry Christmas. See you next Friday.